Chapter 1, Rongxiu's Breaking Bad. Chapter 1, Qian Rongxiu's Breaking Bad, Heaven Do Empire. East Palace, Study. Bang! The golden wine jug fell on the marble floor. There was a crisp sound. Damn! Emperor Shuye actually secretly asked Prince Shuexing to investigate the cause of death of the two princes. How could you hide this kind of thing from me? Is this an investigation into the cause of death of the two princes? Isn't this an investigation into me? Shen Lin. What does that mean? I was doing aerobics at my aunt's house next door last night. As a result, I encountered a ward round. Shen Lin remembered that he jumped down from the second floor and was dragged onto a truck. What the hell did I get for all night? I'm going to be late for work. Thinking. Shen Lin walked directly towards the door. Where are you going? Just moved my feet. Shen Lin heard a loud shout from behind him. The one who spoke. About 20 years old, with fair skin and deep features. Wearing an elegant Nordic tuxedo from the 1970s, with his black hair neatly standing up and deep eyes, he sat on a high-backed chair. In front of him was a long dark red table. The long table seemed to be made of rosewood, and was filled with several exquisite fruits such as blueberries and grapes. Placed on exquisite gold tableware on the left side of the long table, there was a wine jug inlaid with gold and jade and 3 pure gold wine cups. And a wine bottle. It was lying at his feet, as if it had just been knocked down. Probably brass. Who would smash a pure gold wine bottle like this? Now. Shen Lin only then noticed that he was in a classical Nordic hall. The walls are painted with brightly colored ink to create mysterious patterns. I'm at work. Shen Lin blurted out, work? I asked you to monitor the movements of the Tiandu royal family, but you didn't even notice such important news. Do you still have the nerve to go to work? Shuexing he frowned and said. Crazy, who the hell are you? I work but you don't pay me, what are you wasting time on, and many more. Tiandu royal family, why does it sound so familiar? Could it be that she wore it? Who are you? Looking at the man in front of him with black hair, tuxedo, and deep features, Shen Lin subconsciously asked, who I am? Shuexing he laughed out loud. Okay. That's nice. The person he brought out from the spirit hall, his confidant in the Tiandu Imperial family, actually forgot who he was. So cruel. I am Shuexing he, the eldest prince of the Tiandu royal family. It's the only highness of the spirit hall, Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu said word by word. He looked at Shen Lin with a cold and indifferent gaze. Qian Rongxiu's eyes were filled with deep disappointment. Snowy river. Qian Rongxiu. Hearing Shuexing he's words, countless fragments of memories emerged in Shen Lin's mind. Shen Lin. Orphan. 6 years ago in a remote town it was picked up by Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall who was passing by at that time. Grew up in the Spirit Hall. 2 years ago, because Qian Rongxiu wanted to take action against the prince of the Tiandu royal family, Ghost Douluo sent Shen Lin to the Tiandu royal family. As Shuexing he's confidant, he helps Qian Rongxiu. Poisoned twice. Qian Rongxiu was responsible for making plans and creating the environment. Shen Lin poisoned the person. No one would be on guard against a child under 6 years old. No one could have imagined that a child under 6 years old would be the murderer who poisoned and killed 2 princes of the Tiandu royal family. Damn, it's really worn out. Or is it a fantasy love story in the sewer? He is also Qian Rongxiu's #1 poison master. He has an impressive record of poisoning 2 Tiandu princes. It's really Breaking Bad. More poisonous than Douluo. Do you remember? While Shen Lin was digesting his memories and worrying about his situation, Shuexing he's cold voice sounded again. After all, he has watched Douluo continent. Snowy river. No, this Princess Qian Rongxiu who pretends to be Shuexing he will definitely be doomed in the future. As Shuexing he's top poison master, the end will definitely be tragic. Even if he didn't die at the hands of Tang San, he would have died at the hands of the Heaven Do Empire. At worst, returning to the Spirit Hall would mean death. Mission failed. Always looking for a scapegoat. He is the most suitable scapegoat. Your Highness. I remember everything now. We have been poisoning too frequently recently. Should we take a break for a while and continue after the storm has died down? Shen Lin reminded in a low voice. He just remembered that he came to see Qian Rongxiu this time. It was precisely because Qian Rongxiu was about to issue the third poisoning mission. Poisoned the fourth Prince Avalanche. On the way to the mission, Qian Rongxiu went out for a while, and when she came back, she was not normal. Forget it, Avalanche is just a cynical, arrogant piece of shit. If Emperor Shuiye was not crazy, he would not have passed the throne of Crown Prince to him. There would be no need to poison him and arouse suspicion. Your mission is over. Go back and prepare. I'll arrange for someone to take you back in the early morning. Qian Rongxiu took a deep breath and waved her hand. Go back. Go back to the spirit hall. Thinking about it carefully, Shen Lin was confused. In the past 2 years, he has been active in the Tiandu royal family as Shui Qinghe, also known as Qian Rongxiu's confidant. As for the Tiandu royal family, Shui Qinghe knew everything about it. In the middle of the night, the Tiandu royal family was under martial law how to leave. When he said go back, could he be referring to sending me to the west? Probably. After all, Shui Qinghe's words just now clearly blamed himself for dereliction of duty. And he was the real murderer who poisoned the 2 princes. Rather than sending it back to the spirit hall with great effort, killing yourself would save you a lot of trouble. Moreover, once he died, Shui Qinghe handed his body over to Emperor Shuiye. You can get rid of the suspicion of poisoning the 2 princes. Regain the trust of Emperor Shuiye. Okay. The question for you decision makers is: if something goes wrong, I, the executor, will have to pay for it, right? Are you really just throwing the donkey away after it has done its job? Even if he didn't die, he would not be reused if he failed in his mission and returned to the spirit hall. Maybe I will be assigned to that branch. One day, when Tang San was settling accounts with the spirit hall, he was used as cannon fodder and died. Isn't this a fool's errand? Can't go back. I won't reply even if you kill me. Following Shui Qinghe, he is his confidant and a meritorious official, and can take advantage of the power of others to bully others. Back to the spirit hall, who is he? To know, although Qian Rongxiu's plan to usurp the throne failed, she still brought some people back to the spirit hall. Later, Qian Rongxiu also inherited the throne of Angel. As long as he follows Qian Rongxiu and flatters her, he will be a pillar of the spirit hall when he returns in the future. When the Wuhan Empire was established, maybe I could even become a provincial governor. Before the spirit hall was destroyed, he changed his flag and led his people to join the Star Luo Empire. Once the spirit hall is destroyed, he will be a hero of the Star Luo Empire. If you can get a title and pass it down through the generations, your descendants can enjoy wealth and glory and realize the value of life. The more I think about it. Shen Lin felt that he couldn't go back. Your Highness, I won't leave. This place is not like the spirit hall, there are dangers everywhere. I am really worried about Your Highness. I can protect Your Highness by staying here. Shen Lin stood at attention, his tone serious and loyal. You? Protect me? Qian Rongxiu looked at Shen Linier. His strong psychological quality prevented him from laughing out loud. The contempt in his eyes was undisguised. Your Highness, I haven't awakened my martial soul yet. Shakespeare once said that a strong man who has not awakened his martial soul has infinite possibilities. Aren't you looking forward to the feeling of anxiety, anticipation, and uneasiness before your martial spirit awakens? Maybe my martial spirit can help you. New author, new book, please recommend, collect, read, and support. End of this chapter. Chapter 2002, Shakespeare is a qualified think tank member. Chapter 2002, Shakespeare is a qualified think tank member. Who is Shakespeare? Qian Rongxiu looked at Shen Lin with some curiosity. A great sage. Shen Lin pondered. In order not to arouse suspicion, he continued, from my hometown, a remote and faraway place. Take me to see her if you have a chance. Qian Rongxiu smiled and said, any strong person who has not awakened his martial spirit has unlimited possibilities. She thought this statement made sense. It's a talent. If he joined the Spirit Hall, he would definitely be a very qualified think tank member. Although he is now in the Tiandu royal family. But sooner or later, I will have to return to the Spirit Hall and take it back from that woman. A think tank that is intelligent and has a broad perspective is essential. She needs to prepare for talent reserve in advance. If there is a chance, I will introduce him to your highness. Shen Lin said vaguely Shakespeare-y, how many years have you been dead? He just said that and Qian Rongxiu actually believed it. Come on, let me see if you have unlimited possibilities. Qian Rongxiu stood up. Walk along the corridor of the room towards the inner room at the back. Shen Lin followed curiously. The inner room is a room of the same size as the living room. There are bookshelves near the walls on both sides, and there are many books on the bookshelves, as well as some memorials from all over the Tiandu Empire. As the eldest prince of the Tiandu royal family, although he had not yet been appointed as the crown prince, Shueqing, he still had to take on the responsibility of reviewing the memorials, to help Emperor Shueye share his worries. In the middle of the room, there was a long tea table, on which sat a half-read memorial. This is the place where Qian Rongxiu works and rests on weekdays. It's a private place. On weekdays, Shen Lin rarely has the opportunity to come in. Usually he would report some things to Qian Rongxiu in the hall outside. Shen Lin noticed that Qian Rongxiu walked to a bookshelf. He raised his hand and pressed an inconspicuous corner of the bookshelf. Hum. There was a low sound of a desk rubbing against the floor. A secret passage appeared from behind the desk. Come in. Qian Rongxiu was the first to enter. Darkroom. She wouldn't kill me in the dark room, would she? After hesitating for a moment, Shen Lin followed. A secret dark room like this has poor ventilation. If Qian Rongxiu didn't mind, her body would rot in the dark room and give off an unpleasant smell. If Qian Rongxiu dares to kill him, he dares to die. Apart from being obedient, Shen Lin couldn't think of any other choice. As soon as I entered the secret passage, the bookshelf automatically returns to its original position. A faint candle light flickered in the dark passage. The secret passage, which is 1 person wide, is built with regular blue stone. The top of the head is arched, barely enough for an adult to walk upright. There are lampstands on the stone walls on both sides of the secret passage. There was a kerosene lamp on the lampstand. With the help of the dim light and the pungent smell of kerosene, the sound of footsteps echoed in the dark and narrow passage. Qian Rongxiu was walking in front and Shen Lin was following behind. There was no conversation, and there was no noise except the sound of footsteps. The silence was depressing. I walked in the secret passage for about 10 minutes. Came to a tightly closed iron door. Crunch! As the iron door was pushed open, what comes into view is a closed secret room the size of a small square. There are simple beds, bedding, tables, and chairs in the room. In the middle of the secret room there is a futon placed on the ground. This is where I usually practice. Qian Rongxiu explained. Practice. Qian Rongxiu is now Shueqing He's identity. My original angel martial spirit. It uses the camouflage soul skill of the angel suit soul bone to disguise itself as the white swan martial soul unique to the Tiandu royal family. In order not to reveal her identity, Qian Rongxiu really needs a secret place to practice. Stand over here. Qian Rongxiu pointed to the area in the middle of the secret room and said, It is good. Your Highness, are you going to perform a martial soul awakening on me? Shouldn't one go to the church to awaken the martial spirit? It seems that one needs to stand on a hexagonal altar. I have seen other people awaken their martial spirits in the Tiandu Empire. Shen Lin asked subconsciously. Not necessary for me. If you go to the church to awaken, your martial spirit will be known to many people. If your martial spirit is known to others, they will know how to deal with you, which will greatly reduce your effectiveness. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to awaken a useful martial spirit. saying. Qian Rongxiu took out a blue crystal ball from the soul guide she carried with her. Next moment Qian Rongxiu's momentum surged. A golden light enveloped Qian Rongxiu. Amidst the shining light, her body began to undergo amazing changes. The figure gradually lengthens, and the original male clothing blooms like petals and recombine into gorgeous women's clothing. The golden light was overflowing, and the long hair fell like a golden waterfall. The delicate face became even more beautiful, and the eyes changed from wise to sharp and sacred. The 6 wings behind him slowly spread out, shining brightly. Qian Rongxiu raised her chin slightly, her aura fully open. The picture of majesty and beauty intertwined shocked Shen Lin so much that he was speechless for a long time. Angel Martial Spirit. Although Shen Lin has seen it more than once novels and animations describing Qian Rongxiu's angel spirit. But seeing this with my own eyes, Shen Lin was still extremely shocked. The 6 huge snow-white wings behind Qian Rongxiu seemed to be condensed from the purest energy. This is the most advanced martial spirit. If we don't take into account the variable of Tang San, the role and potential of the angel spirit will far exceed that of the clear sky hammer. In addition to the powerful martial spirit, Qian Rongxiu has a stunningly beautiful appearance. She is tall and slender, with curvy figure. Her long golden hair is as dazzling as the bright sunshine. The hair falls softly on the shoulders and back, with some of the hair slightly curled, adding a touch of charm and agility. The eyes are bright gold, like 2 precious gems, deep and bright. Her eyebrows are as thin and delicate as a crescent moon, slightly raised. It gives people a heroic feeling. The skin is as white as snow, as if it could be blown away, and exudes a soft luster. Her face is chiseled, her features are exquisite, her high nose bridge, her small lips, every detail is just right. Put your hands up, Qian Rongxiu said in a cold tone. Must it works, praying in his heart, Shen Lin placed his hand on the crystal ball held up by Qian Rongxiu. The originally calm blue crystal ball. A dazzling blue light bloomed in Shen Lin's pupils. Full innate soul power. Qian Rongxiu lost her voice and said this scene was not unfamiliar to her. Unexpectedly, Shen Lin also had innate full soul power. The innate full soul power represents the upper limit of a soul master's qualifications. If nothing unexpected happens, a soul master with full innate soul power will find it easier to cultivate to the titled Douluo. Just let me see your worth. Qian Rongxiu looked at the blue crystal ball. The originally expectant gaze gradually turned into astonishment, calmness, and indifference. No martial spirit. Looking at the empty blue crystal, Qian Rongxiu's eyes gradually turned cold. Shen Lin. Good, treat them differently, right? Tang San's twin martial spirits, I have lost my martial spirits. What do I need this innate full soul power for? Without a martial soul, it means that you cannot become a soul master. Can't join the spirit hall, can only become the cattle and horses of society. Let those high and mighty soul masters ride on your head and poop and pee. Even her current job would be lost. Qian Rongxiu would never keep a useless person without a martial soul by her side. What should I do? Waiting online, very anxious. As the light in the blue crystal faded, the secret room was once again replaced by the dim kerosene lamps on the wall. The dim kerosene lamp reflected on Qian Rongxiu's face with blonde hair and brown eyes. Incredibly beautiful. His eyes were as cold as ice, which frightened Shen Lin. Don't think about it, this killer is about to take action. The desolate land of Baishan and Chushui, where bones are buried in the secret chamber of the Eastern Palace. After all, I have been loyal to the Spirit Hall for so many years. There is hard work without credit, right? What's wrong with not having a martial soul? If you don't have a martial spirit, you'll die. Call. Just as Shen Lin was anxiously thinking about how to deal with the current situation, a sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. The afterimage of holy light remained in place. Qian Rongxiu moved. The more than 2-meter-long golden sword was reflected in Shen Lin's pupils. In an instant Shen Lin's pupils contracted extremely. The black pupils outline a strange pattern, gradually taking shape in the pupil. The more than 2-meter-long golden sword was strangely frozen in front of Shen Lin's eyes. The dim kerosene lamp no longer flickered, the air stopped flowing, and even breathing stopped. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Ding, the Sharingan system is binding. The Shibuya Eye system has been bound. Martial Soul, Sharingan. Martial Soul characteristics, time stop. Qianrongxiu is detected to be hostile to the host, and the time stop ability is activated. Task release, host, please make Qianrongxiu's emotions reach the peak within 5 minutes. Mission reward, Qianrongxiu favorability plus 20, Qianrongxiu strategy points plus 20. Task failed, unbind the task. Shenlin. Bobbin the Sharingan, time stops. Good, good, you're playing so abnormally right from the start. As an old driver, Shenlin probably knows the effect of time stop. Etc. Mission failed, cancel the binding. This system is too harsh. I actually want to be a good person. Shenlin looked towards Qianrongxiu. A label appeared above Qianrongxiu's head. Time really stood still. Now. Qianrongxiu held the golden sword in both hands, her slender body leaning forward in an unscientific posture. The almost perfect body was exaggeratedly displayed in front of Shenlin. What caught my eye was the slightly upturned white hair, outlining a beautiful curve under the exquisite clothes. The perfect bulge looks like a carefully carved work of art. Somewhat small breasts. Shenlin commented, there is no way, Qianrongxiu often needs to dress up as a man because of her work. There are no bras in this world yet. Qianrongxiu is naturally developmentally poor and suffers from an acquired disability, but the shape is still very nice. Add to that Qianrongxiu's almost perfect delicate facial features, long golden curly hair, and swan neck, and she could barely reach 90 points. Further down is a slender waist, as soft as a willow. The tight lines extend smoothly from the chest, showing the femininity and grace of women to the fullest. It seems like a perfect arc drawn by God with the most delicate brush strokes. Behind her was Qianrongxiu's round and perky buttocks. Because of the sword-holding posture, Qianrongxiu's waist was leaning forward and her buttocks were slightly raised. From the back the graceful curve is full of temptation, complementing the slender waist and long legs, showing amazing body curves. Qianrongxiu's legs were long and straight, as if they were carved from white jade. While strength and beauty coexist, it also reveals a noble and elegant temperament. These legs can be used for fun for a year. Shenlin couldn't help but comment. Below is a pair of small and delicate jade feet that can be held in one hand like fine porcelain. Wrapped in lace and white silk, there is an indescribable purity and beauty. At the same time, Shenlin noticed the label on Qianrongxiu's head. Qianrongxiu. Identity, His Highness of the Spirit Hall. Favorability, 2. Strategy difficulty level, A level. Shenlin. Favorability 2. The moment he saw the favorability rating, Shenlin couldn't hold back. I treat you as my master and you treat me as a beast of burden, right? I served you wholeheartedly for 2 years and poisoned 2 Tiandu princes. The result is favorability 2? So killing a prince can increase your favorability a little, right? When did the prince of the Tiandu Empire become a unit of measurement? Good, good, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unhuman. Shenlin whispered in his heart. What happened? Why can't I move? In the secret room the sudden stop of time made Qianrongxiu extremely nervous. Could it be that a titled Douluo from the Tiandu Imperial family discovered the secret of this place and attacked me in secret? Rongshi had used this secret room many times. In addition to the upper 3 and lower 4 cases. The only titled Douluo belonging to the Tiandu royal family is Douluo, who is known as the Poison Douluo. Douluo's whereabouts are uncertain. He is not in the Tiandu royal family at all, it can't be him. If it was really a strong man from the Tiandu Empire who discovered him, he would have rushed in to kill him now. Instead of controlling yourself in a despicable way like you are now. Etc. That bastard, what kind of vision is that? Like examining an object. Qianrongxiu noticed Shenlin's aggressive and scrutinizing gaze, and her eyes became even colder. If I were not controlled now and could not control my body, Qian Rongxiu would definitely cut off Shen Lin's head with a great sword. She was just about to do that. So what if you are a soul master? A soul master can't save you now. Noticing Qian Rongxiu's increasingly cold gaze, Shen Lin caressed Qian Rongxiu's fair and delicate cheek teasingly. Delicate skin, the tender and delicate touch made Shen Lin feel happy both physically and mentally. Asshole! How dare you look down on me? You are dead. I must kill you. Although the body cannot be controlled. But the rough touch of Shen Lin's hand on her cheek still made Qian Rongxiu tremble all over. I roared hysterically in my heart. Where should I start? The plot develops too fast, which always makes people feel overwhelmed or flustered, unable to sort out the steps and clues. Shen Lin whispered, as if he was thinking. The plot develops. At a loss, flustered, what does that mean? Could it be that my inability to control my body has something to do with Shen Lin? Qian Rongxiu was thinking doubtfully. Suddenly, a blush instantly appeared on the fair cheek. The brown pupils trembled and the lips were bitten unconsciously. New author, new book, please collect, recommend and read. The first 2 chapters are a good preparation, and the climax is coming soon. It is absolutely exciting. Prepare toilet paper, there is no peeing moment in the whole process. End of this chapter. Chapter 3004. Chapter 3004. The lips are pink and tender, like newly blossomed peach blossoms, exuding a charming luster. She felt her mouth being pinched open. Being sucked, the body is getting hotter. Shen Lin. Damn it. He actually dared to blaspheme my highness. My first kiss. I will make him pay for it. Qian Rongxiu's inner thoughts have not yet ended. Pupil contraction. Your Majesty, this is the punishment you deserve. A general once said that a soldier who doesn't want to get his blood on his hands is not a good general. Shen Lin didn't know whether Qian Rongxiu could understand him. Things have developed to this point. It is no longer something Shen Lin can control. Rather than worrying about Qian Rongxiu's subsequent settlement, Shen Lin was more afraid that the system would unbind him. It seems that he has made up his mind. To the end. The surrounding space gradually becomes illusory, overlapping, and blurred. As the surroundings became clear again, Shen Lin appeared in the East Palace study where he had just met Qian Rongxiu. Looking at the familiar environment, Shen Lin collapsed on the ground in exhaustion. So close. Shen Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead. In order to complete the system tasks, Shen Lin had just broken through Qian Rongxiu's bottom line. According to Qian Rongxiu's style, once time is stopped, she will definitely kill herself the first moment. Okay, after completing the task, the system took Shen Lin away from the crime scene directly. Back to the East Palace study, Qian Rongxiu, that woman. After this is over, you won't go crazy and come after me to settle the score, right? Shen Lin said anxiously. After all, currently, his system has no other abilities except the ability to stop time. Sharin and martial spirit, there are no soul rings or soul skills attached. The future is worrying. Let's take it one step at a time. My mission should be completed now, right? While thinking, a prompt sounded. Ding, mission accomplished. Task evaluation, perfect. Soul power increased, soul ring configuration completed. As the system prompt sounds rang one after another, suddenly, a tingling sensation spread from the pupil to the whole body. As if the pupils were burning, the severe pain caused Shen Lin to collapse powerlessly on the clean marble floor. A colorful halo-like glass emanated from Shen Lin's pupils. Gradually covering Shen Lin's whole body. Finally, it condensed into a gilded soul ring that surrounded Shen Lin. End of this chapter. Chapter 4005, Crimson Gilded Soul Ring, Peering Eye. Chapter 4005, Crimson Gilded Soul Ring, Peering Eye. What happened? How come Shen Lin suddenly disappeared? East Palace, secret room under the study. As the time-stopping effect is lifted, Qian Rongxiu collapsed directly on the futon. Shen Linear. I must kill you. Thinking back to what just happened, Qian Rongxiu murmured in a low voice. Etc. Why did my body become like this? Quickly. Qian Rongxiu noticed the changes in her body. The feeling of numbness and weakness hit Qian Rongxiu's sensitive body from time to time. The blush on Qian Rongxiu's face became even more intense. Although the effect of time standing still was lifted, Qian Rongxiu still felt that she had no control over her body. Wrong, it should be said that it is unfamiliar. She had never felt this way before. The temptation made Qian Rongxiu's body almost out of control. What on earth did Shen Lin do to me? As she stroked the body, Qian Rongxiu's golden pupils gradually became dazed and blurred. East Palace Study. As the burning sensation in the pupils subsided, Shen Lin was almost exhausted. He did not notice that his eyes, which were originally like streamlined black holes, were replaced by a strange pattern. Like some kind of projection of a sacrifice. Mysterious and different. Host, Shen Lin. Martial Soul, Color Wheel Eye. Realm, Soul Master. Martial Soul characteristics, Time Standstill. The target object still has perception and reaction during the standstill process. Soul Ring, Scarlet Gilded, Years Unknown. First Soul Skill, Peeping Eyes. Dimensional Space. Unfinished Tasks, 2. Not is this a Soul Master? Or is it the system that gives me a soul ring, scarlet and gilded? This is not a proper pretend artifact. Shen Lin remembers. The golden soul ring is the symbol of a god-level soul ring. Scarlet gilt, without talking about its abilities, just look at its morphological characteristics. Even if Qian Daoliu saw it, he would have to bow to me. This kind of soul ring. It means that one's strength is unknown, and he will become stronger when facing a stronger opponent, especially those gods in the divine world. After seeing the scarlet gilded soul ring under their feet, I guess I need a cigarette. Etc. Isn't the mission accomplished? Why are there still 2 unfinished tasks? See the prompt on the Properties interface. Shen Lin opened the task panel curiously. Unfinished tasks list. Daily tasks, 30 sit UPS, 30 push UPS, 30 squats, completion rate 0%. Strategy mission, capture Qian Rongxiu, mission completion rate 20%. Task rewards, you will receive a small amount of soul power reward after completing the task. The higher the degree of task completion, the more special skills you will gain in due time. Note, if the task fails 3 times cumulatively, the system will automatically unbind. Shen Lin. Unbind? I took off my pants, and you still untied me and threatened me. Am I scared? Isn't it just a daily task? I'm not afraid of you untying me, I'm exercising for myself. Saying. Shen Lin turned over, from lying flat on his back to lying prone on the floor. Start doing daily tasks. 102030 after 30 push UPS. An imperceptible soul power surged into Shen Lin's body. The originally sore arm was relieved a lot of pain with the infusion of soul power. Soul power increased. It seems to have the effect of accelerating recovery. Shen Lin exclaimed in surprise. Quickly. After Shen Lin did 30 sit UPS and 30 squats last night. The feeling of weakness as if the body has been hollowed out. Gone. Shen Lin's body seemed to have returned to its previous state. More than Shen Lin noticed it after moving his arm slightly. My strength, speed, and endurance have all increased a lot compared to before. It really works. The feeling of fatigue fades away. It also gave Shen Lin time to think about his situation. Qian Rongxiu was deeply offended. East Palace, it seems that I can't stay for the time being. At least, try to avoid Qian Rongxiu as much as possible before finding a way to deal with her. Leaving the Tiandu Imperial family. Shen Lin murmured in a low voice and directly rejected this idea. Leave. Definitely the best choice for the surface. But Shenlin is Qian Rongxiu's confidant and a servant of Tiandu East Palace. Not to mention, the laws of the Tiandu royal family do not allow royal servants to leave the palace without permission. Even if Shenlin managed to leave the royal family, as long as Qian Rongxiu is willing, she has countless ways to find me and bring me back to the East Palace. He was openly executed for betraying Xue Qinghe and the Tiandu royal family. Qian Rongxiu's methods. Shenlin has already learned this lesson to know, Qian Rongxiu is not only the eldest prince of the Tiandu royal family, or His Highness from the Spirit Hall. No matter which identity it is, Shenlin cannot contend with it now. I can't leave the royal family, and I can't stay in the East Palace. I can only find another supporter in the royal family. With thinking, an image emerged in Shenlin's mind. A cute lowly girl with black hair, blue eyes, delicate features, fair skin, and who likes to tie her long hair into twin ponytails. Xue Ke, as the princess of the Tiandu Empire. If I could get Xue Ke's protection, Qian Rongxiu would not dare to touch me in the short term. And he also holds the identity of the Highness of Qian Rongxiu Wuhan Hall, and the secret of poisoning the two princes. Even if Qian Rongxiu wanted to take action, she had to think carefully. Another point is Shenlin remembered that everything that happened today started with the conversation between Xue Ke and Qian Rongxiu. That is, Xue Ke has an unshirkable responsibility for her current situation. It's a good opportunity to ask Xue Ke to collect some interest. Compared to Qian Rongxiu, Xue Ke, who is still a pure and cute girl, is obviously easier to get along with. After making a plan, Shenlin was obviously much more relaxed. He looked at his system panel again. He remembered just now there was a dimensional space on the system panel. And I haven't understood the first soul skill I just obtained yet. Peeping Eye, consume soul power to view all the target's information, personality tags, emotional tags, and psychological weaknesses. Supportive skills. After looking at it for a long time, Shenlin reluctantly attributed it to the division of auxiliary skills. In fact, this skill does not improve strength in any way. It's completely a skill to snoop into other people's information and privacy. The only advantage that is, when releasing a skill, it does not require the release of soul rings like other soul skills, which will not make too much noise. It can be completely silent. Get the information you want. Shenlin was somewhat disappointed with this skill. What he needs most now is the ability to improve your own strength, dimensional space. Turn it on. Turn on. After hesitating for a moment, Shenlin directly pressed the button to open the dimensional space. As the dimensional space opens, the air around seemed to stop flowing, becoming sticky and strange. The environments begin to overlap. It was as if a steel needle was embedded in his brain, and Shenlin felt that his head was about to explode. Unable to think, unable to see gradually. Everything around is shrouded in fog and replaced. Shenlin's consciousness descended into an environment of endless fog. Mysterious and gorgeous star maps are suspended in the mist, distant and ancient. I tried my best. I revised the 4th chapter no less than 10 times. I had released it before, but other authors got jealous and rejected it. No matter how you change it, it won't work. Group 2857893363. If you have any suggestions, you can raise them in the group. End of this chapter. Chapter 5006, Dimensional Space. The bad news is not Emperor Huangtian, the good news is Emperor Y. Chapter 5006, Dimensional Space. The bad news is not Emperor Huangtian, the good news is Emperor Yan. What is this place? Subconsciously Shenlin reached out his hand to the ancient and mysterious star map in the mist. Shenlin's raised hand seemed to transcend time. Almost instantly a distant star map appeared in front of Shenlin as Shenlin pressed it with his palm. The star map burst into a brilliant light. Dazzling, Shenlin raised his other hand, trying to block the light blooming on the star map. However, Shenlin just raised his hand, aim at another star map again. For a time, The brilliant light burst out again. Wuden City, Xiao family. Late at night, Xiao Yan lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. A lot of big things have happened in the family recently. Not long ago, he successfully broke through and became a fighter. A 10-year-old fighter. He is the pride of the family and a peerless genius that has never appeared in Wuden City. However, only Xiao Yan knew that there was something wrong with his cultivation. No matter how he practiced, the doqi he absorbed disappeared strangely. Not only that, the fighting spirit in his body was also disappearing rapidly. At this rate, within 3 days, his realm will fall from fighter to fighter chi again. This strange phenomenon of the disappearance of his fighting spirit made Xiao Yan even more depressed. Apart from this matter, not long ago a strange girl came to the Xiao family, Xiao Suner. According to my father, Xiao Suner is a member of the Xiao family's lost branch, and can only return to the family if she is found by the family. It was originally a happy thing that Xiao Suner could return to the Xiao family. However, Xiao Yan's discovery did make him doubt his father's statement. During the day, Xiao Yan saw it with his own eyes. As the head of the Xiao family and the father of a 3-star master, when facing Xiao Suner, he actually used honorifics and behaved in a very respectful and nervous manner. One is a girl from the Xiao family who returned to her family after being away from home, and the other is the head of the Xiao family. Anyone would think that Xiao Suner should be the one who is nervous, not his father. Could the secret of my disappearing fighting spirit be related to the girl who returned to the family? Xiao Yan muttered. The day when his fighting spirit disappeared happened to be the day when Xiao Suner returned to the family. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan stood up and came to Xiao Suner's door under the cover of night. Just as Xiao Yan was about to push the door open, when trying to understand what secrets Xiao Suner had, a brilliant light engulfed Xiao Yan. 9 heavens taking palace. The water in the pond is clear and quiet, with countless lotus leaves intertwined. The rich energy was lingering above the lake, and the rosy glow was rising, making it look like a fairyland. Sitting upright on the lotus leaf, open your closed eyes. The time the master said has come. It's time to set off. Ling Qingzu whispered. At this time, a brilliant light burst out from the dark pool beneath him, instantly submerging everything. In a fog, Xiao Yan regained his sight and looked at the surrounding environment in surprise and confusion. Suddenly, Xiao Yan saw a blurry figure of a woman not far away from him, doing similar actions. Follow closely. At the same time, they discovered that not far away, there was a stranger standing there, surrounded by a distant star map and hazy mist. Stranger. Senior, what is this place? What did you do? Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu were stunned at first, then fell silent, then looked at Shenlin and asked. The same words emerged in Shenlin's mind. He remembered that he opened up the dimensional space, then appeared in such a foggy world. Listened to what they both said, and their confused and frightened expressions. Obviously, they came to this foggy world passively because of themselves. Because I opened up the dimensional space, they came to this special world passively. So, I am the one who caused all these changes. Is this the dimensional space? Unlike Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu, who were at a loss, Shenlin, as the initiator, was obviously calmer than the other two. Calmly looking at everything around after confirming that there was no fourth person. Shenlin also started thinking about how to deal with it next. Unlike Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu, who were looking at Shenlin in confusion, Shenlin could clearly see the two's appearance and clothes. One is a 10-year-old boy who is obviously not fully developed and a little immature. One left, she was a woman wearing a long white dress, with a slender body and a veil on her face. Although the veil covered her face, it could not hide her extremely beautiful outline. Her smooth black hair fell down, and her jade hand held a green long sword. Her temperament is cool and elegant, giving people a feeling of being superior and out of reach. Immortal cultivator. Or someone with special abilities. These people are dressed like in ancient times. But it was different from the Chinese clothing that Shenlin knew. And the boy is not obvious yet. There was a special power surrounding that woman in particular. The power is suppressed by the fog. Shen Lin could indeed feel it clearly. Try it. Shen Lin tried to activate his first soul skill, prying eye. Name, Ling Qingzu. Identity, young palace master of Jushan Taking Palace. Realm, peak of the creation realm. Personality, aloof, quiet, and dedicated. Favorability, 0. Strategy difficulty, S. Sexual orientation, not favorable enough. Sexual weakness, not enough favorability. As Shen Lin activated the peering eye soul skill, information labels about women it also appeared above Ling Qingzu's head. Ling Qing Bamboo. 9 Heavens Taking Palace. Wait. Is this the Ling Qingzu I know? The moment I saw Ling Qingzu's message, Shen Lin was no longer calm. Ling Qingzu was the heroine of a fantasy novel he had read, Martial Universe. Finally, she became the grandmother of Wu Jing. Become the master of a great force in the world. Not to mention the world. Even with Ling Qingzu's current realm, the peak of the creation realm, he can beat the peerless Douluo in the Douluo world. He is definitely a top-notch expert, at the peak of the creation realm. In other words, Ling Qingzu has not yet gone to the Nirvana tomb and has not met Lin Dong. Thinking of this, Shen Lin became excited. If he hadn't met Lin Dong, wouldn't that mean he had a chance to snatch the heroine of Martial Universe? But Shen Lin wasn't completely sure either. After all, Ling Qingzu broke through to the Nirvana realm after returning to Jushan Taking Palace after the Nirvana ancient tomb. It is still unclear whether Ling Qingzu has not lost her virginity. I have to find a chance to confirm it. Subsequently, Shen Lin turned his gaze towards the 10-year-old boy standing beside him. Ling Qingzu's identity is so shocking. Who could this young boy be? Could it be Emperor Huang Tian? In Shen Lin's impression, the boy, who was about 10 years old, fits the prototype of Emperor Huang Tian very well. Name, Xiao Yan. Identity, the third young master of the Xiao family in Wudin City. Realm, fighter. Personality, loyal, hardworking, and willing to listen to advice. Xiao Yan Shen Lin. After seeing the message above the boy's head, Shen Lin couldn't hold it anymore. The bad news is not Emperor Huang Tian, the good news is Yan Di. End of this chapter. Chapter 6007, Lord, are you a demon? Chapter 6007, Lord, are you a demon? It is clear Xiao Yan's information is not as rich as Ling Qingzu's. Just a brief introduction. It should be because of homosexuality. So there are no labels like favorability, difficulty of strategy, sexual orientation, and sexual weakness. Shen Lin was not surprised by this. He has no homosexual preferences. Frankly speaking, Shen Lin was somewhat surprised by Xiao Yan's appearance. Is it because of those star maps just now? Shen Lin thought about it. In fact, he wasn't sure what had just happened. Following the system's prompts, I opened the dimensional space. I accidentally pressed a star map again wrong. There are 2 groups. Then, he appeared in such a mysterious and strange place. Shen Lin appeared almost at the same time as Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu. The difference is, Shen Lin was shrouded in mysterious mist and was standing in the middle. The leading position among the 3. Also agreed with Shen Lin, the identity of the leader. Dimensional space is a medium for connecting and contacting other worlds. After thinking about it, Shen Lin came to a conclusion. Those 2 star maps, it represents Ling Qingzu and Xiao Yan himself. Or maybe it represents the profound sky continent and Duqi continent behind them. It is not yet certain. But he can contact people from other worlds through the dimensional space in this place. To know whether it is Duqi continent or Tianxian continent, whether it is the path of practitioners or the power that practitioners can control, the Douluo world cannot compare with it. Contact represents possibility. It is still uncertain whether the dimensional space can allow objects from other worlds to be exchanged. For now, Shen Lin can make use of the dimensional space and the help of Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu. Obtain fighting skills, martial arts, cultivation techniques, and pill recipes from Duqi continent or Tianxian continent. These two worlds randomly revealed some skills and fighting techniques. All of these are enough to bring a huge shock to the Douluo world. Especially the recipe of the Doqi world. It was a world where the research, promotion, and production of elixirs were carried forward to the utmost brilliance. After thinking about this, Shen Lin roughly determined the role he was going to play. The mysterious, supreme, powerful Lord of the Mist, a forbidden figure. At least he could instill such ideas into Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu first. This will be beneficial to Shen Lin's future training of Ling Qingzu. Shen Lin was silent for a moment, then said slowly. An experiment. Experiment. Xiao Yan looked at the mysterious strong man shrouded in mist in astonishment. It feels extremely absurd, weird, shocking, and terrifying. I was just about to go to Xiao Suner's room to investigate her identity. Next moment swallowed by the endless fog coming to such a strange place. This kind of thing was beyond Xiao Yan's cognition. At least in his opinion. The three major families in Mutant City that he was familiar with, the clan leaders who were usually high and mighty, could not do this. Even the mysterious and powerful Yunlin sect masters. I'm afraid no one can do this. Senior, is the experiment over? Can you let us leave here? Ling Qingzu tried to speak. Compared to Xiao Yan's panic and fear, Ling Qingzu was obviously calmer. As the super sect in Dongxian territory, he is the young master of Jushan Taking Palace. Ling Qingzu has both knowledge and experience. None of them could be compared to Xiao Yan, who was still in Mutant City. Although she was a little panicked about what happened to her, she did not panic. At least, Ling Qingzu believed that her master, the palace master of Jushan Taking Palace, could also achieve this if he was willing. A strong person with the wheel mirror can create an independent space. Similar to the foggy space here. Ling Qingzu even thought that his master had already noticed that he was here. Maybe we'll find you soon. Of course, before the master came, facing a mysterious and powerful person whose means were comparable to those of his master, due respect is a must. Of course, if you are sure you want to leave, I can take you back now. Shrouded in fog, Shen Lin looked at Ling Qingzu, nodded and said regarding Shen Lin's words. Ling Qingzu did not answer immediately, but fell into thought. The strength shown by the other party should not be enough to embarrass a junior like me. Strong man, they all respect the promise. Of course, except for the three old dogs of Yuanman, it is not a bad thing for me to have the opportunity to meet a mysterious and powerful person who is comparable to my master. After all, the situation in Jushan Taking Palace is not very good. The Yuan sect has already revealed their ambition to annex the Eastern Xian region, and there is probably no super sect in the Eastern Xian region that is unaware of this. It's only a matter of time before we take action. Maybe you can get some guidance or powerful skills from your predecessors. Or get help from this strong man when fighting against Yuanman in the future. Senior, are you a strong man? Hearing that Shen Lin had no ill intentions, the beautiful woman opposite was not in a hurry to leave. Xiao Yan's nervousness subsided. Looking at Shen Lin, who was wrapped in the mist with some excitement, he asked. At least, he cannot see this strong man in Mutant City, and perhaps he can solve some of his troubles through this strong man. Shen Lin looked at Xiao Yan in astonishment. There was no immediate response. Strong. If I were to admit this, I would seem very uncool. What I mean is that your methods are beyond our understanding. This method is simply unheard of. At least among the people I know, no one can do this. Xiao Yan explained and looked at Ling Qingzu opposite him. After confirming that Ling Qingzu did not refute, Xiao Yan continued, Senior, I want to ask, how should we address you? Ling Qingzu also looked at Shen Lin. Obviously, she was also interested in this issue. You can call me the Lord. Shen Lin thought about it and said in a calm tone, whether it is the Tianxian continent, whether it is the Duqi continent or the Duqi continent, they will eventually become part of the universe. And the cultivation in these two worlds, in the final analysis, the ultimate realm is domination. It's not illegal to brag. Shen Lin could imagine that. In the future, when Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzhu enter the Great Thousand World and cultivate to or have the ability to glimpse the ultimate realm, how rich their expressions are dominate. Ling Qingzhu whispered, her brows furrowed even deeper. She didn't know any master. At least, there is no powerful master of the wheel mirror who is known as the master in the Dongxian territory. The senior may have come from another Xuanyu. Or he could be a mysterious powerful person passing by Dongxian territory. Perhaps Ling Qingzhu thought of something and asked, Senior, do you know the evil demon? Ling Qingzhu originally wanted to ask, are you a demon? But such a direct question is too abrupt and may cause the other party to be disgusted. So I modified the wording. I know what you are worried about, and I also know what your world is experiencing. Demons are just the lowest form of this race. I do not belong to them. End of this chapter. Chapter 7008, Following the Change of Will, Xiao Yan's Troubles Are Solved. Chapter 7008, Following the Change of Will, Xiao Yan's Troubles Are Solved, My World. The lowest being of their race. Repeating Shen Lin's words. Ling Qingzhu looked at Shen Lin nervously. Senior, isn't he from Dongxian territory, or, is he a powerful being from another world? This idea is ridiculous. But this is the most reasonable explanation. Moreover, from the senior's words, he seemed to know a lot about the evil demons, which would help the Tianxian continent deal with the evil demons. These are all things for later. The premise is that you have to make sure that the senior has no ill intentions. The nervous expression flashed away. Ling Qingzhu returned to her previous cold and indifferent expression. The words of this elder still need to be studied. She couldn't tell, so she just watched from the sidelines and waited for the master to come before making a decision. Lord. You mean, you're from another world? Compared to Ling Qingzhu's calmness, Xiao Yan seemed extremely surprised and expectant. In fact, he has a secret that he has always kept hidden, which is that he is also from another world. Shen Lin's words. Xiao Yan felt like he met an old friend in a foreign land. Of course, this senior definitely did not come from Blue Star. As far as he knew, apart from technology, there were no extraordinary or divine people on Blue Star. My lord, I have a question. Xiao Yan hesitated to speak. Tell me about it. Shen Lin asked. The world I live in is called Douqi Continent, and the people here mainly practice Douqi. My cultivation aptitude is very good and I have always been valued by my family. Not long ago, I broke through to the fighter realm, but I don't know why. After that, every time I practiced, the fighting spirit would mysteriously disappear. Even the fighting spirit that originally existed in my body was disappearing. I have tried many methods and asked many elders who have been practicing for a longer time, but I still can't get the exact reason. Xiao Yan looked at Shen Lin anxiously. This lord is a powerful being from another world, possessing mysterious methods, if even the lord cannot solve the problems in his cultivation. He really didn't know who to look for. It mysteriously disappeared. Repeating Xiao Yan's words. A thoughtful look appeared on Shen Lin's face. According to his understanding of the Douqi continent, Xiao Yan had a tragic experience in his childhood. From the cultivation genius of Wudin City become a useless person despised by everyone in the Xiao family. All these reasons the source was the black ring worn on Xiao Yan's finger. The soul sleeping in the ring was absorbing the Douqi in Xiao Yan's body as nutrients. That is also Xiao Yan's golden finger Yao Lao. In fact, Xiao Yan's ability to become the flame emperor of the Douqi continent in the future was definitely due to this experience and Yao Lao, who played a decisive role that cannot be ignored. But Yao Lao is also useful to Shen Lin. It can help Shen Lin practice faster. Shen Lin may not be able to research or refine the pill recipes on the Douqi continent. But Yao Lao can do it. Although doing so would be a loss for Xiao Yan. But as a time traveler, Shen Lin is familiar with the development of the plot of Douqi continent. He can definitely make up for Xiao Yan in other aspects. You are wearing a black ring on your hand. Shenlin said calmly, yes. Xiao Yan's tone was somewhat surprised and stunned. This ring was left to me by my mother. I have worn it since I was a child. But this is a spiritual space, and other than the clothes on the body, other items are not manifested. Master, is there anything special about this ring? Shenlin did not respond. Instead, he looked at Xiao Yan's hand. Sure enough, it is a purely spiritual area. However, as Shenlin's thoughts came to an end, a cloud of mist burst out from Xiao Yan's fingers. When the mist dissipated, an ancient, deep black ring appeared on Xiao Yan's hand. The deep material seems to absorb people's souls. This is my ring. Looking at the black ring that appeared on his hand, Xiao Yan said in surprise and astonishment. He remembered this ring clearly didn't appear just now. Why did it appear now? Is it because of the Lord? Thinking of this, Xiao Yan looked towards Shenlin with more respect and excitement. He felt that the Lord in front of him was even more mysterious and powerful. Appeared. Shenlin was also surprised. He had just been disappointed that the ring hadn't appeared. Next moment the ring appeared. Could it be that the dimensional space can be changed according to one's will? Shenlin wanted to give it a try. Standing like this all the time, to be honest, is a bit tiring. Although he was in the spiritual realm, Shenlin still felt his legs were a little sore. This has to do with Shenlin's strength. At least Ling Qingzu next to him did not have any change in expression from beginning to end. The pinnacle of the realm of creation. Even if Ling Qingzu stood for a month, she wouldn't be tired, right? The environment needs to change. It would be better to have some tables and chairs where people can sit down and talk. The tables and chairs should be taller so that the dimension space does not look so shabby. With the mysterious starry sky as the background, it can highlight the mysterious and powerful atmosphere. As thoughts emerged in Shenlin's mind. For a time, the surrounding fog is uncertain. The ground is shaking. Thick stone pillars rose from the mist. The mist that had covered the ground dissipated, replaced by a dark marble floor. Create an area about the size of a basketball court. On the floor, there appeared an ancient rectangular round table carved with mysterious patterns. On either side of the round table, there were 10 deep, dark, high-backed chairs. The backrest is carved with star patterns of different shapes and yet strange. Like a conference hall, the entire conference hall is supported by towering pillars, and the surrounding background is an endless star map shrouded in mist. The sudden change. Ling Qingzu and Xiao Yan both showed incomprehensible shock and confusion on their faces. The two were passively supported by the high-backed chair. Sitting passively in the high-backed chair closest to the top. The position has not changed. Shenlin, on the other hand, was sitting on a high-backed chair at the top, his whole body also shrouded in the complex and mysterious starry mist. It's unbelievable what happened. Xiao Yan cried out in surprise, looking at the star map under his feet with some trepidation. Chair 1T it fall down. Ling Qingzu was also shocked and nervous as she sat on a high-backed chair. He looked at Shenlin, who was sitting at the top, with some confusion and even fear. Such means and abilities. It was incomprehensible, unimaginable, and beyond her cognition. Don't be nervous, this is also an experiment. Shenlin tapped his fingers on the ancient tabletop, looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Take that ring off and give it a try. Take it down." Xiao Yan took off the black ring on his finger in surprise and trepidation. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's expression changed from trepidation to daze, and finally to ecstasy. He could feel it. His slowly fading fighting spirit disappeared the moment he took off the ring. Xiao Yan tried to absorb the fighting spirit. The mist lingering around the meeting transformed into wisps of pure fighting spirit and poured into Xiao Yan's body. The long-lost feeling of full do-chi made Xiao Yan tremble with excitement. Please collect, recommend, and read. Because it involves the factors of the universe. Here we need to explain clearly, the plot will soon return to Douluo, opening up new experiences and conquests. End of this chapter. Chapter 8009, Ring. Chapter 8009, Ring. Oh my god, how did you do that? My cultivation talent is back. Xiao Yan's trembling and excited voice echoed in the conference hall. Aside, Ling Qingzu's eyes inadvertently swept towards Shen Lin, deep and complex. How did he know that the problem was with the ring? Is it he is also from the Duki continent? This is very simple. Shen Lin still spoke calmly. It gives people the feeling that everything makes sense and everything is under control. Master, are you also from the Duki continent? Xiao Yan asked. Good question. Ling Qingzu, who was standing by, couldn't help but give Xiao Yan a thumbs up. She also wanted to know this question. But she hasn't figured out how to start yet. I am not from the Duki continent, but I have some understanding of the world you live in. Shen Lin said. Somewhat. Xiao Yan repeated Shen Lin's words with even more respect in his eyes. A strong person who can roam and travel outside the world, really. The Lord is just as he thought, mysterious and unpredictable. The other side. Ling Qingzu's pupils shrank, and she tried to adjust her breathing so that she wouldn't look so surprised. Outside the world. He said he knew something about our world. Could it be that he had also been to the profound sky continent? It's really shocking. Wandering outside the world, perhaps only a strong man like Fu Ziyu can do it. According to records, Fu Ziyu came from the outside world. Comparable, or is he a strong man like Fu Ziyu? My lord, I have another request that I would like you to answer. When Ling Qingzu was shocked and felt absurd about Shen Lin's identity and realm, Xiao Yan spoke again, perhaps because he felt his question was a bit tricky. Xiao Yan added, you don't have to answer. After all, this matter is too insignificant for you. Do you know the Xiao family in Mutant City? Recently, a special girl came to the Xiao family. My father said that she was a member of the Xiao family who was left behind, but I don't think so. I saw that my father was very respectful to that girl, just like the way a weak person respects a strong person. This is unbelievable. My father is the patriarch of the Xiao clan, but he actually showed awe and respect to a member of the clan who just returned. This is very abnormal, isn't it? Xiao Yan said with great enthusiasm. Among them, there are also my own views on this matter. Girl. Shen Lin whispered. A flash of realization flashed across his eyes. If he guessed correctly, the girl Xiao Yan was talking about should be Gu Suner, the princess of the most powerful imperial family in the Duki continent. Well, the strongest imperial clan on the surface. Shen Lin felt that his evaluation was not accurate enough and corrected it in a low voice. But even so, it's powerful. Whether in Duki continent, Tianxian continent, or Douluo world. The size of the ancient tribe, they are all at the top of the world. Xiao Yan had some guesses about Gu Suner, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his words. That is, Xiao Yan had not yet used his Do Qi to warm Gu Suner's meridians, and the two of them had not yet developed feelings for each other. I knew that Xiao Yan would not appear for no reason and would definitely bring good luck. All the questions I answer need to be compensated accordingly, including the previous questions. Shen Lin tapped the ancient round table twice and said, Remuneration. Master, what kind of reward do you need? Xiao Yan asked with some trepidation. The Lord probably wouldn't be interested in the reward he could offer. Answer the question first. The girl you are talking about is not a member of your Xiao family who was left behind. Her true identity is so powerful that you and even your entire family cannot touch her. All you can do is not disturb it, not pay attention to it, and pretend nothing happened. Shen Lin said calmly, so powerful that the entire family cannot touch it. I knew that her identity was extraordinary. Xiao Yan agreed. He was just about to ask about the girl's specific identity when he thought of the reward Shen Lin had mentioned before. Or suppress your curiosity. Master, thank you for your help. What is the reward you are talking about? Your ring. Shen Lin said calmly. Ring. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the reward would be his own ring, although the Xiao family couldn't produce anything valuable. But this ring was left to me by my mother. Master, may I ask, what is the difference between this ring and others? Xiao Yan asked hesitantly. Although because of the ring, I was unable to practice. But as a time traveler, Xiao Yan instinctively realized that his ring was not ordinary. Inside your ring, there sleeps a fallen soul. You were unable to practice before and felt your fighting spirit slipping away. That was because of the ghost's influence. To be precise, the reward you paid was not the ring itself, but the ghost inside the ring. Shen Lin corrected. He wasn't lying, there was no point in lying about this. In the ring there is indeed a soul, but it is not the soul of the dead, but the soul of the alchemist. Dang clang! As soon as Shen Lin finished speaking, Xiao Yan placed the ring on the antique round table. It turned out to be a ghost. I thought there was something wrong with my body. Thank you, Lord, for clearing up my confusion. I am willing to give you this ring. Xiao Yan said with some fear in his tone. He originally thought that this ring was different and was an opportunity. I didn't expect that soul rings actually existed. Xiao Yan felt unlucky when he thought about wearing a ring with dead souls on it all day long. Even if this ring was left by my mother. Really? Hearing Shen Lin's words, Ling Qingzu beside him nodded secretly. She knew it. As the Lord, he would not be interested in an ordinary ring. Fallen souls, the identity of that deceased soul should be extraordinary. Only items like this can attract the Lord. Shen Lin moved his fingers slightly. The black ring passed through the misty star map and came into Shen Lin's hands. Medicine Master. Stroking the texture on the ring, Shen Lin whispered. Subconsciously Shen Lin noticed a faint light flashing on the black ring. Are you awake? I'm not awake, but I should be able to sense some things outside. Keep the ring. Shen Lin looked through the misty starry sky and looked at Ling Qingzu beside him. He still had that aloof, no allowed to enter look on his face. Unexpectedly, the label on Ling Qingzu's head turned her favorability from 0 to 1. You're really cool. Shen Lin whispered. He didn't have any better solution for Ling Qingzu. If the other party does not take the initiative to speak, asking would easily destroy one's sense of mystery and make it easy for Ling Qingzu to discover one's purpose. All right. If there are no other questions, let's end this party here. The next gathering will be tentatively scheduled for the afternoon of 7 days from now. I need to understand how your two worlds work, and you can ask me some questions as a reward. I felt the atmosphere was a bit cold. Shen Lin said calmly, finding an excuse for the next gathering. It can also make your identity more mysterious. I will obey your will, my lord. I will obey your will, my lord. Ling Qingzu smiled and nodded, and Xiao Yan also echoed. Subsequently, the fog engulfed the Parliament Hall, and everything returned to calm again. End of this chapter. Chapter 9010, Shueke, The Habits and Weaknesses of the Princess of the Tiandu Empire. Chapter 9010, Shueke, The Habits and Weaknesses of the Princess of the Tiandu Empire. East Palace Study. A fog rolled in and Shen Lin walked out of it. It was getting dark outside. I looked at the time. About 2 hours passed. That is, the flow rate in the dimensional space is the same as in reality. If you encounter danger, you can also choose to enter the dimensional space. Shen Lin whispered. Then, he looked at the black ring in his hand. Shen Lin's mouth corners slightly raised. This ring is probably the biggest gain in this dimension. There is still one. Shen Lin thought of Gu Suner. According to what he said, Xiao Yan should not provoke Gu Suner again. This ancient princess is still young. Find an opportunity to let Xiao Yan bring the princess of the ancient clan to the dimensional space. It should be easier to capture the princess of the ancient clan than to capture Ling Qingzu. When Gu Suner became his slave girl, do you still lack cultivation resources? Where's Jian Rongxiu? Is she still reminiscing in the secret room? I looked around. There was no trace of Jian Rongxiu. Of course, Shen Lin wouldn't be stupid enough to go to the secret room to look for Jian Rongxiu. Put away the ring. Shen Lin walked out of the study. Butler Shen. Why are you in the study? Seeing Shen Lin coming out of the study, the East Palace maid Amy was a little surprised and said, Amy. The head maid who is responsible for taking care of Shui Qinghe. She has long, slightly curly blonde hair, brown eyes, fair skin, and a high nose bridge, which are typical Western features. Just like her name. Amy's figure is very exaggerated, like a woman who is breastfeeding. Shen Lin was very skeptical whether the thin silk cloth could withstand the heavy weight and whether the white rabbit would run out at any time. Every time he met Amy, Shen Lin's eyes would be involuntarily attracted by the white rabbits on Amy's chest. Shen Lin thinks that Shui Qinghe asked Amy to take care of herself. It is very likely because Amy's heavy white breasts made Shui Qinghe feel the glory of motherhood. After all, Qian Rongxue really needs this kind of care. Where should I be? Ms. Amy, if you give me a key to your room, I think I would be very satisfied with your bedroom. Shen Lin smiled and said. It's still a joke. Did you offend the eldest prince? He has just mobilized everyone to look for you. You should go and admit your mistake to him. Maybe we can see you again tomorrow. Amy said with some concern. Admit your mistake? Can this be solved by admitting the mistake? How can I, a time traveler, be frightened by Qian Rongxue? I still have to go to Suiyu Pavilion. Tell the eldest prince that I will not be back tonight. If he is in a hurry, he can go to Suiyu Pavilion to find me. Shen Lin smiled and said. Under Amy's astonished gaze, he walked towards the attic where Princess Shui Ke was. Let the eldest prince go find it himself. I'm afraid the only one who dares to say that is Shen. For a long time. Until Shen Lin disappeared at the end of the corridor, Amy finally came back to her senses from her shock and said in a low voice. But she felt that Shen Lin was likely to suffer. Because the eldest prince's mood today is really bad. Wutan City, Xiao family. Outside Xiao Suner's room. A mist rolled in and Xiao Yan walked out of it. It's amazing. I knew that your identity was not as simple as it seemed. Xiao Yan looked at the closed room in front of him and sighed. Hesitate for a moment. Xiao Yan gave up the idea of coming here and turned around and walked back to his room. Xiao Suner has a strong background. But Xiao Yan's background is not simple either. From a certain perspective, the Lord in the Mist also belongs to Xiao Yan's background. And that mysterious woman. As a time traveler, Xiao Yan inherited Lan Xing's habit of recognizing relatives. A small group of only a few people with special relationships. Aren't they all my mother's family? As Xiao Yan left. Not far from the room, in the dark corridor. An inky shadow gradually condensed, and an old man in a black robe walked out from it. He looked deeply at the direction where Xiao Yan left. He seems to know the lady's identity. That fog is a bit strange, even I can't see through it. The Xiao family is not as peaceful and simple as it seems. Wait until tomorrow and report these things to the young lady. Whispering. The old man's figure merged into the darkness again. Without a trace. It seemed like it never appeared. Jushan taking palace, on the dark green lake. Ripples appeared on the calm lake water and the dark grey mist rolled silently. As the fog cleared, Ling Qingzhu sat again on the lotus leaf where she left. Nothing has changed. It was very quiet, and no one seemed to notice that I had left. As she observed the changes around her, a barely perceptible palpitation flashed across Ling Qingzhu's eyes. Understanding how other worlds work. Thinking about Shen Lin's last words, Ling Qingzhu felt that Shen Lin was more and more mysterious and supreme. Ling Qingzhu stood up and walked towards the main hall of Jushan taking palace on the Green Lotus. She wanted to verify some ideas. Master. In the main hall, there is a figure wearing a Taoist robe and with a veil covering his face, looking aloof from the world. Now that you are here, I have some connection with the Huangfu clan of Wang Chao of Great Yan. Please go there on my behalf. Yes. Ling Qingzhu responded. He left the hall directly. I have no impulse to talk about the things in the foggy space. The fact was clear that her master did not notice that she had just left. In other words, the Lord's strength has far surpassed that of the master. Understand how the world works. Could it be that this is the reason why the Lord pulled me into the foggy space, but why me? If you want to understand how this world works, there are many powerful people who are more suitable than me. I can only ask you when we meet next time. Ling Qingzue felt a little regretful. She felt that she shouldn't have been so aloof before and should have been more proactive. But I am also very glad that I have not done anything to offend the other party before. Snow Moon Pavilion. Hey, Manager Shen, why are you here? Does my brother have something to talk to me about? Shueke was playing with tarot cards in her room out of boredom. Seeing Shen Lin coming in, Shueke asked with some surprise, I'm sorry for the sudden visit. I came to see you not because of the eldest prince, but because of something else. Shen Lin said. Other things. Shueke lowered her head subconsciously, not daring to look at Shen Lin. You told the eldest prince this afternoon. Butler Shen, I'm really sorry. I didn't know this matter would cause you trouble. If necessary, I can go explain it to my brother. Shen Lin hadn't finished speaking yet. Shueke interrupted directly, her tone sounding quite self-blaming. Princess Shueke seems to have a very good relationship with the original owner. Shen Lin thought in his heart. Judging from Shueke's tone, it seemed that she had heard that Shueking had been looking for her all over the palace in the afternoon. Let me see. Subconsciously, Shen Lin activated the Eye of Observation. Shen Lin tried to activate his first soul skill, Prying Eye. Name, Shueke. Identity, Princess of the Tiandu Empire. Personality, aloof, quiet, and dedicated. Favorability, 32. Strategy difficulty, F+. Personality traits, sympathize with the weak, easily attracted to the strong. Please collect, read, and recommend. Don't wait until the book is ready. Recommend it now. If you raise books, you will die. Please add more collections, there are too few, it will be useless. I can't even get recommended 55555. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, New Strategy Mission, Shueke. Chapter 10, New Strategy Mission, Shueke. Fetishes, suffocation, insults, exposure, etc. Weak points, throat, armpits, ears, buttocks, etc. The moment I saw Shueke's message, Shen Lin was stunned for a moment. 32 Favorability. Isn't this level of favorability a bit excessive? To know. Even after completing the task, Qian Rongxiu's favorability level was only 22. Shueke is 32 now. Does she like me? No. As soon as this idea came to mind, it was rejected by Shen Lin. He noticed Shueke's character description. Those who sympathize with the weak are easily attracted to the strong. Attracted to the strong. This one obviously doesn't suit me. Although the favorite person in front of Shueking is Shen, the steward of the East Palace. But for Shueke this person is not a strong person at all. In terms of status, he is far inferior to Shueke. I didn't awaken any powerful martial spirit. Naturally, he is not a strong person. Not the latter. That is the former. Pity me. Shen Lin guessed most likely, it's because of what happened today. After Shueke talked to Qian Rongxiu started to make trouble for her. Although Qian Rongxiu was looking for her in the East Palace like crazy in the afternoon, this matter had nothing to do with Shueke. But Shueke didn't know what happened in the secret room. So, Shueke thought it was because of her conversation with Qian Rongxiu. This caused Qian Rongxiu to feel that she had not done her job well enough, thus taking the anger out on oneself. Then pity yourself. I was actually pitied by a passerby like Shueke. It's terrible. Shen Lin whispered silently. But what really surprised Shen Lin were Shueke's last two messages. Habits, weaknesses. It's wonderful. She looks like a typical good girl on weekdays, but I didn't expect she has such a rich hobby. Is this a common problem among princesses? Shen Lin thought of Princess Janning from The Deer in the Cauldron. Honestly, Shui Kei's habits are really similar to Princess Janning's. Tend to be abnormal. I'm really sorry. If you need me to do anything, just tell me. I'm willing to help you as long as I can make it up to you. Seeing Shen Lin standing there indifferently, there was no response. Shui Kei repeated it, her voice much louder than before. Ding, mission released. Strategy mission. Please train Shui Kei to be the host's maid and slave. Mission completion rate 0%. Task reward: after completing the task, you will receive a special reward. Strategy mission. Sure enough, it's still here. Seeing the task prompt that suddenly popped up, Shen Lin's mouth corners slightly raised. He doesn't care about special rewards or anything like that. He was simply interested in completing the task. Are you worried about me? Shen Lin looked at Shui Kei with interest. What? What? I just... Shui Kei was speechless and looked at Shen Lin nervously, not knowing how to explain. You're so nervous, it seems I guessed right. Shen Lin continued. It's because of me that my brother took his anger out on you. I thought that the Emperor asked Uncle Swexing to investigate the matter because of a discussion between my brother and the Emperor. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Shui Kei said with some self-blame. Really? Shui Kei told Jian Rongxiu about this. If it was before, Shen Lin will definitely complain to Shui Kei and ask her for some compensation for mental damage. Right now, this matter is already insignificant. Are you worried about me because Shui King he is angry? If that's the case, you can rest assured. Shui King he won't dare to do anything to me. Shen Lin explained calm. That's right. Shui Kei let out a long sigh, and the tension in her heart dissipated a little. Suddenly, Shui Kei looked at Shen Lin curiously. If it's not because of this, then why did you come to Suiyu Pavilion to see me so late? Is there something else? Let's verify something. Shen Lin said in a profound tone, verify. Shui Kei looked at Shen Lin curiously. This is not the place to talk, let's go somewhere else. Saying. Shen Lin walked towards the outside of Suiyu Pavilion. Looking at Shui Kei, who was still in a daze, he said impatiently, what are you hesitating about? Although I forgive you, it doesn't mean that you don't need compensation. Okay, I get it now. Shui Kei bit her teeth and nodded, then followed. The other side, East Palace, bedroom. What? You said Shen Lin was in Suiyu Pavilion. What was he doing there? After hearing the maid tell Shen Lin's whereabouts, Shui King he sat up directly from the bed and questioned. This? I don't know either. I met Manager Shen outside the study. Your Highness, do you need me to call Manager Shen back? Amy said nervously. No need. Just back off. After thinking for a moment, Shui King he waved his hand and said, yes. Amy walked out of the bedroom with a surprised look on her face. Really? In the entire Eastern Palace, I'm afraid that Shen is the only one who dares to disobey His Highness's decision like this. By the way, Your Highness is too nice to Steward Shen. Amy sighed. I heard that Steward Shen grew up with His Highness. Next time you meet Manager Shen, you have to be more respectful. In the room, Shui King he didn't know what Amy was thinking. Instead, he began to think about Shen Lin's intention of going to Suiyu Pavilion. Going to Suiyu Pavilion late at night, could he be going to report that I had killed the two princes of Tiandu? Impossible. Shen Lin was the executor of this matter. If he reported it, Shen Lin's fate would be even worse than his own. After all, with the spirit hall behind him, he could reveal his identity when necessary, and Emperor Shuya would not be able to do anything to him. He would only vent his anger on Shen Lin. If it wasn't about this, then why did he go to Suiyu Pavilion? He wouldn't. Are you going to expose your identity as the Highness of the Spirit Hall? If it is my identity, You should go to find Emperor Shui yet, why go to find Shui Ke? Shenlin is using this to threaten me. Suddenly, Shui King he thought of something and said indifferently Shenlin should have written his identity on an envelope and kept it somewhere, or given it to someone. Make a promise with Shui Ke whenever anything unexpected happens to him, the envelope will appear in Shui Ke's hands. This also reasonably explains why Shenlin went to find Shui Ke instead of Emperor Shui Yat. Only the pure Shui Ke, only then will he agree and be willing to make an agreement with Shenlin about something. Do you want to make me afraid and not dare to attack you? Shui King He's tone became increasingly cold. Subsequently, he got up, changed into night clothes, and left the palace. Walking towards Suiyu Pavilion in the darkness. He was not afraid of Shenlin's threats. Being able to exist as the eldest prince of the Tiandu Empire for so many years, Shui King He's methods and background are far more complete than Shenlin imagined. That bastard, he actually dared to do that to me in the afternoon. This is simply a case of rebellion and betrayal. Even if the infiltration plan fails, Shui King He will never let him go. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Mission Accomplished. Chapter 11, Mission Accomplished, Tiandu Palace. On the city wall, there is a hidden beacon. Shenlin and Shui Ke took advantage of the night and came to the bluestone corridor next to the beacon smoke. Shenlin, where is this place? Feeling the sharp cold wind and the quiet and deserted environment around her, Shui Ke said nervously. Rest assured. It's still in Tiandu Palace. Normally no one else comes here, so it's very convenient for me to verify some things. Shenlin smiled and said. This was the place Shenlin discovered by chance before. You can overlook the entire Tiandu Imperial Palace, and even the patrolling Imperial guards rarely come here. It is a very hidden and exposed place. Because of the loneliness that permeates one's identity, he often comes here to watch the stars. Over time, this place also became Shenlin's secret base. What do you want to verify? Shui Ke asked in a low voice. Shenlin stopped, turned around and looked at Shui Ke, pointing at a beacon bunker built with bluestone not far away that had been abandoned for a long time. The voice said indifferently, go in. All right. Shui Ke wanted to refuse. But for some reason, when she saw Shenlin's indifferent expression, she lost the courage to refuse. Obediently entered the bunker. There are bluestone observation ports around the bunker. The dim starlight makes it easy to identify the general direction. The howling cold wind. Shui Ke subconsciously pulled the sleeves of her silk pajamas closer. You look nervous. Shenlin suddenly spoke, causing Shui Ke to tremble all over. I turned around subconsciously and looked. I don't know when Shenlin has stood behind me. Sensing Shenlin's aggressive gaze, Shui Ke subconsciously avoided looking at Shenlin. He whispered, this is my first time in a place like this. How did you find this place? This is my secret base. Shenlin smiled and said, you are the first girl I brought here. First. Shui Ke was stunned for a moment. She didn't know what Shenlin meant by saying this. Panic echoed, it's an honor, the verification you mentioned is. You look anxious. Shenlin smiled evilly. Reaching out and pinching Shui Ke's chin. Next moment, under Shui Ke's shocked gaze, Shenlin started to bite it. Aha! Shenlin, wait a minute. No, we can't do this. Shui Ke refused nervously. Didn't you say you would compensate me? Don't you want to compensate me? Shenlin asked with a smile, without stopping what he was doing while speaking. That's not the compensation I'm talking about. Shui Ke's eyes were blurred and her tone was confused and trembling. I don't like people rejecting me. Shenlin stopped what he was doing and looked down at Shui Ke. Are you sure you want to refuse? Even if I suffer undeserved punishment and inexplicable trouble because of you, will you not consider compensating me? No. I did not mean that. I mean, our father and brother won't agree with us doing this. The consort of the Tiandu royal family should first be recognized by the royal family. Shui Ke turned her head away, not daring to look at Shen Lin. What? The consort of the Tiandu Imperial family? Shen Lin was stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled and said, "You misunderstood. I never wanted to be a consort of the Tiandu royal family. I don't want to have any relationship with you. You are just my toy. Including your brother, they are all my special toys." Saying. Push Shueke directly to the wall. Put Shueke's upper body into the observation hole made of blue stone. Fingers press the seam stream. Trust me, you will soon adapt to your new identity. Stop it. Shen Lin, don't do this, stop first. Shueke said with a trembling voice, "Are you sure you want to stop?" Shen Lin asked. "This is my first time." "So what? How can you say that so easily? I don't want to be your toy. If I must make up for it, I want to be your wife." Wife? Shen Lin showed a hint of indifference. "You think too much. A toy should have the awareness of a toy." Saying. Shen Lin raised his hand and slapped Shueke's raised body hard. Snapped. 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 "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Please don't do this to me." Shueke begged for mercy with a trembling voice. "As long as you are obedient, I will be good and gentle to you." Shen Lin whispered, "Not here. Lian Shueke is not here. Where will they go?" "Outside Suiyu Pavilion." Shueking He, wrapped in a black robe, walked out of Suiyu Pavilion with a cold expression. Looking at the huge, majestic, and inky black Tiandu Imperial family. The catalog thought, "Forget it. Let's wait until tomorrow when Shen Lin goes back to settle the score with him." Shueking He let out a long sigh, and his figure under the black robe gradually disappeared into the night. On the city wall 2 muffled footsteps approached from afar. "It's so cold in this damn weather. I need to smoke a cigarette to warm myself up. Normally, no one comes to this place." "Who said it wasn't? Speaking of which, I encountered a strange thing today. 2 Imperial guards came to the outside of the bluestone fortress. Each of them lit a cigarette. Leaning on the bluestone of the corridor, chatting idly. Strange things. I was patrolling the laundry today and heard a woman's voice. Aren't all the laundry shops women? What's so strange about this? It's different. It's the sound of a woman doing something, like it's coming from underground. The sound of work, hee. You are lucky. I heard that the women in the laundry shop might have a good match, and you must have met one. What is a pair of sashimi? Can you tell me more about it? Someone is coming." In the fortress, listening to the conversation outside, Shueke's confused expression instantly calmed down. She acted shyly and trembled as she spoke. "Isn't that what you were expecting?" Shen Lin sneered. He did not stop his actions. He remembered one of Shueke's hobbies is exposure. Etc. Will be discovered. Don't do it. What? Suddenly. Her body instantly straightened. A high, trembling voice echoed through the fortress. Shueke slumped down on the bluestone floor of the fortress. Ding, mission accomplished. Reward, Shueke's favorability towards the host is greatly improved. Get reward, spiritual realm communication. Get reward, the pressure of the color wheel eye. Get reward, soul power increased. Did you hear any noise just now? On the corridor, the Imperial guard who was smoking suddenly froze for a moment, looked at his companion and asked, "I heard it, it seemed to come from over there. There shouldn't be anyone inside." The companion hesitated to speak. They both stamped out their cigarettes at the same time. He walked lightly towards the Fenjian fortress where Shen Lin and Shueke were. End of this chapter. Chapter 12013, Pleasantly Tired. Chapter 12013, Pleasantly Tired. Is anyone there? Who's here? We are the third guard of the Tiandu Imperial family. We found you. You'd better come out on your own. If we find you, the nature of the matter will change. Tiandu law will never allow any unrelated person to break into the Tiandu royal family late at night. On the blue stone floor the muffled footsteps were getting closer. The low and high voices echoed on the beacon walls. We've searched everywhere outside, but found nothing. A guard whispered. Inside, the guard beside him said, pointing to the bluestone fortress not far away. Go in and take a look. Be careful, I'm behind you. The two walked one in front and one behind towards the bluestone fortress, which was less than 2 meters wide and 1 person wide. The crisp footsteps were very harsh in the dark and silent night. They are coming in. If we are discovered, Father will be angry. Shuekei's voice trembled. She grabbed the clothes scattered on the floor in her hands, and she didn't even have time to put them on. Under the dark night, only the sound of rapid breathing and crisp footsteps became heavier. Damn the guards! The third guard, Hui! Don't let me know who your captain is, you lazy bastards! If you dare to come in, you'll be dead. Shenlin whispered silently. He really didn't expect that the fortress walls, which normally didn't even have rats. Why are there Imperial guards patrolling here tonight? The key is Shenlin had no way to deal with it. No martial spirit, no weapons. Even Yao Lao's soul is still asleep. Open the dimensional space. No. Why? As soon as this idea came up, it was rejected by Shenlin. He hasn't tried it yet. You don't have to bring other people into the dimension. After all, before, whether it was Xiaoyan or Ling Qingzu, it was because they accidentally activated the star map suspended in the dimensional space. If I can't bring Shuekei into the dimensional space, Shuekei would be exposed to the 2 Imperial guards. Shenlin didn't care about Shuekei, but he didn't share his hobby with others. I can only use time standstill. Shenlin muttered. Although this is very unsightly. But this is the best solution for now. Tread. Just as Shenlin was thinking, a pair of iron shoes made of fine iron, belonging to the standard of the Tiandu Imperial Guards, appeared in Shenlin's sight. Shenlin could only see half of the foot. The other party did not come in completely, but stood at the door and looked inside. Nothing at all. Why would someone come to the beacon fortress on the city wall so late at night? Did we hear it wrongly? The guard standing at the door whispered, You didn't hear it wrong, take a closer look. The Imperial guards behind him urged. All right. The guard standing at the door said. He took a step forward, and half of his body appeared in the sight of Shenlin and Shuekei. Grass. Very good, very dedicated Imperial guard. I will use the spear in your hand to pierce your head with my own hands. I swear. Shenlin cursed inwardly. Just when Shenlin was about to activate his ability to stop time, a voice sounded from outside. Hey, you two, what are you doing there? Come back and prepare for the shift change. Okay, Captain Weiss. Hearing this, the Imperial guards, who had just stepped halfway into the fortress, turned around and left the beacon smoke fortress. Call. It was so thrilling. We were almost discovered. Listening to the footsteps gradually receding, Shuekei let out a long sigh, her words filled with palpitations and fear. It doesn't matter even if they are discovered. I will make them shut up forever. Shenlin said in an evil tone. Captain Weiss, you are such a competent captain. Shenlin was grateful in his heart. Shut up forever. They are just ordinary people and have done nothing wrong. Wouldn't it be too cruel to shut them up forever? Thinking about Shenlin's words, Shuekei said softly, she is simple, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know anything. As a princess of the Tiandu royal family, she had heard more than once from her father and brother that they would disappear forever. I also know the meaning of this sentence. You're worried about them. By the way, when they showed up just now, you seemed even crazier than before. My hands are still wet now. Shenlin shook his fingers with crystal water droplets on them and said with a smile. I was too nervous. Shuekei lowered her head and did not dare to look at Shenlin. All right. Have you thought about it? Are you willing to be mine? Shen Lin looked at Shueke with a wicked smile. Hearing this, Shueke's face became even more rosy, like the sunset glow in the sky. More like ripe cherries. Full of sweet and tempting scent. As long as you agree, I can continue to do the next thing with you. You seem eager. I guarantee that if you go back like this, you will have sleepless nights tonight. Shen Lin smiled and said. I am willing. Please continue what you were doing. Shueke closed her eyes and said in a trembling voice she didn't know how to refuse. Her body already belonged to Shen Lin, and there was no way back. And she felt that the current Shen Lin was full of wild charm and was the person she liked. Haha, Shen Lin chuckled. Sure enough, compared to Jian Rongxiu, Shueke is much easier. No. Shen Lin refused and did not meet Shueke's request. No. Shueke opened her eyes and looked at Shen Lin in surprise and confusion. Why, I have already agreed. Why not? Shouldn't you show your affection to me first? While talking, Shen Lin walked in front of Shueke. Open. Shen Lin whispered. Shueke looked at Shen Lin in confusion. I want you to open up. Shen Lin said indifferently. The next day. Snow Moon Pavilion. The early morning sunlight shines through the crimson curtains, shrouding the room in crimson. Wow! After waking up, Shen Lin stretched subconsciously. Beside Shueke, with her snow-white skin, was still sleeping. Looking at the messy bed sheets mixed with the quilt, Shen Lin pinched his tired brows. Last night. Shueke is at the Beacon Fortress. Go back to the room. We even discussed together until dawn. Speaking of which, Shueke's subsequent performance really surprised Shen Lin. It also made Shen Lin experience unprecedented happiness. If she continues to sleep, Jian Rongxiu will probably go crazy. Shen Lin shook his head helplessly. After seeing the daily tasks released by the system. 30 push UPS, 30 sit UPS, and 30 squats as usual last night. The fatigue dissipated. Shen Lin put on his clothes, got out of bed, and walked out the door refreshed. In my sleep. He heard more than once the voice of headmaid Amy coming to ask him to go back. According to Jian Rongxiu's personality from last night till now. The fact that Jian Rongxiu had held out until now and hadn't come knocking on his door was beyond Shen Lin's expectations. His purpose was to make Jian Rongxiu fearful. I don't really want to go against Jian Rongxiu. Regarding Jian Rongxiu, Shen Lin still has a strategy mission to complete. End of this chapter. Chapter 13-014, Rongxiu stayed up all night because of me? Chapter 13-014, Jian Rongxiu stayed up all night because of me. Manager Shen, you finally came out. Come back with me. Your Highness did not sleep last night, and today he sent people to urge me several times. If you have any opinions about Your Highness, you can directly raise them with Your Highness. There is no need to come to Suiyu Pavilion to spend the night, right? Manager Shen, let me be fair. Your Highness treats you well, and I really envy you. Seeing Shen Lin coming out of Suiyu Pavilion, Amy came up quickly and persuaded excitedly envy haha. Hearing Amy's words, Shen Lin showed a sneer. So good. The good ones all want to kill me. If you are envious, I will give it to you. Let Jian Rongxiu go crazy once and see if you are still envious. If Jian Rongxiu was really nice to him, could he come to Suiyu Pavilion to spend the night? Ignoring Amy, Shen Lin walked directly along the corridor in another direction. Manager Shen, the East Palace is over here, where are you going? Amy called from behind. Go to eat. Shen Lin waved his hand and said. Amy. Not His Highness has been waiting for you in the East Palace all night, and you told me you were going to have dinner. Which one of you two is His Highness? Imperial room. At Amy's urging, the chefs of the Tiandu royal family quickly prepared a fast lunch for Shen Lin. Bread, jam, mashed potatoes, and vegetable soup. What is this? Looking at the food being served, Shen Lin's mouth twitched unabashedly. Although Douluo continent is a fantasy, but the Douluo world is indeed set in the West. In the 1970s, when food was already monotonous in the West, there is such food. It's already very good. To know even the nobles of the Tiandu royal family only eat bread, potatoes, and butter. The only food for the common people was dry, flat and nutritionless black bread. Gambit is definitely a luxury in this era. Butler Shen, please eat quickly. His Highness is still waiting for us. Seeing Shen Lin not moving his chopsticks, Amy urged again. His Highness dotes on Shen. But I don't love her. It's okay if Shen Lin goes late, but as the person who invited Shen Lin, she will definitely become the target of His Highness' emotional venting. That is to say, a punching bag. I want milk, Shen Lin said. He remembered that the Tiandu royal family always had milk in their breakfast. Manager Shen, the milk supply to the Tiandu Imperial family is only available in the morning and evening. The cows raised in the royal ranch haven't produced milk yet. You'd better make do with it. Amy explained. Don't have. Shen Lin looked at Amy, his eyelids slightly raised. He picked up the cup next to him and placed it in front of Amy. Just because the cow doesn't have milk doesn't mean you don't have any. Amy. Looking down, Amy was stunned. Her cheeks instantly blushed. Manager Shen, please stop joking with me. I am unmarried and have no children. How can I have? It's useless to say whether you have said it or not. Some milk is like water in a sponge. You have to squeeze it to know whether it is good or not. Shen Lin said calmly. Also, I'm not kidding you. If you can't drink milk, just go back to the East Palace by yourself. This. Amy stood there blankly. Okay, Manager Shen, please wait a moment. I will go right away. Amy picked up the cup and was about to leave. Suddenly Shen Lin called me. Where are you going? Right here. I'm going to make sure you don't use all that leftover milk from this morning on me. Shen Lin emphasized. All right. Amy took a deep breath and said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. She had no choice. His Highness asked her to come to Suiyu Pavilion to ask someone to go back. If she fails to do so, her fate can be imagined. But His Highness is very fond of Shen Zongguan. She can't afford to offend. It was obviously Chief Steward Shen who offended His Highness, but I am the only one who has to suffer. After all. Amy undressed skillfully. Seeing this, Shen Lin picked up the bread, spread some jam and mashed potatoes on it, and started eating it bite by bite. From yesterday till now. He's really hungry. Not to mention the chef of Tiandu royal family is quite skilled in making bread mixed with jam and mashed potatoes. Take a bite. The mouth exudes the fragrance of fresh fruit and the mellow taste of potatoes. Suddenly, Shen Lin's mouth watered and he started to eat with relish. After dinner, let's go, don't keep His Highness waiting anxiously. Amy endured it. Following Shen Lin, he walked towards the East Palace. Your Highness, Manager Shen is back. East Palace, study. Amy shouted towards the inner room with a respectful tone. It's still a familiar room. Before Shen Lin had time to sit down and rest, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the compartment inside the study. Subsequently, Shen Lin saw Xue Qinghe walking towards him angrily. Snapped. Xue Qinghe stretched out his palm and slapped it towards Shen Lin's face. But she didn't succeed. Shen Lin raised his hand to block Xue Qinghe's attack. Humph! Xue Qinghe snorted coldly, shook off Shen Lin's grasp on his wrist, and said in a cold tone, You still know how to come back. Shen Lin? This is what I said. Why does it sound so strange? Didn't you let me come back? Maid Amy said that His Highness did not sleep all night because of me. I am worried that His Highness may have damaged his health. Shen Lin whispered. Who kept Shen Lin awake all night because of you? You are talking nonsense. Do you believe that I will have someone kill you now? Xue Qinghe said in a cold tone. Maid Amy told me this not long ago, right? Maid Amy. Shen Lin looked at Amy and asked. Are you slandering me for not getting any sleep last night because of this bastard? He also looked at Amy and asked Amy. Not what did I do? You two are having a conflict, why are you targeting me again? Manager Shen, why do you say anything out loud? Can you say such things in front of His Highness? Your Highness. It is my fault for not thinking things through. Please punish me, Your Highness. Amy knelt directly in front of He and said in a trembling voice, See, I didn't lie, it was Amy. You shut up. As soon as Shen Lin opened his mouth, he was scolded by He. Subsequently, He took a deep breath, waved at Amy and said, Back off. Yes. Amy felt relieved and walked out of the study. No one can come in without my order. He added. Yes, I will guard the door myself and will not let anyone disturb Your Highness. Box. Before leaving, Amy closed the door of the study. He looked at Shen Lin carefully. He turned and walked towards the inner compartment. Follow me. Past go for what? Could it be that she still wants to kill me? Are we going to the secret room? Shen Lin asked subconsciously. Here the secret room. He was stunned for a moment, then turned around and said angrily. If you say the word secret chamber, I will kill you right now. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why are you so angry? Anger is harmful to health. No, it is easy to cause menstrual disorders. End of this chapter. Chapter 14-0-15, could it be that Shen Lin is really a god? Chapter 14-0-15, could it be that Shen Lin is really a god? What on earth did you do to me yesterday? Recruit me from the truth. Inner room of study. Qianrongxiu stared at Shen Lin with sharp eyes. What did you do? Shen Lin was stunned for a moment. Did she forget what happened yesterday? Wrong. Shen Lin specifically looked at the system's introduction to time stillness. Although the body is still, the perception and feeling of the outside world still exist. He clearly remembered Qianrongxiu had a very rich expression yesterday and didn't look like she had no memory at all. Or she asked this on purpose, or maybe Qianrongxiu was missing what happened yesterday. Don't you know what happened yesterday? Or you need me to help you respond to what happened yesterday again? Shen Lin looked at Qianrongxiu, who was disguised as He, with an evil look. He added, the prerequisite is that you have to turn into a woman. It's hard for me to eat you like this. You bastard. Qianrongxiu gritted her teeth and just raised her hand. The whole person just froze in place. The raised wrist was mechanically frozen in the air. Qianrongxiu felt an indescribable pressure and aura from Shen Linear. That momentum was very strange, completely different from the titled Douluo she had met. Mysterious, depressing, as if being watched by a demon. The palpitations grew silently from the heart and spread throughout the body. There is a feeling of being piqued at all over the body. Feeling the mysterious and oppressive atmosphere, Qianrongxiu calmed down and slowly lowered her raised wrist. I mean, what did you do to me yesterday? Why can't I control my body? Listening to Qianrongxiu's gentle tone, Shen Lin did not answer immediately, but looking at each other with scrutiny. Is she scared? Just now, Shen Lin did not use time stop, but instead activated the new ability he acquired yesterday as a test. The pressure of the chakra eye. Effect: the pressure of the chakram eye has a mysterious aura and can change the host's temperament. After using the chakram eye to pressure, in the eyes of the opposite sex, the host is a mysterious, supreme, taboo, and dominant existence, and they cannot refuse the host's orders. Note: the effect of the color wheel eye's coercion will continue to weaken as the strength of the opposite sex grows. For the opposite sex who is weaker than the host, they will not be able to refuse the host's orders. At this time, he acquired new skills. All in all, this skill can change Shen Lin's temperament in the eyes of the opposite sex. Make it mysterious, supreme, and powerful, and it will instinctively obey Shen Lin's orders in its heart. Because this skill has a realm defect when used on the opposite sex who is stronger than you, the effect is not obvious. although Jianrongxiu has not yet become a god. But now he is truly at the Soul King level. Much stronger than Shen Linear. To be honest, Shen Lin was not sure whether this skill would work on Jianrongxiu. It seems that the effect of this skill is quite good now. You'll know what I did if you sense it. While talking, Shen Lin walked towards Jianrongxiu. What are you going to do? Feeling Shen Lin approaching, Jianrongxiu instinctively retreated backwards. Until I leaned against the desk, there was no room for retreat. Jianrongxiu raised her hand to stop Shen Lin from moving forward, gritting her teeth and threatening, "Asshole, are you looking for death?" Snapped. Shen Lin grabbed Jianrongxiu's wrist and pressed it directly on the desk behind him. "Didn't you ask me to come in?" Shen Lin looked at Jianrongxiu with an evil look. "You asked me to come in, so you should know what's going to happen. Isn't this what you want? Isn't it? You." Listening to Shen Lin's warm breath and those meaningful words, Jianrongxiu was in a panic. She calmed herself down and whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? Let me go right now, you know who I am." "I won't let go." Shen Lin smiled and said, "I said that the angel spirit can't save you, and your identity as the Highness of the Spirit Hall can't save you either. Asshole. We are not in the secret room now, but in the East Palace. As long as I give the order, countless Imperial guards will rush in and chop you into pulp." Jianrongxiu suppressed the fear in her heart and said, "You can try. See if you can give orders." Shen Lin smiled and said. He seemed not worried at all about Jianrongxiu's threat. This is exactly the case. Whether it's the secret room or the East Palace, no matter where she is, Jianrongxiu has no chance of winning. Even if Shen Lin is still a soul master with no offensive means. How come? After hearing Shen Lin's words, Jianrongxiu's eyes showed a trace of confusion. The Shen Lin in front of her looked very unfamiliar to her. Prior to, Shen Lin was as obedient as a dog she raised. No matter what she said, Shen Lin would do it, even if it meant poisoning the prince of the Tiandu Empire. But now Shen Lin gave her a very strange feeling. Like a cold and poisonous snake, it could eat her at any time. It seems like I never understood him. Is this a bluff? Even if he was a titled Douluo, he would not dare to face the entire empire directly. Not to mention still in the Tiandu royal family. Do you think I don't dare? Jianrongxiu asked back. Somebody come. Seeing that Shen Lin was still looking at her with an aggressive gaze, Jianrongxiu shouted. However, she opened her mouth, but no sound came out of her throat. My body is out of control again. It was the feeling of yesterday. What the hell did he do to me? Thinking about what happened yesterday, Jianrongxiu couldn't help but show a hint of fear on her face. Afraid? Shen Lin pinched Jianrongxiu's chin and said jokingly. I never thought that His Highness the Spirit Hall, the Grand Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, would also be afraid sometimes. Really? Just be obedient and everything will be fine. Why do you even try to resist? While talking, Shen Lin walked up to Jianrongxiu. The two of them were almost touching each other. Jianrongxiu could even feel the temperature of Shen Lin's body. His expression became increasingly panicked. As His Majesty of the Spirit Hall, you should know what the ability to stop time means. Even your grandfather, the inheritor of the angel god of the Spirit Hall, the Judgment Elder Qian Daoliu, couldn't do it. I am God. Shen Lin whispered. Shinmei, how is this possible? He clearly didn't even want a martial soul. How could it be a god? Although I strongly resisted. But Shen Lin's words still made Jianrongxiu fall into deep self-doubt. As far as he knows the soul skill that makes everything stand still. Only the two titled Douluo with the highest authority in the Spirit Hall, only the soul fusion skill bipolar stillness field performed by Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo together can have this effect. But that is something that only two titled Douluo can do after practicing. And performing a martial soul fusion technique would consume a lot of energy, even for a titled Douluo, and the body would become exhausted and unable to continue fighting. What about Shen Lin? Quiet time is as simple as eating or drinking. She has experienced this twice since yesterday. Shouldn't heights really a god? End of this chapter. Chapter 15-016, Great Soul Master. The second soul skill is to cover up 1 and number 039, s faults. Chapter 15-016, Great Spirit Master. The second spirit skill is to cover up one's ears and steal the bell. Sensing the change in Qian Rongxiu's expression, Shen Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. He could probably guess. What is Qian Rongxiu thinking at this moment? After all, the ability to stop time in this mysterious Douluo continent, it is hard to accept. The more difficult it is to accept, the greater the impact of time standing still on Qian Rongxiu. Let me see your information. Shen Lin activated the Eye of Observation. Qian Rongxiu. Identity, His Highness of the Spirit Hall. Martial Soul, Angel Martial Soul. Age, 19. Realm, Level 58 Battle Soul King. Personality, forbearing, decisive, cold, and passionate. Favorability, 26. Strategy difficulty, E. Personality traits, self-centered, arrogant. Subconscious personality, used to passively endure, advocates training, and desires to be bullied. Character weaknesses, longing for care, longing to be loved, longing to find a shoulder to lean on. I'm arrogant. It really fits your personality. Seeing Qian Rongxiu's personality introduction, Shen Lin whispered in his heart. The favorability has also increased a bit compared to yesterday. Because of... Was it my tough action just now? Shen Lin pondered, and looked at Qian Rongxiu's cherry-like tempting cheeks again with deep eyes. Passive endurance advocate training. Longing to be bullied. Qian Rongxiu's subconscious demands are really rich. Have to say. The reason why Qian Rongxiu has such a special psychological subconsciousness. It may be related to the living environment she grew up in. He is obviously the prince of the spirit hall, a favored child of heaven who is the focus of everyone's attention. Just born, the mother killed the father. When he was young, he had to face Bibi Dong's cold eyes and cold violence. In Bibi Dong's eyes, Qian Rongxiu's existence is a mistake. Bibi Dong has always wanted to correct this mistake. Therefore, no matter how hard Qian Rongxiu tried in her childhood, in Bibi Dong's eyes, she was not even as good as an ordinary member of the spirit hall. The distortion and paranoia of the family environment this created Qian Rongxiu's somewhat twisted subconscious mind. And character weaknesses. Longing for care, longing to be loved, longing to find a shoulder to lean on. He came to Tiandu Empire in his childhood to hide his identity. Poisoned two princes of the Tiandu Empire. To outsiders, Qian Rongxiu is the epitome of indifference and cold-bloodedness. But she is also a girl under 20 years old. He should have been in the spirit hall, being the center of attention and love, or enjoying a wonderful campus life like other students of his age. But Qian Rongxiu did choose the most difficult path. At a young age. To survive, you have to wander around the royal family of a hostile empire. Struggling between life and death. Even though Qian Rongxiu gave everything and endured what was beyond her age, the result was still not perfect. Even if I become the god of angels, still can't change anything. Failure runs through the whole story, which is the best summary and description of Qian Rongxiu. Good luck never seems to favor her. As my thoughts flow, the time-stopping effect disappears. Shen Lin loosened his tightly clasped wrists. He didn't feel that he had just wasted the time when time stood still. He has found Qian Rongxiu's weakness. Even if time doesn't stand still, strategy missions can still be completed. Perhaps it was because Shen Lin hadn't done anything bad just now. Qian Rongxiu's affection for him. It has also increased to 40. Well, now you should believe what I say, right? Shen Lin asked. Facing Shen Lin's question, Qian Rongxiu opened her mouth several times, but swallowed it back and lowered her head helplessly. It was pretty much what I thought. She really believed what I said. Qian Rongxiu's face slightly raised, and she continued, I'll give you two choices. The first is to become my slave girl. The specialness of being a slave girl of God. I will let you enjoy unprecedented success and satisfaction you have never experienced before. And the second one? Qian Rongxiu asked hesitantly, become my slave girl passively. Of course, since it is passive, the benefits I mentioned will no longer exist. Not only that, I will ruin your reputation and make you a wild dog. This is the punishment for your disrespect for the gods. Shen Lin said playfully. You. Qian Rongxiu looked at Shen Lin in a daze. My eyes gradually became moist. She couldn't understand and felt wronged. Why? Shen Lin is a god, why is he targeting me? It seems that everyone dislikes me. She just wanted to make the woman regret her actions, but this road was much more difficult than she expected. I was thinking. Qian Rongxiu's emotions gradually collapsed. Like a flood that had been released, the tears could no longer be stopped from rolling down my eyes. Across the cheek. It dripped onto the marble floor and broke, reflecting her already broken life. As Qian Rongxiu's emotions collapsed, the camouflage ability of the angel suit soul skill also went out of control. Qian Rongxiu, with slightly curly blonde hair, delicate features, and a broken down and lively look, appeared in front of Shen Lin again. Shen Lin. Seeing Qian Rongxiu breaking down and crying, Shen Lin was also confused. No. I didn't force you today, why are you crying? You are the villain throughout Douluo continent, are you so weak mentally? Is it possible that I have gone too far? Seeing Qian Rongxiu's sad look, Shen Lin whispered in his heart. Subsequently, he squatted down, pinched Qian Rongxiu's chin, and said softly, don't be afraid, I am a very gentle god. There's nothing wrong with being my slave girl. From now on, no one can bully you except me. I will also help you become the Empress of the Tiandu Empire. As long as you are obedient, I will help you achieve whatever you want to do. Really? Qian Rongxiu looked at Shen Lin with tears in her eyes. Really? As long as you behave yourself and be an obedient and well-behaved maid. Shen Lin said in a gentle voice. I promise you. Qian Rongxiu nodded and said ding, the mission to capture Qian Rongxiu is completed. Qian Rongxiu's favorability increased to %100. Maids captured, Shueke, Qian Rongxiu. Get rewards, hidden skills, happiness of the opposite sex. You will experience unprecedented satisfaction and happiness during the immersive experience with the host. Reward, soul power enhancement. The host's soul power has been detected to have reached level 30. The system automatically matches the spirit ring for the host, and he is promoted to a Great Spirit Master. As the system prompt sounds, a stream of pure soul power emanated from Shen Lin's body. The gilded crimson light renders the entire room crimson. That is the color of Shen Lin's first soul ring. Suddenly, a pure golden light swept across Shen Lin's body. Shen Lin's second soul ring quietly emerged. That is gold. The soul ring is of extreme gold color, and many mysterious runes are hollowed out and carved on it, like connected galaxies. Full of mystery and simplicity. Congratulations to the host for becoming a great soul master and obtaining the second soul skill, covering one's ears and stealing the bell. End of this chapter. Chapter 16-017, Shueke visits, an archaeologist from the Tiandu royal family. Chapter 16-017, Shueke visits, an archaeologist from the Tiandu royal family. This is the Great Soul Master. Seeing the mission completed and the notification sound of breaking through to the Great Soul Master, Shen Lin was startled. Then, he looked at the second soul skill he had just acquired. Hidden ears and stealing bells, range soul skill. Using this soul skill can make the host and the designated objects enter a special area. During this period, they cannot be detected or sensed, but the host can clearly sense and see any changes in the surrounding objects. Please note, this soul skill has no cooldown time, duration, or number of releases. It is related to the quality and quantity of the host's own soul power. Shen Lin. Good, you really don't give me any attack skills, right, covering one's ears and stealing the bell. Are you also using idioms, not doing your job, right? As a system, you don't study how to improve the host's strength, but you study the art of war. Don't say yet. Covering one's ears and stealing the bell, this soul skill is really appropriate to its name. And this skill was not as useless as Shen Lin expected. Similar to the effect of an invisibility cloak. Stronger than the invisibility cloak. The invisibility cloak covers the body itself, but this special field covers a fixed area. After being used, a special space is formed. People or objects in the space will not be detected or discovered. In contrast, people in the space can fully and clearly understand the people and objects around them. Make effective responses according to changes in the situation. I wonder if this special space can be moved. If I could move. The corners of Shen Lin's mouth rose slightly. Is that a spirit ring? The other side, seeing the gilded crimson and golden galaxy soul rings blocking out from under Shen Lin's feet, feeling the mysterious and supreme aura of the soul ring. Qian Rongxiu cried out in shock. A colorful soul ring that has never been seen before. As everyone knows, the color of the soul ring is determined by the age of the soul beast. The 10-year spirit ring is white and is also the most common spirit ring. 100-year soul ring is yellow, 1,000-year soul ring is purple, a 10,000-year soul ring is black, and 100,000-year soul ring is red. I'm afraid that colored soul rings can only be found after a soul beast that lives for 1,000,000 years dies. If one can possess a soul ring that is 1,000,000 years old, or even 1,000,000 years old, then what else could it be if not a god? Bewildered, stunned, frightened, awed. Various expressions alternated in Qian Rongxiu's eyes, and finally condensed into the believer's belief in the gods. Bewilderment, astonishment, fear, awe. Various expressions flashed through Qian Rongxiu's eyes, and finally condensed into the believer's faith in God. If we assume Qian Rongxiu had previously promised Shen Lin that she was willing to be his maid, and there was an element of forced choice involved. So now, she had absolutely no resistance to being a maid. She was experiencing and enjoying it, and even Qian Rongxiu was still thinking how to maximize the value of your maid. She thought of the maids who served her on a daily basis, and the respect that the Spirit Hall followers showed to the Pope. Now, Qian Rongxiu has completely immersed herself in the role of a maid. Crunch! Somebody is coming. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Shen Lin and Qian Rongxiu's expressions tensed and they looked towards the study. Princess, I have already told you that His Highness is not in the East Palace. Why did you come in by yourself? If His Highness knew, he would definitely blame us. Amy's anxious voice sounded in the study. Then, a clear, hurried voice like a lark echoed in the study. Why? My brother is not here, so I can't come to his study. Princess, you can't go back there. His Highness is really not here. Listen to Amy's anxious voice and hurried footsteps. Shen Lin and Qian Rongxiu subconsciously turned their heads to look. Princess, you should believe what I say now. His Highness is really not here. Amy said in a gentle voice. While speaking, his eyes looked around from time to time. Strangeness. She had been standing guard at the door. I didn't see anyone go out. Where are His Highness and Manager Shen? Isn't it here? Where will that go? Looking at the empty room, Shuekei's face showed a hint of loss. Not long ago, as soon as she woke up, she heard people from Suiyu Pavilion talking about it. Shen Lin was called back by people from the East Palace. Thinking of yesterday, Shueking was angry in the East Palace and asked people to look for Shen Lin's whereabouts like a madman. Shuekei quickly ran towards the East Palace. I want to plead for Master Shen Linier. She had already decided that if her brother was unwilling to let the master go, she would take the punishment herself. After all, this incident was all caused by her. Not here, am I not here? Listen to the conversation between these two people. Qian Rongxiu, who was standing nearby with a flustered look on her face, whispered in disbelief, can't they see me? Do you believe what I say now? Nothing is impossible for God. Shen Lin said in a gentle voice, believe me, Thank you, Master. Qian Rongxiu said gratefully. Just now, Shueke came too suddenly. There is not enough time to hide in the secret room. It is very likely that Qian Rongxiu and Shen Lin had just entered the secret room, and the secret door of the secret room had not yet been closed, and Shueke would come in and discover the secret room in the room. Both of them were in disheveled. In fact, Qian Rongxiu was already prepared to be exposed. What is Shueke doing here? Qian Rongxiu spoke suspiciously. She didn't remember how good her relationship with Shueke was. Yesterday Shueke came to see me. He just questioned her whether she was the murderer who poisoned the two Tiandu princes. Hearing this, Shen Lin also looked towards Shueke. He was also very curious about why Shueke took the initiative to look for Qian Rongxiu. What? Just as Shen Lin and Qian Rongxiu were watching, Shueke let out a soft sigh. She frowned slightly and walked towards the direction where Shen Lin and Qian Rongxiu were. Did you find it? Seeing Shueke approaching, Qian Rongxiu's spirit instantly tensed up. Shueke stopped 1 meter in front of Qian Rongxiu. Slowly squatted down, he stretched out his finger and touched a wet spot on the ground. Such a familiar taste. Shueke murmured in a low voice. She felt like she had smelled this smell somewhere before. Familiar? How could this taste be familiar? Are you crazy? Why don't you leave now? Qian Rongxiu pouted slightly and looked at Shueke angrily. If her disguise skill hadn't just failed, she would definitely go out and teach the person who broke into someone else's room a lesson. The person who was studying the special water stains in the room, I remembered. Shueke said hurriedly suddenly. Shueke's cheeks instantly turned red. Beacon Fortress. This smell was exactly the same smell that permeated the Beacon Fortress last night. Could it be my brother? No, Amy said her brother is not in the East Palace. Is it the master? The owner must have been here. Thinking of this, Shueke looked at Amy behind her. Where is the chief steward Shen? Qian Rongxiu. Shen Lin. End of this chapter. Chapter 17-018, Communication in the Spiritual Realm, Game with Medicine Master. Chapter 17-018, Communication in the Spiritual Realm, Game with Medicine Master. Aren't you here to find me, looking for the owner? When did Shueke and the master become so close? Thinking of this, Qian Rongxiu subconsciously looked towards Shen Lin beside her. Hearing Shueke's question, Shen Lin's mouth corners unconsciously raised. He guessed correctly. Shueke is really worried about herself. That's why I came to the East Palace. Butler Shen. Butler Shen went out with His Highness. I don't know. Amy explained. You're lying. When I came here, I specifically asked the guards of the East Palace, and they said that Chief Steward Shen and my brother had not left. Who are you? How dare you lie to this princess? Shueke asked. The delicate and fierce aura made Amy feel a little helpless. Shueke, I'm fine. You don't have to embarrass Amy. She is just following orders. Just as Shueke was about to scold Amy again, suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Shueke's mind. Shen Lin used the ability of spirit realm communication to try to contact Shueke. Spiritual communication. As the name suggests, it is a special way of communication. It is similar to the setting of sound transmission in fantasy novels, but outsiders cannot detect it. Unlike transmission, communication in the spiritual realm also allows Shen Lin to appear in the form of a soul and quietly influence some people or things. Shen Lin is not quite sure about the specific function of this ability. He hasn't tried it yet. The only useless thing is that this ability can only work on maids whose favorability and strategy have reached 100%. For others it has no effect. It's the master. Subconsciously Shueke looked around. You don't have to look for me. I'm right in front of you. In front of me? But there's nothing in front of Mekal. Suddenly, Shueke felt a warm breath. What master waves of urgent sounds echoed in Shueke's ears. It's just like there were other people standing in front of her. Is a woman hearing these voices? Shuekei's cheeks turned red instantly and she lowered her head in embarrassment. How come? She can't see it, can she? Noticing Shuekei's embarrassed look, Qianrongxiu's expression suddenly became nervous, and she looked at Shenlin behind her with some embarrassment. Master! Let's go somewhere else, no! Snapped. Qianrongxiu hadn't finished speaking yet. A slapping sounded, and Qianrongxiu felt her buttocks burning. Didn't I tell you to be obedient? Shenlin grabbed Qianrongxiu's long golden hair and said. But Shuekei seemed to be able to see it. Qianrongxiu's face was as red as blood. Then restrain yourself and don't get caught. Shenlin smiled evilly. Call. Every day is so fulfilling. Evening. Shenlin was lying in his room, taking a comfortable hot bath. All right. Shenlin spoke indifferently. Two maids came in, holding a bath towel respectfully and carefully wiping Shenlin's body. Put on a black windbreaker with golden silk thread. Shenlin asked the maid to leave directly. Come to the mirror. Looking in the mirror, there was a boy with black hair, deep facial features, dark red eyes with ancient rune scrolls, and a height of nearly 1.8 meters. A wicked smile appeared on Shenlin's lips. He is taller and more handsome than before. It seems that the system's rewards are not only about soul power and soul skills. Even his temperament and appearance have changed. It's time to get down to business. Shenlin whispered and sat down on a chair in the living room. He took out the black ring that he got from Xiaoyan in the dimensional space. Nowadays, Shenlin could already sense that the soul power in his body was slowly disappearing. Don't think about it. He knew that it was Yao Lao who was causing trouble. Shenlin was not discouraged at all, but rather had some expectations. As expected of Yao Chen, who was from the Yao clan and was known as the medicine master, he found the commonality between soul power and fighting spirit in just half a day. Use soul power to repair your weak soul power. He was worried before that the ring would be broken too early. If Yao Lao could not wake up, it has no value to him either. Now that you're awake, stop pretending to be crazy and let's talk. Shenlin said in a gentle voice. After waiting for a long time, the ring didn't respond at all. Not awake yet, still unwilling to show up. Shenlin frowned, and just as he was about to continue speaking to remind the other party, an old voice. It sounded from the depths of Shenlin's soul. Haha, I didn't expect you to be able to sense my presence. I have no choice but to absorb your power these days. However, your soul perception is truly amazing. You are definitely a good candidate for alchemy. The voice was old and ethereal, as if it ran through the long river of time. With a faint smile. Shenlin. A good candidate for alchemy, good. He started fooling people as soon as he woke up. With a master of alchemy like you around, how can I make good medicine? Am I stupid? Now that you've awakened, you've shown up. No need to brag about business. Let's talk about something practical. Shenlin smiled faintly. Haha. Yao Lao smiled awkwardly and continued. Since my friend is so straightforward, I won't hide anything. It is helpless for me to absorb the power in my body rashly. I will repay you in the future. It's not that I don't want to show up, it's that my soul is still very weak and has not yet condensed into a spiritual body. Soul transmission is already the limit of my ability. Maybe they felt that the conditions they offered were not attractive enough. Yao Lao continued to add. My friend, do you want to make medicine? I am a very good alchemist. When I wake up, I can teach you the art of alchemy. He originally wanted to say medicine venerable. But thinking of his current situation, Yao Lao decided to hide his identity temporarily. Shenlin looked thoughtful and whispered. Medicine venerable Yao Chen, the master of Xingyun Pavilion. I am not interested in your alchemy skills. How about you acknowledge me as your master and I avenge you? Hearing Shenlin's words, Yao Lao's already ethereal spirit was now wavering even more. His face was full of astonishment. He know me. Seems to know a lot about me. Who are you? Yao Lao said in a hoarse voice. There is no longer the ease I felt before, but instead a feeling of depression and loneliness. Don't be nervous. I have nothing to do with your disciple, nor am I from the Soul Palace. To be precise, you and I are not from the same world. I am from outside the Duki continent. I got the ring you hid by chance. You should make your own judgment about what I say. Shen Lin's voice is still calm and magnetic. Without any emotion, these words did not sound like they were spoken by a young boy, but rather like those of a knowledgeable sage who had traveled the continent. Let Yao Lao have a sense of conspiracy among peers. End of this chapter. Chapter 18-019, Being a Slave is Good. Being a slave to the young emperor means you are also the EMP. Chapter 18-019, Being a Slave is Good. Being a slave to the young emperor means you are also the emperor's slave. In fact, since yesterday, the power of absorption has changed. He guessed something. It's just that some things are simply impossible to think about and believe. Other worlds. Whispering Shen Lin's words. Yao Lao mobilized the few souls he had to sense the energy flowing in this world. It's a special kind of energy. The energy is mild and weak. It does not have the explosive characteristics of fighting spirit, nor does it have the differences of the 5 elements. It seems that the energy of this world encompasses all attributes. But not many attributes are included. How did you do it? Yao Lao's old voice sounded again. In his understanding, only powerful people like Tu Shigudi who stand at the top of the Duki continent can travel to other worlds. This was not his guess. Rather, it is common knowledge recorded by all the ancient imperial clans in the Duki continent. The doughty strongman mysteriously disappeared. Suspected of finding passages to other worlds, pursuing higher realms. It does not matter. Shen Lin said. If it was the Tianxian continent or the Great Thousand World, Shen Lin might be able to explain it. After all, these worlds are identical. The ways and strengths of the Strong's breakthroughs can be traced. But Douluo continent. It does not belong to the same power system as the Duki continent. The strongest person in Douluo continent is probably not as good as Dozong in Duki continent. It's not embarrassing enough to tell it to others. To know, Yao Lao just hasn't recovered yet. He's not suffering from Alzheimer's. Shen Lin now explained when Yao Lao's soul power recovers and he has a better understanding of this world, he will inevitably mock him. Senior, I sense that your strength doesn't seem to be too strong. Yao Lao asked. He had a question in his mind. Anyone who travels through the world, like the Do Di, has boundless energy in his body. But rather the energy in this young man's body is indeed pitifully small. Not to mention the Do Emperor. He is not even one fraction as good as the Dozun. Like a beginner who has just started practicing. I'm not a senior. In fact, I just started practicing not long ago. The deep forest whispered. He didn't hide anything. In fact, he couldn't hide anything from Yao Lao. I just started practicing. Repeating Shen Lin's words, Yao Lao was suspicious. But he didn't ask any more questions. This world doesn't respect strength. For example, in the Duki continent, some young emperors and princesses of the Imperial clan, although their strength is low, the power they hold is enough to make the heaven and earth tremble. Perhaps, the young man in front of me is such a person. Although my own realm is average, but they have a strong background, those backgrounds. A background more powerful than the Imperial clan. Those backgrounds allow the other person to access the world and power that he will never be able to reach in his entire life at a very young age. I wonder what you want me to do after you find me? Yao Lao continued to ask. Be my slave. Shen Lin said in a gentle voice. Servant. Yao Lao's already old voice trembled a little. Born into an imperial family, Yao Lao knows better than anyone else how powerful and unparalleled the power held by sects and families is. Although he was a Dozun, known as the Medicine Zun, he was still as insignificant as duckweed and gravel in front of such a transcendent force. Even if the other party is a beginner who has just started practicing, but being a servant of the young emperor of such a big family was not a humiliation but an honor for him. What an honor, hello, servant. Being a slave to the young emperor whose family is even more powerful than the imperial family that is also the emperor's slave. It is my honor to be your servant, but I am only a broken soul now. I am afraid I cannot fulfill my duty. Yao Lao said with some worry. Don't worry, I will find a new carrier for you so that you can absorb enough power to stabilize your soul body first. As for your body, I guess you have found a way to repair it. Shen Lin said. Thank you, Senior. Yao Lao said in a trembling voice. Even I know that I have a way to repair my body. He now believes more and more that this unprepossessing young man in front of him is a terrifying existence that he cannot even reach. Okay, you rest first, I'll wake you up after I find a carrier. Shen Lin whispered, and then added. You can no longer absorb the energy in my body until I find a new carrier for you. After giving instructions to the medicine master, Shen Lin put the ring away again. Yao Lao's soul. This is definitely the most convenient way for Shen Lin to improve his strength. Not to mention the amazing alchemy skills. With Yao Lao around, it would be much easier for Shen Lin to practice the fighting skills and martial arts of the Duqi continent or the Tianxian continent. As for the carrier of the old soul power of the repair medicine. Shen Lin already had a goal in mind. Tang San. Isn't Tang San the son of a titled Douluo in a 100,000-year spirit ring? Possessing innate full soul power and twin martial souls, he is seen as the hope for the rise of the Haoshan sect. Is he one of the rare supreme geniuses in Douluo continent? Shen Lin is looking forward to it. If Tang San becomes a useless person who can't practice, will he go crazy? Will Tang Hao still value Tang San so much? That scene must be wonderful. Shen Lin whispered, Butler Shen. Is Manager Shen here? At this moment, a female voice sounded outside the door. Come in. Shen Lin said. As the door opened, Amy came in with a teapot. Manager Shen, this is the newly prepared milk from the Imperial kitchen. I brought it to you as soon as it was delivered to the East Palace. Amy said. Pick up the teacup on the table. The thick milk in the teapot poured into the cup through the spout. Shen Lin tapped the tabletop with his fingers. Looking at Amy, my eyes can't help but be attracted by Amy's undulating heart. Feed me. Shen Lin said in a gentle voice. Amy was stunned for a moment, then picked up the cup full of milk. No need for a cup, I want to drink imported milk. Shen Lin pointed at Amy's mouth and said. Amy stood there awkwardly. Subsequently, as if remembering something, by the way, Shen, the princess seems to have something urgent to ask you, so she will come to the East Palace study in person this afternoon. Do you want to go to the Snow Moon Pavilion to take a look? The princess is a member of the royal family after all. We cannot afford to offend her. Don't worry, drink the milk first. Shen Lin smiled and said. It is good. Amy blushed and nodded. He picked up the cup, took a sip of milk, and walked in front of Shen Lin. Just as his lips were about to approach Shen Lin, Amy felt an arm around her waist. Subsequently, she fell into Shen Lin's arms. Manager Shen, this is not a good idea. Amy said in a trembling voice, I have to go back to the East Palace to serve His Highness at dinner. You mean Shui King He? He's not eating you when he eats, just let him eat by himself. Saying. Shen Lin's hand moved up along the waistline after dinner. Shen Lin looked at the time. It was already completely dark. I moved my waist. Shen Lin pushed open the door and walked towards Suiyu Pavilion. In the afternoon Shui Ke was scared, it's time to comfort her. End of this chapter. Chapter 19-020, The Special Ability to Communicate in the Spiritual Realm. Chapter 19-020, The Special Ability to Communicate in the Spiritual Realm. Midnight. The East Palace. The bedroom with flickering candlelight was filled with mist. There is a huge wooden barrel in the middle of the bedroom. Now, Qian Rongxiu, with her blonde hair, took off her disguise for a rare moment in the middle of the night, enjoying the moment that belongs to her. This is too ridiculous. Isn't Shenlin an ordinary follower of the Spirit Hall? How can he be a god? Is there really such a young god in this world? No matter how you look at it, Shenlin doesn't seem like a god. Although it is my personal experience, but thinking back on what happened in the afternoon, Qian Rongxiu still found it hard to accept. She is the princess of the Spirit Hall. The successor of the angel martial spirit, an existence second only to one person and above 10,000 others. If the other elders of the Spirit Hall knew about this, she became Shenlin's slave girl. Wouldn't the Qian family's dignity fall to the ground? She herself would find it difficult to talk about it. Thinking of this, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but recall what happened in the afternoon again. As the memory fragments appeared before my eyes like a revolving lantern. Especially when recalling some details, Qian Rongxiu's body was soaked in water. I couldn't stop shaking. Like an electric shock. As if obsessed. Slam la. As a stream of water flowed out, Qian Rongxiu soaked in the wooden barrel in a daze. What's wrong with me? How did my body become so sensitive? Could it be? Will I be punished for questioning my master in my heart? East Palace, maid's side room. Butler Shen is so mean. It would be disastrous if His Highness knew about this. Amy was lying on the bed. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and the events of the evening kept replaying in my mind. Thinking. Your Highness, please forgive me. Manager Shen is really good at this. Thinking. Snow Moon Pavilion. Most of the candles in the Imperial family were extinguished that day. After people fell asleep, the candle light in the bedroom of Suiyu Pavilion became more and more flickering. Master, why were you with another woman in my brother's study this afternoon? It would be terrible if my brother found out. My brother hates it most when other people mess around in his room. On the bed, Shuekei's eyes were blurred and her voice was intermittent. Snapped. Are you teaching me what to do? Shenlin slapped Shuekei on the buttocks and said indifferently. No, I'm worried about the master. Shuekei's body trembled. Don't worry, Shueking, he knows about this. He was in the room at the time. Shenlin smiled and said. Is your brother in the room too? How come I didn't see it? No, does this kind of thing require 3 people? Master, you mean there were originally 3 people in the room this afternoon? Shuekei asked. What do you mean 3 people? Including you and Amy, there should be 4 people. Shenlin said without hesitation. Could it be those noises I heard this afternoon? Thinking of this, the expression on Shuekei's face suddenly became much clearer. Sensing that the slave girl Qian Rongxiu is missing her master. Sensing that the slave girl Amy is missing her master. The sudden prompt sound made Shenlin stunned for a moment. Miss. Even things like this can be prompted. This is not a system, this is simply Skynet. Shenlin couldn't help but sigh. Do you want to use the spiritual realm to communicate? As the reminder sounded again, Shenlin also remembered that special skill that was similar to voice transmission. Yes. Looking at the yes and no buttons above, Shenlin decisively chose yes. He was very curious. What is so special about this skill? As the spiritual realm communication skills are activated. In the dim candlelight bedroom. Suddenly, a dazzling gilded light burst out. Those were Shenlin's 2 soul rings. The dazzling light painted the entire bedroom golden. Everything around me started to become unreal. Ah, Master, I know I was wrong, please don't punish me anymore. Manager Shen, you are awesome. As the light fades, echoing in Shenlin's ears. Shenlin noticed that there were illusory pictures on both sides of him, and the person in the pictures, Shenlin, was no stranger to him. It was Qian Rongxiu. On the left is a picture of Qian Rongxiu in her bedroom. In the screen there is a wooden barrel filled with hot steam. Qian Rongxiu was lying on the bed, naked. This is Qian Rongxiu. Although the picture is familiar, but Shenlin couldn't help but be a little surprised. In the bedroom, Jian Rongxiu is begging for mercy. Suddenly, she heard Shenlin's voice ringing in her ears. Owner. Subconsciously, Jian Rongxiu began to search the bedroom. Strange, I clearly heard the master's voice just now, how come I can't find him? Jian Rongxiu asked suspiciously. She thought about the afternoon when Shueke seemed to have the same expression as herself in the study. Etc. Could it be that the master is watching me from somewhere? Master, is that you? Subconsciously, Jian Rongxiu begged for mercy in a trembling voice. Master, I really know I was wrong. I will never doubt your ability again. You're not going to say bad things about me behind my back, are you? Shenlin asked. My master, I was just complaining. I will never do it again. After hearing Jian Rongxiu's words, Shenlin shook his head helplessly. Really, this really fits Jian Rongxiu's personality. I thought you had become a good boy, but I didn't expect you to still be so arrogant. You really disappoint me. Shenlin whispered, Master, I know I was wrong. Jian Rongxiu said with a distressed look, What's wrong with your body? Shenlin asked. Although the image of Jian Rongxiu appeared before him in an illusory way, but Shenlin still instinctively realized that there seemed to be something wrong with Jian Rongxiu's body, which was different from before. I don't know why my body gets hot whenever I think of my master. While talking, fever. Shenlin looked at his panel. Really? In the introduction of Wuhan, I found this explanation. Color wheel I. The body of the opposite sex will become sensitive and develop a sense of dependence on the host. His. I see. He knew his system was not very decent. But after seeing the introduction, I still feel that I am superficial. Not only will they release strategy tasks, but they will also make the opposite sex dependent and addicted to them, and change their physical sensitivity. This is not only improper, but there is nothing wrong with this for Shenlin. Apart from the body becoming more sensitive, there are no side effects and it will not affect lifespan or qualifications. On the contrary, it will make Shenlin's image more respected in the hearts of these female slaves. You're poisoned. Shenlin whispered. What? Poisoned? Hearing Shenlin's words, Jian Rongxiu couldn't help but show a look of panic on her face. Your blasphemy and questioning of me have made you no longer pure. You have been cursed by God. What? God's curse, Master, will I die? I don't want to die yet. Jian Rongxiu begged for mercy and said, Want to detox? You should defend yourself. Only when you truly realize your mistakes from both your body and mind, can you be forgiven. Shenlin said indifferently. Does anyone like to watch this kind of subject matter? Is anyone else reading this? Please comment, recommend, and collect it. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, I tried my best, the situation is too tense. Chapter 20, I tried my best, the situation is too tense, what? Self-defense. This is too embarrassing. Jian Rongxiu said with some difficulty in speaking, Anyway, you're the only one in your room and no one can see you. Shenlin urged, Do you want to do what I say? Okay. Jian Rongxiu sat on the bed in embarrassment. After all, Jian Rongxiu was lying on the bed. Look at your feelings and relax your mind. Not bad. Shenlin commented. Manager Shen. At this time, an excited voice sounded nearby. Shenlin turned his head and looked. On Shuekei's right, Amy, who was lying on the bed, was trembling all over and had a dazed expression. This Amy, how dare you indulge yourself without my permission? Snapped. Shenlin slapped Amy's trembling buttocks. What? In the room. Amy was savoring the feeling just now. Suddenly, Amy felt a burning sensation in her buttocks, and she screamed out and sat up in bed. Who is it? Amy looked around nervously. No one. I clearly felt someone hitting me just now. Maid Amy. Just when Amy was suspicious, Shen Lin's voice echoed in my ears. Ah, Manager Shen, is that you? Where are you? Don't scare me. After looking around and finding no sign of Shen Lin, Amy said with some fear in her voice, "You woman, you actually dared to blaspheme me behind my back, you deserve to die." Shen Lin's majestic and indifferent voice once again echoed in Amy's mind. The sound is filled with supreme, unrivaled, mysterious aura, as if it came across the long river of time. This makes Amy instinctively feel fear and awe towards it. Manager Shen, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I beg you. I won't dare to do it again. Amy's eyes were red. She was really scared. She just lay in bed and didn't know what was going on. She thought about Manager Shen and wondered how Manager Shen knew about it. Amy's current mood, it's as if a little girl who had done something wrong was waiting for punishment from the teacher. Humph. Don't you want to be punished for doing something wrong? Shen Lin questioned. Yes. I am willing to accept the punishment. Please punish me severely, Manager Shen. Amy said sincerely. Owner. Master, is this true? In Shuekei's boudoir the sounds one after another echoed in Shen Lin's ears. Looking at Shuekei in front of him, there is also Qian Rongxiu who is self-reliant beside him. Shen Lin smiled bitterly. It's not that he doesn't want to punish Amy in this situation, he really feels powerless. After thinking about it, Shen Lin came up with an idea. Looking at Amy, get out now. What? Manager Shen, where are you going? Are you going to look for you? I'll go now. Amy asked. Is that what you should be asking? Do as I say. Shen Lin said indifferently. Yes. Amy responded, I'll be out as soon as I get dressed. No, just like this now. Shen Lin's voice sounded again. Amy just froze in place. Now like this. If this gets out and is seen by the maids and guards in the East Palace, how will she live her life in the future? Manager Shen, are you asking me to just walk out like this? Amy subconsciously confirmed, yes. But... I see. Amy nodded shamefully. Listening to Shen Lin's words. He got out of bed and tiptoed towards the door. Open the door. It is good. Amy took a deep breath. Then, he slowly opened the door. Call. The whistling cold wind made Amy shiver. My legs also began to tremble. Get out. I see. Amy stood behind the door and looked around. After finding that there was no one, only then did he muster up the courage and go out into the corridor. Manager Shen, where are you? What should I do now? Shen Lin used the illusory images of spiritual communication to Amy. Hesitated for a moment. He walked nervously along the corridor. Hey, have you heard that recently several brothers have been called in for questioning by Prince Swexing? I just came back from Prince Swexing. I think I was investigating the deaths of the two princes. 2 princes died. Didn't they both die of illness? What is there to investigate? We are guards of the East Palace. Prince Swexing won't suspect us, right? Hush, don't say such things carelessly. It seems that the entire royal guards are to be investigated, not just our East Palace. This seems to be what His Majesty wants. A low conversation sounded from far away. Amy's spirit suddenly became tense. She saw 2 guards from the East Palace were walking towards him from the other side of the corridor. How could there be anyone? It would be terrible if someone saw it. Amy was so nervous that she almost cried. Next moment she saw the green plants on both sides of the corridor. The dense ivy is green and lush, and is more than 1 meter tall. Amy crossed the corridor and hid among the green plants and ivy. She thought the 2 guards will leave soon. Did not expect the 2 men walked to the corridor where Amy was hiding and sat down on the railing of the corridor. There was no intention of leaving at all. These guards have no rules at all. Why don't you go on patrol? Who let them sit here and rest? Manager Shen, someone is coming, what should I do? Amy cursed the guards in her heart. I also asked Shenlin nervously in my heart. She couldn't believe it. If I were discovered the next day. The news that Amy, the head maid of the Eastern Palace, was walking around naked in the Eastern Palace in the middle of the night would spread throughout the entire Tiandu royal family. She didn't dare to think about what she would face. Being expelled from the East Palace was a light punishment. He might be executed. Prince Swexing has indeed begun investigating Qian Rongxiu. The other side, Shenlin also heard the conversation between the two guards. I didn't expect the Tiandu royal family to act so quickly. Shenlin whispered. According to the original plot, this investigation had no impact on Qian Rongxiu. But just because Qian Rongxiu was fine, it didn't mean he was fine too. The subsequent plot of Douluo continent, he didn't show up at all. What is the specific reason? Is he dead? Or is it that there is no one like Shenlin around Qian Rongxiu? Shenlin prefers the former. To know, when Qian Rongxiu appears in the plot, she is already at the Soul Emperor level, and the plot has almost progressed to the middle stage. Qian Rongxiu is still a Soul King now, and Tang San may have just awakened his martial soul. The two princes died suddenly and inexplicably. Emperor Shuye personally ordered Prince Xuexing to investigate. This means that this matter will definitely not end in failure, otherwise Prince Xuexing will not be able to explain to Emperor Shuye and will lose the trust of Emperor Shuye. No matter how you look at it, Prince Xuexing should give an explanation to Emperor Shuye. In this case, there is only one ending. This can explain why Shenlin did not appear in the subsequent plot. End of this chapter. Chapter 21-022, The donkey in the production team is just like this. Chapter 21-022, The donkey in the production team is just like this. That is, Shenlin is the murderer who caused the sudden and inexplicable deaths of the two princes. It is very likely that Qian Rongxiu would use him as a scapegoat and push him out. Judging from the situation he just crossed, this result is not impossible to happen, and there is a high probability of it happening. 1. His identity is insignificant, and Qian Rongxiu would do such a thing as using his life to get rid of suspicion. 2. Prince Xuexing found the murderer who poisoned the two princes, and also had a way to report to Emperor Shuye. In fact, if you don't consider Shenlin's feelings, such an ending is definitely a happy one for everyone. The Tiandu Empire just lost two princes. If the investigation finds that Xuexing killed both princes, neither the Tiandu Empire nor Emperor Shuye can bear such a result. Let Shenlin be the scapegoat. This is what all forces in the Tiandu Empire hope to see, and it is also the outcome they most want to see. But as Shenlin traveled through time, Qian Rongxiu will not push herself out again. Although Qian Rongxiu will protect herself, but that doesn't mean he is safe. As long as the murderer is not found, a scapegoat will be found. Prince Xuexing's investigation will become increasingly severe, and he cannot touch Qian Rongxiu. Shenlin's existence will be discovered sooner or later. Maybe Prince Xuexing didn't even consider any evidence, and it's not impossible that he would make himself a scapegoat. You know, whether in the minds of Emperor Shuye or Prince Xuexing. Even though they don't want to admit it. But the target of poisoning the two princes was Xuexing. And he, Shenlin. He is also the chief steward of the Eastern Palace and Xuexing's absolute confidant. Under such circumstances, it would be a miracle if Prince Xuexing didn't cause trouble for me. The Tiandu royal family can't stay here any longer. Leave as soon as possible. In a flash, Shenlin had made a decision. In fact, he also wanted to go out for a walk. What's the point of staying in the Tiandu royal family? Speaking of women, the women outside are more exciting. Especially the three beauties of Shrek, they are not inferior to Qian Rongxiu. He wanted to see if Xiao Wu, Ling Qingzu, and Ning Rongrong all became his female slaves. What expressions would Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Oscar have? After the decision, Shenlin calmed down and looked at Amy again. Did you see those two guards? I want you to watch them do what you did before. Previous events. What is it? Knock down. What? Hearing Shenlin's words, Amy's already nervous face showed an even dull expression. How can you do such a thing? Or was it facing the ordinary guards of the East Palace? She didn't dare to think about the consequences she would face if this was discovered. Don't you understand? You were in the room just now, didn't you still deduct it? Seeing that Amy didn't move, Shen Lin asked. Manager Shen, that's what I was thinking. Manager Shen is outside right now, in front of 2 guards. How can that be possible? Amy asked, it seems that you haven't realized your situation yet. Shen Lin said indifferently, this is your punishment. All you can do is be obedient. Will you do it or not? Amy wanted to refuse. But listening to Shen Lin's unquestionable tone out of awe and obedience to Shen Lin in her heart, she nodded. I'll listen to Manager Shen. Very good. Then let's get started. Shen Lin's tone softened a lot. Amy took a deep breath. Slowly opened my tight legs. With one hand on the redwood pillar of the corridor, he began to penetrate deeper into himself with the other. Isn't this great? You've always been obedient. In the East Palace, if I eat a bite, you'll have to eat a bite of soup. Shen Lin said with satisfaction. In the next few days, Shen Lin's schedule caught up with the production team's donkey. After leaving Suiyu Pavilion, you will reach the East Palace. After leaving the East Palace, it's Amy's room. Apart from the tasks that must be completed every day, Shen Lin is almost always on his way to the 3 rooms. These few days the words Shen Lin said most often were, I tried my best, 1 versus 3? Who can beat this guy? Even if Ximenqing were still alive, he would be exhausted, right? But with systematic support and daily training, Shen Lin felt that his body was getting stronger. He could crush a cow to death with his bare hands. 1 against 3. From being completely defeated at the beginning, to now being able to be evenly matched. The most important is, these days, Shen Lin has not triggered any system tasks. No system tasks are released. Shen Lin had no way to improve his strength. It's time to leave. In the room, Shen Lin whispered as he recalled his experiences over the past few days. But before leaving, he had one more thing to do. I looked at the time and it was time as agreed with Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu. Open the dimensional space. As Shen Lin's voice fell hum, endless fog emerged and directly swallowed Shen Lin. Wutan City, Xiao Family. In the Xiao Family Fighting Skills Pavilion. Since the cultivation talent was restored, Xiao Yan's aptitude for cultivation seemed to be even more terrifying than before. In just a few days, he broke through to the peak of the fighter level. After learning about Xiao Yan's training progress, Xiao Zhan was very happy. Directly opened the family's fighting skills pavilion for Xiao Yan, let him enter and choose the skills and fighting techniques that suit him. Now, in the ancient attic, Xiao Yan did not look through the ancient books. Instead, he sat on the cushion in the center of the fighting pavilion. It seems to be waiting for something. Ever since the last incident, I've always felt like someone was spying on me. There is a formation to protect this place, and there are elders from the Xiao family in charge. That should scare them a little. Xiao Yan whispered, although he was not sure about the identity of the person who was spying on him. But he already had a clue in his mind. Ever since I last left the foggy space, this feeling of being spied on has appeared from time to time. Xiao family, even in the entire Wutan city, there is no such strong person. The person who was spying on me from behind should be the one behind Xiao sooner. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan became more and more looking forward to what would happen next. Perhaps, he can find a way to deal with the opponent from the Lord. Suddenly, the fog rolled in the empty fighting arena. Coming! Xiao Yan said excitedly. Without any resistance, he allowed the fog to swallow him up. Great Yan Dynasty. The sky and the earth were a decadent grey, and the earth was barren. A wave of energy cleansing green light whistled from the horizon. appeared in the sky above Dawang County. As the green light faded, an elegant green lotus appeared. The blue lotus blossoms, the white mist is like gauze. There are 3 graceful figures standing on it, as gentle as water, which makes people feel relaxed and happy and linger on. Young Palace Master, this is the territory of the Great Yan Dynasty. Not far ahead is the Huangfu clan. We should be able to get there before dark. The maid next to her said to Ling Qingzu, "Don't worry. Go down and find a place to stay and rest for a while." Ling Qingzu opened her red lips and said, "Yes." Both maids looked stunned. Their young palace master on weekdays, even the super sects in Dongxian territory look down on him, and he rarely rests outside the sect. Why are you proposing to settle down in this remote dynasty now? End of this chapter. Chapter 22-023, Everyone is doing well, why did you suddenly take off? Chapter 22-023, Everyone is doing well, why did you suddenly take off? You stay outside and don't let anyone disturb me. Yes. Dawang County, Desert Restaurant. Just found a place to stay. After Ling Qingzu gave a few instructions, she went straight into the room. To be on the safe side. Ling Qingzu even took out a heavenly magic treasure to protect it. Just finished all this suddenly. In the relatively clean room, fog emerged. Finally caught up. Ling Qingzu said with emotion. Let the fog swallow you up. Under the starry background, the starry sky passes by like a fleeting white horse. Time has lost its original meaning. In the conference hall that spans the long river of time, 2 blurry figures quietly emerged on the mysterious and quaint bench. They still sat in their original positions. With her black hair hanging down her shoulders and her face covered by a green veil, Ling Qingzu, who had an indifferent temperament, instinctively looked upwards. Seeing a blurry figure shrouded in mist and stars still sitting firmly at the top, his posture did not change at all, as if he had never left. Still so mysterious, unmatched, and taboo. It's nice to see you again, Master. Ling Qingzu said in a gentle voice. Compared with the previous meeting, Ling Qingzu seemed much more proactive this time. After all, knowing that even his master could not sense the other party's movements, it is very likely that he is an almighty powerful being comparable to Fu Ziyu, and Ling Qingzu also corrected her identity. It's nice to meet you, Master. Xiao Yan also said respectfully. Then, Xiao Yan looked at Ling Qingzu. Nice to meet you, mysterious woman. Xiao Yan wanted to call the other person by name. But on second thought, whether it is the Lord or that woman, didn't reveal her name. Xiao Yan can only be referred to as a mysterious woman. In his impression, the woman opposite seemed to be very mysterious all the time. Ling Qingzu. Ling Qingzu said in a gentle voice. Nice to see you again, Ling Qingzu. Hearing Ling Qingzu introduce herself, Xiao Yan greeted him again tactfully. Ling Qingzu smiled and said nothing more. She can sense it. The young man opposite him was roughly equivalent to the Earth realm. She really didn't understand. Why would such a weak person be invited by the Lord? Naturally, he has no interest in Xiao Yan. I'm glad you're all punctual. Shen Lin whispered, I said last time that I need you to know how your world works, and I will pay you accordingly. Which one of you starts first? Shen Lin's strength is limited. Before we have a firm grasp of the power of dimensional space, we wonder whether we can travel to other worlds. Only through Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu can Shen Lin grasp the timeline of their respective worlds. In this way, he can prepare in advance. Try your best to take control of the opportunities in these 2 worlds. Or through his reminder, these opportunities are in the hands of Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu. The prerequisite is that Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu must be within his control. I'll go first. Xiao Yan said. After the last party, Xiao Yan was intentionally or unintentionally trying to find out the situation around him. He also wanted to know from the Lord the identity of the person who was secretly spying on him. Ling Qingzu did not stop him. Both of them looked at Shen Lin with inquiring eyes. Can? Shen Lin tapped the table lightly and said, where to start? Xiao Yan thought for a moment and said. After the last party, I searched for some ancient books and also asked for information with the help of my family. The country we live in is called the Jiama Empire. I don't know much about things outside the Jiama Empire. I only know that I grew up in the northwest continent. This continent is huge and has many countries, but I don't know much about other countries. Xiao Yan was a little embarrassed. Then he added, I heard that the strongest person in the Jiama Empire should be a Duhuang. In addition to the official power of the empire, there is also a super sect called Yunlin sect. There should be Duhuang masters in Yunlin sect. A powerful Duhuang. After hearing Xiao Yan's introduction, Ling Qingzu murmured, how strong is he? This was the first time she heard the level of power in other worlds. She was curious. 2. What level is the Duhuang powerhouse of the Duqi continent equivalent to in the Tianxian continent where she is? This. Xiao Yan scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't know how to answer Ling Qingzu's question. In short, Duhuang is very strong. As for how strong it is, he doesn't know either. The understanding of Duhuang strong men. Xiao Yan only understood the respectful tone of the ancient books and the people of Wudin City who praised the Duhuang masters. Dong dong. Shen Lin tapped the table lightly and said. A Duhuang strongman is in the middle and lower reaches of the Duqi continent. It's equivalent to the Nirvana realm of the profound sky continent. Nirvana state. That's not that strong. Although she is now at the peak of the creation realm, it is only a matter of time before she breaks through to the Nirvana realm. Furthermore, the Nirvana realm is the common realm of the disciples of Jushin taking palace. Etc. Ling Qingzu felt like she had missed something. Subsequently, she looked at Shen Lin in astonishment, who was shrouded in the star map and fog. The Lord has been to Tianxian continent, definitely is. Not only has he been to the Tianxian continent, he must have also been to the Duqi continent. Otherwise how could he know the boundary between these two worlds? And make a comprehensive judgment? Nirvana. The other side. Xiao Yan was also curious about the name of this new realm that could rival that of a Duhuang. Ling Qingzu, are you a strong person in the Nirvana realm? Xiao Yan asked curiously. No. 2. She doesn't look that old. How could it be possible to be the Nirvana realm that is comparable to the Duhuang realm? If Ling Qingzu is in the state of Nirvana, so who is he? After so many years, hasn't he become a dog? I am now at the peak of the creation realm. Once I return to the sect, I will be able to break through to the Nirvana realm. Ling Qingzu added. Xiao Yan. Not the peak of creation realm, break through the Nirvana state, that's the Nirvana realm that's comparable to that of a Duhuang strongman. Can he break through just like that? Everyone is mixing well. Why did you take off suddenly? I'm the worst at this conference hall, right? Xiao Yan sat on the chair nervously. He remembered. I seem to have called the other person by his name just now. Even if the opponent is not yet at the Nirvana realm comparable to the Duhuang, he is still comparable to the peak of the Duhuang. Just calling a top Duhuang expert like that, Xiao Yan, am getting better too. If his father knew that he directly called out the name of a warrior who was as strong as a Duhuang, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. Master, ever since I left last time, I have been sensing that someone is secretly spying on me. Do you know who is spying on me? Will they hurt me? Xiao Yan looked at Shen Lin and asked. This is the most important thing for him to attend the meeting. After all, Xiao Yan is the pride of the Xiao family. His cultivation aptitude is not unprecedented, but he is also among the best in the empire. He is the pride of the Xiao family. Such an identity, maybe it will attract the attention of some hidden forces, thereby strangling himself or blackmailing the Xiao family. In the fantasy world, there are some forces that take pleasure in stifling geniuses. End of this chapter. Chapter 23-024, The Fallen Imperial Family. The Xiao family still has 2 living Dou Shengs. Chapter 23-024, The Xiao family is a declining imperial family, and there are still 2 living Dou Shengs. Snoop hearing Xiao Yan's words, Shen Lin couldn't help but look thoughtful. There are many people spying on Xiao Yan. It could be someone from the ancient clan, or someone from the Soul Palace, or maybe even someone from the Nalan family. After all, as one of the ancient imperial clans, the Xiao family, even if it declines, it will still attract the attention of some ancient forces. Xiao Suner is the best example. However, Shen Lin was only a great soul master and could not help Xiao Yan. If I could get Xiao Suner's help. Even the Soul Clan did not dare to attack Xiao Yan rashly. Besides, getting help from Xiao Suner is also what Shen Lin has always wanted to do. This requires Xiao Yan's help. This does not conflict with Xiao Suner helping Xiao Yan. At the moment, I am not sure about the identity of the person who is spying on you. Shen Lin whispered, not sure. Xiao Yan was not surprised by this answer. In his mind, the Lord is a supreme being, like a towering giant. In contrast, the Xiao family is like sand and gravel. Too small. How could a giant care about gravel? What the Lord should be concerned about is the operation of the Duki continent world, or major events such as the Yunlin sect. What I can tell you is, your family is not as simple as it seems. Your family existed in ancient times and was once at the top of the Duki continent. It has declined now, but it still has the ability to change the future of the Duki continent. There are many people who have the ability to spy on you. Although I can't be sure who is spying on you, I can make those who are spying on you feel a little scared. Shen Lin's calm voice sounded again. However, it was this calm sound, like the sound of muffled thunder. The pinnacle of Duki continent, the mysterious fallen family, all these descriptions impacted Xiao Yan's mind like a thunderstorm. Really? He knew that he would never travel through time and space to become an ordinary person. Before he crossed over. Wrong, maybe a long time ago. Something happened to the Xiao family, and they fell from being the top family in the Duki continent to their current situation. The reason why I came across. He must be carrying the hope of reviving the family. Master, please tell me what happened in my family and what I should do next. Xiao Yan's voice was trembling. As a time traveler, he knew that in a story like his, there would usually be an old grandfather who would help him rise to prominence. Obviously, it's not the grandfather who helps me, but the Lord. Being chosen by the Lord and coming to this special space is the key to his rise. Hearing this, Ling Qingzu's indifferent eyes were slightly moved. Looking in the direction of Shen Lin. She also wanted to know what was so different about Xiao Yan's family. To be able to make Xiao Yan be chosen by the Lord. Can. Shen Lin whispered regarding Xiao Yan's background. He had nothing to hide, so he told the truth. It also helps to maintain her mystery in the hearts of Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu. Make them admire and appreciate themselves more. This is the result Shen Lin hoped to see. Your family was once one of the oldest imperial families in Duki continent, and gave birth to a doughty strongman. What? Shen Lin said in just a few words. There were turbulent waves in the hearts of Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzu. Ling Qingzu didn't know what realm Douluo was at. But she heard the key point in Shen Lin's words. One of the oldest imperial clans in Duki continent to know, in the Tianxian continent, everything has been passed down from ancient times. The oldest forces. Without exception, they are all like giant pillars supporting the sky, and are guarded by powerful people in the realm of reincarnation. Such a family, even though he is lonely, he still possesses energy and resources that are unmatched and unimaginable by ordinary people. The Xiao family is in decline, and a great war broke out between the ancient imperial clan and the soul-devouring clan. The Xiao clan leader has fallen, and the Xiao family has fallen into decline. However, as one of the imperial clans, the Xiao family still holds a token of the ancient Dou Emperor, Tuaxi Ancient Emperor. This token holds the secret of breaking through to the Dou Emperor in Duki continent. So, the person who was spying on you could be someone from the ancient imperial clans, or someone close to you. Shen Lin said calmly. It seems to be telling a very ordinary story. However, these words indeed made Xiao Yan tremble all over, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Possessing the token of the ancient Dou Emperor, he holds the secret of breaking through the Doudi. All these remarks were refreshing Xiao Yan's three views and cognition. It's just like he is obviously an ordinary person. One day he was told that his ancestors were founding fathers of the country, but unfortunately, all of them were dead. No one could protect him. This feeling of ups and downs made Xiao Yan feel like he was in a dream. Difficult to accept. Master, are all the ancestors of the Xiao family really dead? Are there any still alive? I mean, are there any powerful people alive who have lost contact with the Xiao family? Xiao Yan asked anxiously. He now really wants to know whether the ancestors of his family are really extinct. Do I still have the chance to enjoy my life? No. Shen Lin thought for a moment and said, the Xiao family still has two ancestors. Although their bodies have fallen, their souls are still alive. It's just that their souls are now trapped somewhere. When the time is right, I'll need you to rescue me. Xiao Yan. Not are those two ancestors polite? He wanted to enjoy himself, but in the end he had to save himself. Master, can you tell me what realm the two living ancestors of the Xiao family are in? Where are they trapped? When is the right time? Xiao Yan continued to ask. He wanted to confirm whether these two ancestors of his were still worth saving. If you are too weak, forget it. After all, he was able to destroy the most powerful Imperial clan into what it is now. These two ancestors. He is also a typical prodigal son. There are two surviving ancestors of the Xiao family. One of them is named Xiao Xian. He was the last patriarch of the Xiao family before they fell into decline. His strength was probably at the peak of the 9-star Dou Sheng. Now he is trapped in the ancient family's celestial tomb. There is another person named Xiao Chen, whose strength is about 5-star Dou Sheng, and he is trapped in the demon fire space. Fighting Saint is equivalent to the powerful warriors in the Samsara realm of the profound sky continent. Shen Lin added the last sentence was spoken to Ling Qingzu, who was standing next to him. Reincarnation realm. Hearing the Samsara realm, the expression on Ling Qingzu's face was unnatural, and she looked at Xiao Yan in astonishment. It turned out to be the realm of reincarnation. He was a known super strong man in Tianxian continent, whose stomping of feet could make Tianxian continent tremble 3 times. A fallen Imperial clan. He also has 2 powerful warriors who are comparable to the Samsara realm. She couldn't imagine how terrifying would the Xiao clan behind Xiao Yan be when they were at their peak, really. It is no coincidence that Xiao Yan is recognized by the Lord. He does have the qualifications and background. Fighting Saint. 2 fighting saints. After hearing Shen Lin's words, Xiao Yan felt his breathing become a little rapid. Fighting Saint. That is a legendary existence. There are very few records about the Fighting Saint. The Xiao family actually still has 2 living Dou Shengs. End of this chapter. Chapter 24025. You want to play werewolf with me in Xiao and number 039, S house. Chapter 24025. You want to play werewolf with me in Xiao's house? Recommended for follow-up reading. Master, when is the right time? When can I go and rescue them? Xiao Yan said excitedly. 2 fighting saints. Those are 2 fighting saints. If you can rescue them in advance, it will be a real success. There are 2 fighting saints who protect the law. He can also live a life of luxury. If nothing else, it is definitely stronger than the Yunlin sect. Stronger than the Jiama Empire. Wait until you break through to Dou Sheng. Shen Lin thought for a moment and said, Xiao Yan. Breakthrough fighting saint? No. Are you polite? I have already broken through to the level of Dou Sheng, why should I save them? It's like. He has a deposit of 10 billion, but in order to get the deposit, he must first earn 10 billion. I have tens of billions. Are those 10 billion deposits still important? Xiao Yan is feeling extremely confused right now. Good news, there are 2 Dou Sheng still alive. Bad news, he must first cultivate to the level of Dou Sheng. This really compliments him too much. Let alone becoming a Dousheng, he would be very lucky if he could cultivate to the Douhuang. Isn't this just fooling people? All right. Xiao Yan said awkwardly. Although he was very depressed inside, he still tried hard to appear less negative. After all, the Lord is still here. Does he dare to turn his face away? Does he dare to be negative? It's always a good thing that our ancestors are still alive. When you cultivate to the level of Dousheng and rescue our ancestors, the Xiao clan will return to its former glory. Sensing Xiao Yan's discouragement, Ling Qingzhu advised, although Xiao Yan is from a declining imperial clan. But after all, they are the imperial family. There are still two powerful people in the clan who are comparable to the samsara realm alive. It never hurts for her to have good relationships. Xiao Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Good guy, you are really good at comforting people. Listening to you speak, it's very mysterious. Just like practicing Dousheng is very simple, ladies. That's the fighting saint. The legendary existence in Duqi continent is almost extinct, let alone whether he has a chance to become a Dousheng. Even if you cultivate to the level of Dousheng, this was all hundreds of years later. Don't say it's too late, the sky is still full of rosy clouds, right? Innocent. Xiao Yan really wanted to say something to her. But when he thought that the other party was a being comparable to the peak of Douwang, he still replied politely. Thank you. You are welcome. Ling Qingzhu said in a gentle voice. Xiao Yan, number % you and number at %. Obediently, you are so polite. Master, you just said that you could help me make those who are spying on me in the dark feel afraid. Let's put aside the matter of rescuing our ancestors. Xiao Yan remembered that Shen Lin had said before that he would help him. He now knows his identity. Knowing the origins of the Xiao clan, he felt even more that someone was trying to harm him. If you want to make the former imperial clans fear you and not attack you, you have to get the help of the imperial clans. Remember what I said just now, the Xiao clan has a token of the ancient emperor Tuaxi. That token is called Tuaxi Ancient Emperor Jade. You give Tuaxi Ancient Emperor Jade to the people of the imperial clan and make a deal with them. They will protect your safety. Shen Lin said. But, Lord, didn't you say that the ancient emperor's token, the Tuaxi Ancient Emperor Jade, records the secret of breaking through the Dou Emperor? If I hand it over, what will I do? Xiao Yan wanted to say. How can I break through to Doudi in the future? However, Xiao Yan's voice was very low when he spoke the following words, so low that only he could hear it. The Tuaxi Ancient Emperor Jade records the secret of breaking through the Dou Emperor, but breaking through the Dou Emperor is not only about the Tuaxi Ancient Emperor Jade, you don't have to worry. Shen Lin said. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's worried expression disappeared and he continued to ask, Master, where are the people of the imperial family? How can I find them? The people of the imperial clan are now in the Xiao family. Xiao family. Xiao Yan just froze in place. Suddenly, he was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Xiao Suner is from the imperial family. Seeing Shen Lin remain silent, Xiao Yan became more certain of his guess. Good, are you playing werewolf with me from across my distance? No wonder Lord Lian didn't let me mess with Xiao Suner before. It turns out that girl has such an amazing background. People of the imperial family, I just don't know, which one is stronger, Xiao Suner's imperial family or the Xiao family's imperial family during its heyday. What's so great about people from the imperial family? Xiao Suner is from the imperial family. I am still the last hope of the Xiao clan, my father said. Besides, the imperial family is not absolutely safe. The Xiao clan is a lesson for us. Things change over time, and who knows when the imperial family behind Xiao Suner will decline. I am very satisfied with your news. You probably don't have a suitable technique yet, right? As a reward, I can give you a technique. Shen Lin tapped the round table and said. Kung Fu. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yan said gratefully. He has read through all the Xiao family's martial arts techniques. The most impressive thing he could show off was the mid-grade Xian level Crazy Lion's Fury, which was a wind-attributed technique. Although the Xian level skills are already among the best in Mutant City, but above the Xian level there are also Earth level and Heaven level. The skills are like the foundation of the practitioner. If the foundation is not stable, one cannot go far. The reason why Xiao Yan has not yet chosen a suitable technique is, I just want to go through Shen Lin. To see if he can obtain a higher level technique, this reward is just what he wants. This technique is called the Burning Technique. It is a fire-attributed technique that matches your fighting spirit. Fenju, what a domineering name! Xiao Yan murmured in a low voice, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Subsequently, he then saw Shen Lin take out an ancient scroll. Xiao Yan took it with both hands. After opening the scroll and seeing the first line of the technique, he froze in place. Burning Technique, low-grade yellow rank. Not Huang class low-grade, dude, are you serious? Yellow rank, lower grade. The skills practiced by the Xiao family's dogs are better than this. Although this technique is of the lower grade of the yellow rank, it is special. It can absorb strange fire to grow. When it is cultivated to the later stage, it can block out the sky and the sun with a single move, and burn the sky and boil the sea. Even a top-grade heaven-level technique cannot compare to it. Shen Lin's mysterious voice echoed above the long table of the Xing Chen conference. Really, he knew that the things that the Lord took out could not be ordinary. Swallowing the strange fire. This alone was hard for Xiao Yan to imagine. To know, strange fire is a unique gift of the Duqi continent, a product of the creation of heaven and earth. Any strange fire is the king of fire, possessing the power to destroy everything. However, this technique can devour strange fire. What a shock! How powerful! So scary! A method that can help you grow. Blocking the sky and blocking out the sun, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Aside after hearing Shen Lin's description of the technique, Ling Qingzhou couldn't help holding her breath, her eyes flickering slightly. As expected of you, Lord. Ling Qingzhou felt deeply moved. Even the supreme sensing art of the Jushin taking palace pales in comparison. Growth represents infinite possibilities. Shen Lin's description of the burning art also reminded Ling Qingzhou of a mysterious and powerful man who had been circulating in the Tianxian continent. Lord of Fire. The Lord of Fire holds the ancestral flame symbol and is the supreme monarch of fire. If Xiao Yan practices the burning technique in the future, he will definitely become a supreme power like Lord Yan. Lord. Ling Qingzhou looked up and said softly. Anyone read it? The data is very bad in the recommendation. Please read, collect, comment, and recommend. If you can't recommend, I can't continue writing. End of this chapter. Chapter 25026, Strategy Mission. Ling Qingzhou, Devouring Ancestral Talisman, Spiritual Martial Arts. Chapter 25026, Strategy Mission. Ling Qingzhou, Devouring Ancestral Talisman, Spiritual Martial Arts. I have also found out some things about the Eastern Xian region. Hearing this, Shen Lin turned his eyes away from Xiao Yan. Looking at Ling Qingzhou, tap the table lightly with your fingers to activate the first soul skill, Peeping Eye. Name, Ling Qingzhou. Identity, Young Palace Master of Jushin Taking Palace. Realm, Peak of the Creation Realm. Personality, aloof, quiet, and strong. Favorability, 47. Measurements, 82-66-90. Strategy difficulty, A+. Personality, follow the rules, don't like to be recognized, and want to rebel and change the status quo. Character weakness, passive, will help and assist the right man wholeheartedly. The favorability has improved a lot compared to before. Even the 3 measurements appeared. Although the difficulty of the strategy is A+, it is much better than the previous S. Although the personality orientation and personality weaknesses are not very clear. This actually agrees with Ling Qingzhou's character. Mujiang. Sure enough, no matter how strong a woman is, no matter what world she is in, a sense of security is still her first choice when choosing a mate. Ding strategy mission released. Please train Ling Qingzu to be the host's maid and slave. Mission completion rate 0%. Task reward: after completing the task, you will receive a special reward. Time limit: 3 months. Note: if the task is not completed within the time limit, the host will be punished. Shen Lin. Really, come again, is there a time limit? He is no stranger to system tasks. What surprised Shen Lin was that the reason why he could communicate with Ling Qingzu was, it is through the spiritual world of the dimensional space. It is not that the real body appeared in Tianxian continent. How to guide this can. In order to avoid being discovered by Ling Qingzu, Shen Lin tapped the table and said with Shen Lin's permission. Ling Qingzu took a deep breath and began to organize her thoughts and words. The world I live in is called the East Xian Realm. In addition to the East Xian Realm, there are also the West Xian Realm, the North Xian Realm, the South Xian Realm, as well as the Chaos Demon Sea and the Monster Realm. I don't know much about the world outside of the Eastern Xian territory. What I know is the deeds of some forces in the Eastern Xian territory. The East Xian territory is jointly governed by 8 super sects, namely Dao sect, Jushan Taking Palace, Yuan sect, Wangui sect, Fu sect, Shen sect, Jian sect, and Honghuang Palace. Under these 8 super sects, there are tens of thousands of dynasties. I am a disciple of Jushan Taking Palace. Speaking of which, Ling Qingzu was obviously a little nervous. Unlike Xiao Yan, she grew up in Jushan Taking Palace since childhood. Apart from cultivation, he has never cared about other things on weekdays. He even rarely pays attention to other super sects. Plus. After the last gathering, we headed straight to the Great Yan Dynasty. I didn't make enough preparations like Xiao Yan did. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. My lord, that's all I have to say for now. I have been ordered to go to the Great Yan Dynasty to handle a matter. After returning to the Jushan Taking Palace, I will focus on finding out what happened in the Dongxian territory and other areas. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Qingzu said in a low voice, the Great Yan Dynasty. Original. Shen Lin didn't pay much attention to Ling Qingzu's introduction. The reason why he asked the two to introduce the operation of their respective worlds was that he wanted to accurately grasp the timelines of the 2 worlds. This allows them to plan ahead and plunder resources that can be plundered. His attention, all of them, are focused on how to conquer Ling Qingzu. But the last Great Yan Dynasty attracted Shen Lin's attention. The Great Yan Dynasty. If he remembered correctly, the Great Yan Dynasty was the novice village where Wu Ziulindong started. In the original, Ling Qingzu went to the Great Yan Dynasty and was invited by the Huangpu clan. Go to the Great Yan Dynasty to help the Huangpu clan fight for the relics left by a Nirvana realm powerhouse. It's called Tianyan Ancient Tomb. Ling Qingzu also met Lindong during the trip to the Tianyan Ancient Tomb. Because of the backup plan left by the Nirvana realm expert. By chance, Lindong took over her body, which led to the later Wujing grandmother Ling Qingzu. Now Ling Qingzu is heading to the Great Yan Dynasty, that is. She hasn't met Lindong yet. Moreover, it seemed that Lindong went to Dawang County to look for the devouring ancestral talisman after the Tianyan Ancient Tomb. It doesn't matter. Anything is fine. Just tell me about the Great Yan Dynasty. Shen Lin said. Dian Dynasty. Ling Qingzu's eyes turned. I don't know why the Lord would be interested in such a weak dynasty. But she still organized her words and said. The Great Yan Dynasty is the most inconspicuous among the many dynasties in the Eastern Xian territory, and is ranked as an inferior dynasty. The strongest person in the dynasty is only at the Nirvana realm. This time I came to the Great Yan Dynasty on the orders of my master to help a descendant of a sect and fight for the opportunity left by a strong person at the Nirvana realm. Speaking of which, Ling Qingzu was speechless again. She didn't know what Shen Lin wanted to know. In her opinion, there is really nothing to say about the Great Yan Dynasty. She knows more about the Great Yan dynasty than about the Eastern Xian territory. Senior Ling, you can tell me something that happened to you, or where you are now. Xiao Yan saw Ling Qingzu's embarrassment and reminded her after all. The things he said before. Most of the descriptions revolve around oneself. I have just arrived at the Great Yan dynasty, in a restaurant in the Great Wilderness County of the Great Yan dynasty. Hearing Xiao Yan's reminder, Ling Qingzu added. I am very satisfied with what you said. Shen Lin said in a gentle voice. Ling Qingzu. No, are you satisfied with this? If that's the case, she still hasn't said much. Just when Ling Qingzu was confused, Shen Lin's voice sounded again. As a reward, I can tell you the whereabouts of one of the ancestral talismans in a spiritual martial art. Spiritual martial arts. Hearing these rewards, Ling Qingzu's breathing began to quicken. She heard it right. That is the ancestral talisman, which can only be mastered by those among the 8 ancient masters. There is also a spiritual martial arts. Although it is not as valuable as the ancestral talisman, it is also very valuable. The number of spiritual martial arts mastered by Jushin Taking Palace does not exceed 1 handful. Any spiritual martial arts that appeared in the Dongxian territory would attract the attention of the older generation of powerful people. Senior, this reward is really too generous. Ling Qingzu said in a trembling voice. It doesn't matter. The stronger you are, the more things you can do and the more information you can collect. Shen Lin said in a gentle voice. He also considered whether it would be a bit cruel to Lin Dong to let Ling Qingzu take away the devouring ancestral talisman. After all, devouring the ancestral talisman is also one of Lin Dong's golden fingers. But on second thought, Shen Lin was relieved. Speaking of golden fingers, Lin Dong definitely has the most comprehensive golden fingers among all the protagonists in online novels. Possessing the second-ranked ancestral stone on the ancient divine item list. There is also the young master of the heavenly demon Martin, Little Martin, who helps him. In addition, Lin Dong's sister is also the future 6th master of the Dark Palace in Baichuan territory. Taking away a devouring ancestral talisman would not have much impact on Lin Dong. If the ancestral talisman had not been swallowed. If Lin Dong never recovers from this devastation, it can only mean that his will is not strong enough. Not as good as Xiao Yanzi. End of this chapter. Chapter 26027, Sky Blasting Gang. How do I usually train you? Chapter 26027, Sky Blasting Gang. How do I usually train you? We found the Great Desolation ancient monument, which contains the Great Desolation sect's inheritance. The leader of the Great Desolate sect is the previous owner of the devouring ancestral talisman. In addition to the devouring ancestral talisman, the Great Desolate sect also inherited an extremely domineering spiritual martial art, the Great Desolate Prisoner Heaven Hand, as well as some secret treasures of the sect. Shen Lin said in a deep voice. It turned out to be the devouring ancestral talisman. Ling Qingzu murmured softly, standing there in a daze. Among the 8 ancestral symbols, the devouring ancestral talisman is the most mysterious ancestral talisman. Even in the Jushin Taking Palace, there are only a few records about the swallowing of the ancestral talisman. Mysterious and strange, swallowing up everything. All ancestral symbols have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The devouring ancestral talisman is the best among them. For a long time, Ling Qingzu gradually came back to her senses and looked up excitedly. Thank you for your gift, Lord, but I don't know where the Great Desolation Monument is. The Great Desolation Monument is in the Great Desolation County. I think you should be able to find the exact location with your skills. Thank you, Master. Ling Qingzu expressed her gratitude. Okay, let's end this gathering here. See you again in 7 days. Shen Lin looked at the two of them and said. Yes. Yes. Ling Qingzu and Xiao Yan responded one after another. Correct. Shen Lin seemed to have thought of something and tapped the round table in front of him. The fog rolled in. 2 pitch-black tokens floated in front of Shen Lin. Shen Lin waved his wrist. 2 tokens floated in front of Ling Qingzhu and Xiao Yan respectively. If you are in danger or anything happens, you can contact me through the token. 3 people form a group. We have met several times. It's time to give such gatherings a name. Why not call it the Supreme Immortal Palace? Supreme Palace. Thinking back on Shen Lin's words, Ling Qingzhu and Xiao Yan were both excited and said one after another. Follow the Lord's wishes. Follow the Lord's wishes. Very good, fellow members of the Sky Blasting Gang, see you next time. Shen Lin smiled indifferently. Driven by Shen Lin's thoughts, endless fog surged out from the void. 3 people. The ancient starry sky palace was swallowed up together. The vast starry sky once again returns to its former silence. Supreme Immortal Palace. Thinking back on the power he had built, Shen Lin couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Now he is also the leader of a secret organization. As for being able to contact your own token, these are items created by Shen Lin using his control over dimensional space. The principle is, they can use tokens to tell the other dimension what they are saying. Then Shen Lin received the information from the dimensional space. Complete simple communication. This will help Shen Lin better control the world of Xiao Yan and Ling Qingzhu. When they are in danger, open the dimensional space and let the 2 enter the dimensional space to escape from danger. It's time to leave the Tiandu royal family. Shen Lin whispered. Walked towards the East Palace study where Qian Rongxue was. The Sky Blasting Gang. Master, this means you have accepted me. From now on I am a member of the Sky Blasting Gang. Xiao family. Looking at the black token in his hand, Xiao Yan said excitedly. So what if Xiao sooner was born into an imperial family? His Xiao family is also an imperial family. Now that he has the support of the master, Xiao sooner is not as good as him in terms of identity and background. Find the ancient Emperor Jade first, and then go find Xiao sooner. Xiao Yan made up his mind. When I was about to go find my father, the Zishan Gang token in his hand flickered slightly. Shen Lin's voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. When you meet Xiao sooner, you can reveal some of my identity appropriately. I will come forward when necessary. Dominate the Lord. Hearing the voice, Xiao Yan looked around excitedly. Obey the will of the Lord. Dian Dynasty, Dawang County. On the 2nd floor of a restaurant Crunch. The door opened and Ling Qingzhu walked out of the room breathing rapidly. Young Palace Master, what's wrong with you? The disciple of Jushin taking palace at the door said with concern. I'm fine. Ling Qingzhu took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and looked at the 2 people. Now go investigate the news and whereabouts of the Great Desolation ancient monument in the Great Desolation County, and find out the distribution of power in the Great Desolation County. If necessary, you can tell us our identities. Young Palace Master, we are not here to go to Huangpu. A disciple was puzzled and asked. Do as I say. Ling Qingzhu said coldly. Yes. 2 disciples of Jushin taking palace said respectfully. Subsequently, the 2 men transformed into 2 streaks of green light and disappeared at the stairs one after another. Ling Qingzhu returned to the room. Sitting in the chair, it took me a long time to calm down from the emotions of the party just now. Devouring ancestral talisman, that is a treasure of heaven and earth that even the Jushin taking palace has no right to touch. This matter is too serious. Ling Qingzhu still didn't know what to do. But what she is sure of is, the news of swallowing the ancestral talisman must not be leaked. Even the Jushin taking palace must be kept secret. If the news were to leak, even the Jushin taking palace would not be able to protect this treasure of heaven and earth. The East Palace, Qian Rongxue's bedroom. What? You want to leave? In the bedroom, Qian Rongxue raised her head and looked at Shen Lin in surprise. Dong dong. Shen Lin tapped the table with his fingers and said in an unhappy tone. How do I usually train you? What should you call me when you are with me? Owner. Qian Rongxue bit her teeth lightly. Looking at Shen Lin, Lassie said, "Master, is there something I did wrong? Why do you suddenly want to leave the Tiandu Imperial family? Can you just pry into the master's affairs at will?" Shenlin lifted Qian Rongxiu's chin and asked. "But, what should I do if I miss my master?" Qian Rongxiu blushed and said. Since agreeing to be Shenlin's maid, after having sex with Shenlin, Qian Rongxiu felt that her body had become very sensitive. "I am more eager than before. If I don't see Shenlin for a day, she would feel hot all over and unbearable. If you miss me, just figure it out yourself." Shenlin took out a purple-black eggplant and put it on the table. This was when he passed by the Imperial kitchen. Taken from the Imperial kitchen owner. Seeing the purple-black eggplants, Qian Rongxiu's cheeks turned even redder, like ripe cherries, exuding an alluring scent. "I'm informing you, not discussing with you. After I leave, you and Shueke cannot look for me without permission. I will show up when I need you," Shenlin said. "Okay." Qian Rongxiu nodded helplessly and obediently. "Is this the right thing to do?" Shenlin praised and continued to press Qian Rongxiu's head down. "Correct. Pay attention to that avalanche, and find a chance to take him out as well." "Wow, master, do you want to deal with that loser Xuebeng as well?" Qian Rongxiu said in an unclear voice. "Xuebeng is a waste, but he has the blood of the Tiandu royal family flowing in his body. He is the son of Emperor Shueyat. No matter how useless he is still one of the heirs of the Tiandu Empire. Kill Xuebeng, and it won't matter whether you are the real Xue Qinghe or not. Regardless of whether you are or not, Emperor Shueye will have no choice but to pass the throne to you," Shenlin affirmed. End of this chapter. Chapter 27028, Tiandu Imperial Capital, the Underground Branch of Spirit Hall. Chapter 27028, Tiandu Imperial Capital, the Underground Branch of Spirit Hall. Avalanche's stubbornness and ignorance are all pretended. Shenlin did not tell Qian Rongxiu about these. There's no need to tell her. As Shenlin said, now all the princes of the Tiandu royal family are dead. Avalanche kills, the only official heir to the Tiandu royal family is Qian Rongxiu. Of course, and Shueke. Shenlin would be able to accept whether Emperor Shueye passed the throne to Shueke or Xue Qinghe. Apart from this, Emperor Shueye had no other choice. If Emperor Shueye were to risk the royal family's reputation and break off relations, Shenlin doesn't mind. Let Qian Rongxiu imitate the Suanwu Gate incident. According to the strength of the Spirit Hall, it is not difficult to get rid of Emperor Shueye without anyone noticing. These are all things for later. Shenlin's current realm is still very weak. Whether it is the Spirit Hall or the Tiandu royal family, it is not yet time for him to show up. But just wait until Ling Qingzue finds the great wilderness prisoner of heaven. Or maybe Yao Lao wakes up. Shenlin's strength will improve rapidly in a short period of time. During this time, Shenlin felt that it wouldn't take long. In the afternoon, after leaving the East Palace, Shenlin walked directly to the outside of the Tiandu Imperial Chamber. He is still the chief steward of the Eastern Palace. The journey out of the royal family was smooth, and no one of the Imperial guards dared to stop him. After leaving the royal family, Shenlin was not in a hurry to leave the Imperial capital. Instead, he contacted the spies that Qian Rongxiu had trained outside over the years. There are also some people who secretly hide money in the Spirit Hall. Tiandu Imperial Capital. The Branch Hall of Wuhan Hall. The afternoon sun shines through the windows painted with mysterious totems with a Western feel, shooting into the classical and elegant hall. Because of the control of the Heaven Do Empire over the Spirit Hall, except for the days when soul masters collect gold soul coins, the daytime is usually very quiet. The three-story hall seemed extremely empty. Tread. As Shenlin entered, the crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the classical hall, creating a series of echoes. "Young man, this is the Spirit Hall's Tiandu Imperial Capital branch. Are you here for help?" An old voice sounded. Shenlin noticed that from the corridor inside the palace an old man with white hair and wearing a black bishop's robe came out. "Bishop Weiss, I am here to awaken my martial spirit." Shenlin smiled and said, "It's an honor to witness the birth of a new soul master. Come with me." Bishop Weiss smiled and said. Taking Shenlin, he walked towards the compartment inside the hall. Shenlin could feel it. On the way to the Spirit Hall branch, there are people from the Tiandu royal family following behind. They are Prince Swexing's men. His worries were not unfounded, and Prince Swexing still focused his attention on Xueqinghe. He didn't dare to touch Xueqinghe. So I want to find a breakthrough in myself. In order not to arouse suspicion, Shen Lingke said that he had made preparations in advance and wanted to awaken his martial soul. After all, everyone in the Tiandu royal family knows that this year is the age for them to awaken their martial spirits. Follow Bishop Weiss into the compartment. Bishop Weiss's smile faded, and he said in a serious tone, "Your Highness asked you to come here. Does he have any instructions?" Shenlin said nothing and took out the token that Jian Rongxiu gave him. "This is Your Highness's identity token," Weiss said in a surprised voice. Looking at Shenlin hesitantly. "This token represents Jian Rongxiu's identity and will. Seeing the token is like seeing Jian Rongxiu herself. His Highness gave him this token, it seems that he trusts him very much. You know this token, so there's no need for me to repeat its value and function, right?" Shenlin said. "No need. We will do our best to fulfill your orders." Weiss said respectfully. "Very good. Gather all the members of the Spirit Hall who are hiding in the Tiandu Imperial family. Half an hour. I want to see everyone." Shenlin sat on a chair beside him, took a sip of hot tea and said, "Okay." Bishop Weiss responded, quickly leaving the room. The Spirit Hall's Tiandu Imperial Capital Branch. Underground Division. "Weiss, why did you summon us here in such a hurry? Does His Highness have any instructions? I heard that the people in the royal family are not very stable recently. Is it because of this? Do we need to get rid of Prince Swexing? That old guy doesn't have many people left to use." In the originally quiet and dark underground secret room, as the Spirit Hall members of different appearances arrived one by one, it suddenly became lively. Quickly, nearly 50 people gathered in the empty secret room. These people, some were dressed in merchant clothes, some were wearing Tiandu Imperial Guard armor, and some were dressed like ordinary people. Although these people are dressed in strange clothes, but the aura on their bodies, without exception, is that of a cultivator. The realms are uneven. The worst is also at the Soul Master level. Even Shenlin also felt that there were two Soul Saint level powerhouses among them. One is the white-haired black Cardinal Weiss, the other is the dark-skinned, bearded Cardinal Kazanti. These two Weiss is the head of the Spirit Hall's Tiandu Imperial Capital Branch. Kazanti is the person in charge of managing the members of the Wuhan Hall hidden in the Tiandu Empire. The two of them are clean. They are all followers who are loyal to the Spirit Hall for the times and obey the orders of Jian Daolia from the Elder Hall. They are all arrogant and proud. I despise those Spirit Hall followers who are loyal to Bibi Dong. I don't even know the specific mission." Weiss looked at Kazanti and said, "Wait a moment." After all, Weiss walked towards the compartment behind him. Soon, Weiss led Shenlin into the secret room. "Who is he? I don't know him, I've never seen him before." "Why not His Highness?" Seeing Shenlin appear, there was a burst of ridicule and chaos at the scene. Kazanti's brows suddenly frowned. "Weiss, you gathered us all together just because of him. Do you know that this kind of temporary call can easily attract the attention of the Tiandu Empire? The Imperial Guards of the Tiandu Empire are not there to eat for nothing." After saying this, Kazanti prepared to leave. "Bishop Kazanti, please wait a moment." Weiss quickly called out. "Butler Shen is the person Your Highness trusts the most. He came here with Your Highness's identity token." "Your Highness's identity token?" Quais-Anti subconsciously stood there in a daze, looking at Shen Lin with scrutiny. Bishop Quais-Anti, you should know what your Highness's identity token represents, right? Listen to what Butler Shen has to say first, and then it won't be too late for you to make a decision. Weiss smiled and said. Subsequently, Weiss looked at Shen Lin and took the initiative to step behind Shen Lin. Everyone, this call is a bit abrupt. Shen Lin smiled and said, I came here this time to issue 2 tasks. First, go investigate the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. I want to get all the information about the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect before dark. Second, go to Sunset Forest and investigate the whereabouts and residence of Kobo, the guest of the Tiandu Empire's royal family and a powerful titled Douluo. What? Investigate the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. We also need to investigate the titled Douluo of the Tiandu Imperial family. That's Kobo, the poison master known as the most poisonous in the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 28029, Instantly Killing a Soul Saint, the Flaw of the Soul Masters in Douluo Continent. Chapter 28029, Instantly Killing a Soul Saint, the Flaw of the Soul Masters in Douluo Continent. Is this what your Highness meant? Quais-Anti asked in a deep voice. The originally noisy secret room suddenly became quiet. Shen Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. I mean. Hee. Quais-Anti sneered, young man, it's good to want to make achievements, but don't stretch your hands too far. Who are you? Why should we listen to you? To investigate the titled Douluo, is this an order from someone? This order is a no-brainer. After hearing Cardinal Quais-Anti's tone in the secret room, the other Spirit Hall members all spoke sarcastically. Bishop Quais-Anti, Steward Shen came here with His Highness's token. Isn't it a bit too much for you to say that? Cardinal Weiss of Black advised against it. Too much? We are following the order of the Great Elder to lurk in the Tiandu Imperial capital to protect His Highness. If His Highness shows up, we will naturally obey your orders. Forget about what others say. Cardinal Quais-Anti looked at Shen Lin and said, if anyone with the token can take us away, can you be responsible if something happens to His Highness? This. Cardinal Weiss looked embarrassed and said that he was helpless. Although he is the head of the Spirit Hall's Tiandu Imperial Capital branch. But he is responsible for the people in the open. And convey Qian Rongxiu's orders to the followers hiding secretly in the Tiandu Imperial capital. These secretly hidden followers of the Spirit Hall are not under his jurisdiction. In fact, he has no right to rule. He was just a black cardinal, 1 level lower in rank than the red cardinal of Quais-Anti. I'm responsible. Shen Lin said in a gentle voice. You. What's your position? Why are you responsible? How long have you been in the Spirit Hall? Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? Hearing this, a burst of mocking voices rang out again in the secret room. Shen Lin. He had already expected this situation. Unexpectedly, the actual situation was more serious than he had imagined. This is the side effects of Bibi Dong's usurpation of the throne. The people in the Spirit Hall are not united. Even if these people are loyal to Jian Daoliu, but because there is room for choice, loyalty will be greatly reduced. Call. Shen Lin took a deep breath and walked towards the crowd. Compared to most of you, I am very young and have not been in the Spirit Hall for long. I may not understand the rules of the Spirit Hall, but you must understand them. The appearance of His Highness's token is equivalent to His Highness's personal presence. Does Bishop Quais-Anti have this rule in the Spirit Hall? Shen Lin came to Cardinal Quais-Anti and asked. Not bad. There is such a rule, but now is a special period. I doubt the authenticity of your mission. Cardinal Quais-Anti looked at Shen Lin and said. Suspect. Shen Lin laughed out loud. If you have any doubts, you can go and verify it. Instead of openly disobeying orders like you are doing now, Cardinal Quais-Anti, are you planning to rebel? Wow! This is one place the originally silent secret room was suddenly in uproar. Everyone's eyes were on Shen Linear. There was astonishment, shock, fear, and more sympathy in his eyes. They were stunned. This steward Shen actually put such a big accusation on Bishop K's auntie. I was shocked that manager Shen actually said such a thing. Rebellion against the Spirit Hall. Even the elders of the Spirit Hall would not dare to say such words casually. Pity. I feel sorry for manager Shen because he is too young and ignorant. Who is Cardinal Key's auntie? 3 generations of the family are loyal to the Spirit Hall. They have been deeply influenced and cultivated by the Spirit Hall since childhood and are loyal to the Spirit Hall. He is highly trusted by the Elders Hall. Otherwise, Cardinal K's auntie would not be responsible for such an important matter as protecting Qian Rongxiu's safety. That he rebelled? Who would believe that? Boy! You can say whatever you want, but you don't have to report to the Spirit Hall headquarters. I believe the elders in the Elder Hall will make the final decision on whether it is a rebellion or not. Cardinal K's auntie said in a low voice. Reporting to headquarters. There's no need to go through so much trouble. While talking, Shen Lin opened his palm. Bang! The white flame was beating in Shen Lin's palm. Like a ghostly soul, it exudes an endless breath of vicissitudes. As the flames appeared, the temperature in the secret room dropped to freezing point in an instant. Looking at the flame in Shen Lin's palm, Cardinal K's auntie narrowed his eyes and felt a chill in his heart. A gleam of light flashed across the cloudy pupils. Boom! Shen Lin flicked his fingers. A dark white flame shot out. It instantly occupied Quisante's pupils. Bang! The moment the flame touched Cardinal Key's auntie, the white flames burned fiercely. In an instant, Cardinal K's auntie turned into ashes, as if he had never existed. Real destruction of corpses and traces of traces, hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone present took a deep breath. He stood there trembling all over, eyes filled with fear. Even Cardinal Weiss's cloudy eyes were rarely bright. Looking at Shen Lin in disbelief. That's a soul saint. The backbone of the Spirit Hall, comparable to some of the sect's top masters. Died just like that. Well done. Shen Lin's eyes were as calm as usual, and he whispered in his heart. My lord, after this attack, my soul power has been exhausted. I need to fall into a deep sleep, and I am afraid I can no longer help you. Yao Lao's weak voice sounded in Shen Lin's mind. Understood. I will prepare a carrier for you to absorb the power as soon as possible. Shen Lin replied. Subsequently, his eyes swept around to other members of the Spirit Hall. Cardinal K's auntie did not follow the rules of the Spirit Hall and intended to rebel. I killed him on the spot. Are there any of you who want to rebel? Shen Lin looked at him and said coldly. Don't dare. We are willing to follow Manager Shen's orders. Hearing this, those who just ridiculed Shen Lin the faithful, who follow the lead of Cardinal Key's auntie, as if their spines were pulled out, they knelt in the secret room, begging for mercy with trembling voices. There was no ridicule or contempt in his eyes, replaced by extreme fear and dread. Kill the soul saint in seconds. At least one must be a titled Douluo to do this. They didn't even see how Shen Lin made his move before Cardinal K's auntie died. This kind of means and strength, he is probably one of the best among the titled Douluo. Such a young titled Douluo is still deeply trusted by His Highness. As long as they are not stupid, just know what to do, regarding the speculations of these Wuhan Hall followers. Shen Lin didn't know. The reason why he was able to kill the soul saint in seconds was entirely due to the power of Yao Lao and the strange fire. It stands to reason even if Douluo continent is a fantasy sewer. But Yao Lao's soul power is not enough, so it is still difficult to kill the soul saint in 1 second. This time, it was a completely unexpected effect. You know, the soul masters of Douluo continent have a flaw. That is before taking action. I will activate my spirit ring to warn the other party in advance that I am about to take action. Shen Lin did not activate his spirit ring. Cardinal K's auntie had no idea that Shen Lin was going to take action. Of course. He also couldn't have imagined that a teenager who had just awakened his martial soul could have the power to kill a soul saint in seconds, End of this chapter. Chapter 29030, Yuexuan, the official kill of Tiandu Empire. Please read on. Chapter 29030, Yuexuan, the official kill of Tiandu Empire. Please read on. Do as I just told you. Before dark, I want to get all the information about the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Shen Lin said indifferently, yes. All the disciples of the Spirit Hall in the secret room responded in unison. In a blink of an eye in the originally deserted hall, only Shen Lin and Cardinal Weiss in black were left. Butler Shen. Cardinal Weiss came to Shen Lin nervously. Cardinal K's auntie deserves to die for not following orders. But the Spirit Hall's followers are spread across the Tiandu Imperial capital. If no one manages them, it may affect your plans. I need to control the Tiandu branch and cannot be distracted. Before the Cardinal sent down from above takes over Quisante's duties, I will trouble Shen to temporarily manage these believers. Fearing that Shen Lin would disagree, Bishop Weiss added, Butler Shen, all this is for His Highness. Can. Shen Lin nodded and said. Shen Lin didn't dislike this kind of thing. In contrast, with power, Shen Lin will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in what he is going to do next. Okay, I will report to the headquarters the fact that Bishop K's auntie is rebelling. Please send a new cardinal to take charge of the work. Saying. Bishop Weiss was about to leave. Wait a moment. Shen Lin stopped Cardinal Weiss, who was about to leave, and said, Bishop Weiss, you should first ask His Highness for his opinion. Shen Lin originally wanted to say let the other party keep his actions secret. But then I thought about it. Now that a cardinal has died, the Spirit Hall will definitely send someone to investigate. In the absence of absolute strength, Shen Lin didn't want to expose his existence too early. That's what Manager Shen reminded me of. I'll have someone contact His Highness right now. Weiss said. He said goodbye to Shen Lin and left the hall. Subsequently, Shen Lin handed the black ring to a Soul Master level nun for safekeeping. He also left the Spirit Hall branch again. After leaving, the feeling of being watched resurfaced. Shen Lin looked around. I haven't thought of a good solution yet. I just wandered around the Imperial capital casually. Quickly. A classical and elegant building attracted Shen Lin's attention. Yu Xian. Looking at the 2 characters written in a flamboyant style on the building, Shen Lin looked thoughtful. For Yuexuan. Shen Lin was no stranger. The owner of Yuexuan, Tang Yuehua. She is from Haoshan sect and also Tang San's aunt. Because his martial soul mutated, but his soul power was only level 9, he was naturally unable to break through to the Soul Master realm, so he came to the Tiandu Imperial capital. Such a place was opened. It is claimed to be a court etiquette school that teaches aristocratic etiquette. In Shen Lin's eyes, Yuexuan is a place for cultivating official kills. Plus the unclear relationship between Tang Yuehua and Emperor Shuiyat. As a result, Yuexuan has a very high status in the Tiandu Imperial capital, and few people dare to offend him on normal days. What a great place! Shen Lin whispered. Walked towards Yuexuan. The results of the investigation into the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will be known in the evening. There are people who secretly monitor me. Before this, Shen Lin had nothing else to do, so he might as well go in and sit down. Butler Shen. Butler Shen. Seeing Shen Lin coming, the servants at the door of Yuexuan all greeted with a smile. For your reward. Shen Lin was in a good mood. He simply took out a bag of gold soul coins and threw them to the 2 of them. As the chief steward of the East Palace, now the leader of the underground followers of Wuhan Hall in Tiandu Imperial capital, what he lacks the least is gold soul coins. Thank you, Manager Shen. The 2 took the gold soul coins and greeted each other excitedly. Ignoring the 2 of them, Shen Lin went straight into the attic. The attic is decorated luxuriously. As soon as I stepped into it, I felt a refreshing air blowing towards me. The light in the moon pavilion was soft and dim, as if it was shining from behind layers of gauze curtains. Under my feet is a thick brocade carpet, which feels soft to the touch, and the intricate patterns embroidered on it are faintly visible in the dim light. Every step seems to be on the clouds. There are several exquisite white jade screens in the hall, with landscapes, flowers and birds carved on them, which seem to have spirits. The interweaving of light and shadow seems to break through the wall. Look at the tables and chairs placed everywhere, they are all made of rare purple nanmu wood. The lines are smooth and elegant, and the tea sets, incense burners, and other items placed on the table are all exquisite. The tea set has a delicate texture, as thin as a cicada's wing, and has a warm color under the light. The smoke rising from the incense burner, with its elegant sandalwood scent, lingers in the house, as if weaving a fragrant dream. The beautiful sound of a symphony of musical instruments lingers in the air. Just stepped into it. Shen Lin was also intoxicated by Yuexuan's hazy atmosphere. As the chief steward of the Eastern Palace, Shen Lin also had the right to select maids from Yuexuan for the Eastern Palace. Only every time a maid was selected, she would be sent to the royal family by the person in charge of Yuexuan and then selected by Shen Lin. This is Yuexuan's first time here. It is worthy of being the official kill of the Tiandu Empire. This is where people should be. Shen Lin sighed. Butler Shen, what brings you here? What instructions do you have for coming here this time? At this time, a middle-aged man with gorgeous clothes and round features walked out with a smile. He is Yuexuan's manager Xiaming. When in the royal family, Shen Lin met him a few times. Come and take a look. Shen Lin took out some gold soul coins and threw them to manager Xia. Thank you, manager Shen. There's nothing to see down there. How about we go up there? Taking the gold soul coin, Xiaming pointed upstairs and said with a smile. It's up to you. Shen Lin smiled and replied. Subsequently, following Xiaming, he walked up the stairs in the hall. Come to the second floor. The vast sounds of the musical instruments just now were even more obvious at this moment. The area of the second floor is half that of the first floor. But the decoration above, it's nothing like the one below. The floor is paved with mirrored quartz marble. The gauze curtains on the beams are all embroidered with the lightest silk. Hazy through the veil you can see. In the veil, there were more than a dozen girls sitting scattered around. All of these girls have graceful figures and delicate looks. They are dressed in light gauze and hold various musical instruments in their arms and play them. Manager Shen is upstairs. Xiaming said with a smile. It is good. Shen Lin came back to his senses from his trance. Following manager Xia, he walked up to the third floor. Compared with here, the East Palace is simply a slum. Third floor. The decoration style is different from the following. There are fewer veils around the beams, but more bookish air. There are many tea tables, paintings, chess, calligraphy, and painting on the third floor. In front of the long table in the middle of the attic, there were also a dozen boys and girls with outstanding temperament sitting there. Different from the women with a vulgar atmosphere on the second floor, the girls here are more delicate, with outstanding temperament and not dissolute, but with a kind of innate delicateness. It can easily capture people's hearts and make them feel pity. What really amazed Shen Lin was not the girls. Instead, she sits at the top, a graceful figure. About 27 or 28. She was wearing a moon-white long skirt that dragged on the ground, with her sleeves fluttering like flowing clouds. A light blue ribbon was tied around her waist, which perfectly outlined her slender waist. Her face is as white as jade, with a faint pink tint, just like the petals of a peach tree blooming in spring, soft and delicate. Her eyebrows are long and slender, her nose is straight and beautiful, and her lips are like cherries. The red lips were slightly upturned with a hint of a smile. It is gentle yet has an indescribable dignity. Her black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, and was simply tied up with a jade hairpin, with a few strands of hair hanging down on both sides of her cheeks. Swaying in the wind, it adds a touch of laziness and charm. Every gesture shows elegance and calmness, and a noble temperament. There is absolutely no sign of aging. Instead, she is charming and seductive, a superb old A8. Looking at the charming and enchanting figure, Shen Lin sighed. Recommended, please read, collect, and comment. The plot you want is coming soon. Absolutely a great climax. Readers who have suggestions can also send a private message to the author or make suggestions in the comments. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, I am going to start making things difficult for you. Chapter 30, I am going to start making things difficult for you. Please read on. Top match. It contains the accumulation of the breath of time. Such a woman cannot be compared with those young girls at all. Strategy mission. Tang Yuehua A+. Please train Tang Yuehua to be the host's female slave, completion rate 0%. As the host completes more tasks, he will gain soul power and special abilities. The more female slaves there are, the more extreme the host's abilities will be. Current number of female slaves, 2. Shen Lin. What the hell? Sure enough, the strategy mission appeared. I just came here to have a cup of tea and avoid being watched. I really didn't want to attack anyone. Although I had expected that there would be a strategy mission, Tang Yuehua was Tang San's aunt. Is it really good to start a strategy? If he is really conquered, wouldn't he be Tang San's uncle? Uncle teaches his nephew a lesson. This mission is really crazy. While Shen Lin was losing consciousness, the mature woman with a charming figure also noticed the arrival of Shen Lin and manager Xia. The dark eyebrows are full of charm and a slight frown. He withdrew his gaze again. It was as if he didn't see Shen Lin coming, or he was not surprised at all by Shen Lin's arrival. Butler Shen, that's Master Tang Xian of Ru Xian. Seeing Shen Lin distracted, manager Xia introduced with a smile. Manager Shen, please come this way. As they were talking, manager Xia led Shen Lin towards the side room on the 3rd floor. Don't bother with that. I'll just sit here. Please make me a cup of tea. Shen Lin pointed to the tea table next to him and said, this. Manager Shen can only serve light tea here, not strong tea. Manager Xia leaned close to Shen Lin's ear and whispered. Clear tea. Shen Lin was stunned for a moment. Looking at manager Xia, he also understood the meaning of manager Xia's words. Then let's have some tea. Shen Lin waved his hand. Okay, manager Shen, please wait a moment. I'll have someone make you some tea. Manager Xia responded and walked down the stairs again. As director Xia left, Shen Lin noticed Tang Yuehua sitting at the top of the attic on the 3rd floor. She looked in his direction with surprise, her eyes full of love. She doesn't seem to be disgusted by me. Shen Lin sighed. Strong tea. If you want to taste it, you have to taste the strongest one. Quickly. A graceful girl came to Shen Lin, made a cup of tea for him and said. Sir, this is Yuexuan's butterfly tea, please enjoy it slowly. Dang clang. Shen Lin took out 2 gold soul coins and threw them on the tray in the girl's hand. Thank you, sir. The girl said gratefully, what's your name? Shen Lin asked. Melissa, the girl replied. Shen Lin motioned the girl to sit next to him and continued to ask, I don't know much about Yuexuan. Can you tell me something about Yuexuan? And you, Master Tang Xian? This Melissa was a little embarrassed. Clang clang clang. Shen Lin took out another bag of gold soul coins and looked at Melissa. I'm from the palace, and I've been ordered to check on Yuexuan. In the palace. Hearing Shen Lin's identity, Melissa's eyes flashed, and she nodded obediently. Ding. Melissa's favorability towards the host is 100%. Shen Lin. What's the situation? I am just talking about my own palace. The favorability level is maxed out immediately. Shen Lin used his prying eyes to look at Melissa. Melissa. Age, 15. Identity, Yuexuan's maid. Favorability, 100. Strategy difficulty, F+. Characteristics, well-behaved and sensible, eager to be respected, easily attracted to men of noble status and wealth. This. I just want you to introduce Yuexuan to me. Why did you fall in love with me? Shen Lin whispered helplessly. Ah, sir, I didn't. Melissa lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Shen Lin. First, tell me about Yuexuan and your master Tang Xian. Shen Lin waved his hand. Although Melissa likes herself, but now, he really has no feelings for Melissa. Besides, it's in Yuexuan. We still have to focus on Tang Yuehua. Melissa nodded, sat obediently next to Shen Lin, and introduced Yuexuan. Beautiful ladies' company. You can also see the graceful demeanor of the old A8. Quickly. Tang Yuehua completed the teaching of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As the boys and girls left, Tang Yuehua also walked towards the direction where Shen Lin was. It is a great honor for Yuexuan to have Manager Shen come to visit. I was teaching just now and I neglected Manager Shen. I hope Manager Shen will not blame me. Tang Yuehua nodded slightly, her voice charming and pleasant. It's okay. I just passed by Yuexuan and was attracted by the beautiful music inside. I want to discuss music theory with Master Tang Xian. Shen Lin sipped his teacup and said. It's really unfortunate. Manager Shen has too many things to do in Yuexuan, and I really can't spare the time. Next time I will personally come to apologize. Melissa, please take good care of Manager Shen for me. Tang Yuehua said in a gentle voice. Yes, Master Xian. Melissa replied in a low voice. Manager Shen, I'll take my leave now. After all. Tang Yuehua swayed her plump figure and walked towards the compartment on the third floor. Looking at Tang Yuehua's back as she left, Shen Lin stood there in confusion. This woman is really arrogant. Shen Lin smiled and whispered. You really know how to judge people by their appearance. Knowing that I was a servant of the Eastern Palace, he simply greeted me and didn't even give me a chance to speak. Can be biased. Everything Tang Yuehua said and did was so appropriate that Shen Lin could not find any fault with it. For a time, Shen Lin couldn't do anything to Tang Yuehua. He couldn't use the excuse of investigating Yuexuan's business license to get Tang Yuehua to pay attention to him. Not to mention, he doesn't have the right. He didn't know whether the Tiandu Empire had a business license. Shen Lin's fingers tapped the tea table irregularly. Since the identity of the Eastern Palace is useless, then just use the identity of Spirit Hall, although the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire has always been tense. But neither side broke up. Tang Yuehua had a close relationship with the Tiandu royal family. It has nothing to do with the Spirit Hall, right? Melissa, grind for me. Shen Lin pointed to the brush, ink, and rice paper placed in the corner and said, yes. Melissa obediently brought rice paper and a brush. He sat beside her and ground the cloth carefully for Shen Lin. Sir, do you want to write a poem or paint a picture? I am going to start making things difficult for you, young master. Shen Lin smiled and said. Melissa was stunned and stood there. Making things difficult for people. How to embarrass people with writing. Shen Lin ignored Melissa and used a brush dipped in ink to write the secret code used by the Spirit Hall when carrying out missions on the rice paper. This code word has been specially encrypted. If you are not a core member of the Spirit Hall, you simply cannot understand it. Of course. Shen Lin was not afraid that Melissa would understand what he wrote. I understand. There was nothing she could do. Send it to the Spirit Hall branch. Shen Lin handed the written rice paper to Melissa. Okay. Melissa nodded. Holding the rice paper, he quickly walked down the stairs and headed towards the Spirit Hall branch. It's good to be proud. It's fun to conquer a proud woman. I am looking forward to the scene where the proud Tang Yuehua kneels before me and acts wanton. Looking at the cubicle where Tang Yuehua was, Shen Lin whispered. Please read, collect, and recommend. It is currently in the recommendation period. You can't keep it, you definitely can't keep it. Some readers said they wanted to create a QQ group. Here is a request. If there are many readers in the QQ group, the author will create a QQ group and post some extra chapters. End of this chapter. Chapter 31-032, Execute first and ask for permission later, the Pope has granted permission. This is Chapter 31-032, Execute first and ask for permission later, the Pope has granted permission. This is the Spirit Hall, is it clear enough? Wait, what are you doing and who let you in? Get out quickly, this is Yuexuan, if you don't get out we will report you to the police. The quiet and elegant Yuexuan. Suddenly, it became lively. There were bursts of noisy footsteps and voices of stopping coming from below. Shen Lin looked down. In the hall of Yuexuan, there were 7 or 8 mysterious men in black robes standing there. Manager Xia brought some of Yuexuan's thugs with him. In the hall, he was confronting those mysterious men in black robes. Just as Shen Lin lowered his head to watch the show, one of them is a mysterious man in black robe. I just happened to see Shen Lin sitting on the edge of the 3rd floor. Shen Lin has seen the other party. Not long ago, in the underground secret room of the Wuhan Hall branch in the Tiandu Imperial capital. Soul Sect Realm. It seems to be a butler named Yuan. Shen Lin nodded slightly. Subsequently, the mysterious man in black robe took off his black robe. As the Soul Sect took off his black robe, the rest of the men in black robes took off their black robes. Marshal Soul Hall. After seeing clearly the Spirit Hall uniforms these people were wearing and the badges on their chests, Manager Xia, who was shouting just now, suddenly wilted. He looked at these uninvited guests anxiously and smiled. My lords, I am short-sighted. Please come in. No need. Cao Yuan waved his hand to stop him, and said indifferently. Call out those in charge. Sir, did Yuexuan do something wrong? Manager Xia asked anxiously, are you in charge? Cao Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and took out a parchment scroll. We have found out that Yuexuan, under the guise of teaching etiquette to the nobility, is secretly engaging in human trafficking, forcing young girls to sell their bodies, and other illegal activities. Yuexuan's behavior violates the 3rd law of the Spirit Hall for the stability of the continent. Article 76 of the law prohibits the organization and forcing others to sell their bodies. Come with us. Saying. Cao Yuan's hands were like a pair of pliers, clasping Manager Xia's shoulders. Grown-ups. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. We at Yuexuan have always been impartial and law-abiding, and have been highly recognized by the Tiandu Imperial family. There must be some misunderstanding here. Feeling the pain in my shoulder, Manager Xia screamed in fear and explained tremblingly. Misunderstand? Are you saying that our Spirit Hall's investigation is false and is deliberately making things difficult for you, Yuexuan? Cao Yuan said indifferently. Boom. The Spirit Hall members standing behind Cao Yuan. A kick to Manager Xia's heart. Boom. Manager Xia was kicked 3 meters away and hit the screen behind him. In a flash, the originally elegant and luxurious 1st floor of Yuexuan was in chaos. You said my investigation was wrong. The Spirit Hall member looked at Director Xia coldly and asked, Don't dare. My lord, how dare I doubt you? There must be some misunderstanding. Master Xian, I will go find you. Manager Xia didn't care about his wet pants. He got up from the ground trembling and crawled up the stairs. Crunch. Manager Xia had just climbed to the 2nd floor. Shen Lin heard the sound of a door opening nearby. Go by the sound. The door of the compartment where Tang Yuehua was suddenly opened from the inside. Tang Yuehua ignored Shen Lin, who was watching the show. He walked downstairs in a hurry. What happened? Tang Yuehua asked after seeing the chaotic scene in the hall. Master Xian. Master Xian, these are the masters from the Spirit Hall. They said that our Yu Xian taught the girl to sell sex and they want to capture me, Master Xian. You have to save me. Seeing Tang Yuehua appear, Manager Xia cried and explained Wuhan Palace. After hearing what Manager Xia said, Tang Yuehua's face also turned ugly. Since leaving Haoshan sect, she has not had any dealings with Wuhan Hall in these years. The Spirit Hall has never caused any trouble. Why did you suddenly visit today? And they also slandered Yuexuan for teaching other girls to sell sex. This is simply nonsense. Yuexuan taught aristocratic etiquette, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She couldn't control whether those girls were selling their bodies outside. Are you the manager of Yuexuan? Come on, then you should come with us. Cao Yuan waved his hand and said the sound falls. The member of the Spirit Hall behind him took out an iron chain and walked up the stairs to lock Tang Yuehua down. Wait. Tang Yuehua hurriedly stopped him. He whispered to Manager Xia, go find the people from the Tiandu royal family. Subsequently, Tang Yuehua walked up the stairs to Cao Yuan. My lord, is there any misunderstanding here? We are Yuexuan. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not, you can't tell me. Bishop Weiss of the Spirit Hall will make a judgment on the law that you, Yuexuan, have violated. Before Tang Yuehua could finish, Cao Yuan stopped her and said, wait a minute, we have obtained permission from the Heaven Do Empire and are operating legally. This is in the Heaven Do Empire's capital, and the Spirit Hall has no right to interfere. Seeing the chains about to be put on her hands, Tang Yuehua said anxiously. The elegant and dignified temperament was completely gone, and her charming and delicate face was filled with panic and uneasiness. The Spirit Hall has no right to intervene. Cao Yuan sneered, how foolish. The Spirit Hall is admired by soul masters all over the world, and it is its mission to maintain the stability of the continent and eradicate evil soul masters. Let me tell you. What the Heaven Do Empire can control, the Spirit Hall can also control. And listen carefully, those whom the Heaven Do Empire dare not offend, our Spirit Hall dares to offend, and those whom the Heaven Do Empire dare not kill, our Spirit Hall dares to kill. In a word, whatever the Heaven Do Empire can manage, my Spirit Hall will also manage. Whatever the Heaven Do Empire cannot manage, my Spirit Hall will manage even more. Act first and report later, with special permission from the Pope. This is the Spirit Hall, isn't it clear enough? Tang Yuehua. Listening to Cao Yuan's words, Tang Yuehua was completely stunned. What's the situation? Over the years, she has been moving between the powerful and wealthy people in the Tiandu royal family, trying to get along with both sides in order to ensure the normal operation of Yuexuan. Although there is not much intersection with the Spirit Hall, but during festivals, Yuexuan would also send incense to the Spirit Hall. How come being targeted by the Spirit Hall? She has never offended anyone from the Spirit Hall. Let me see what's going on. At this time, a deep voice sounded outside Yuexuan. Afterwards, a team of armored guards from the Tiandu Empire broke into Yuexuan. Who is so bold as to act so presumptuously in Yuexuan? Looking at the ruined hall on the first floor of Yuexuan, Captain Dun of the Imperial Guard frowned and said, Captain Dun. These masters from the Spirit Hall insist that our Yuexuan is operating illegally and want to use me to be punished. You should quickly explain to these masters. Our Yuexuan is operating with the permission of the Tiandu Empire. Seeing the person coming, Tang Yuehua said anxiously. Done. Captain of the Imperial Guards in charge of the city defense in the Tiandu Imperial capital. Although the position is not high, but his power is not low. Whenever Yuexuan encounters trouble, Captain Dun helps him solve it. Therefore when Tang Yuehua saw Captain Dun appear, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. Martial Soul Hall. Hearing these three words, Dun was stunned. Turn around and look. When Dun saw the appearance of Cao Yuan and the others, the already dark faces were squeezed together, looking even uglier. They smiled awkwardly. It's Deacon Cao, and all the brothers, stop standing. It's like being at home here, sit down quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 32033, The Socialite in Tiandu Capital, still charming as old A8. Chapter 32033, The Socialite in Tiandu Capital, still charming as old A8. Captain Dun, are you questioning the actions of our spirit hall? Cao Yuan asked back, misunderstanding, this is a complete misunderstanding. Whether it is our Tiandu Empire or the Spirit Hall, we are all for the people of the world and for the sake of mankind to live and work in peace and contentment. How could we question the actions of Spirit Hall? Captain Dun, with a dark complexion and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, explained nervously. Joki is a captain of the city guards. Even when his spirit was awakened, it was the people from the Spirit Hall who helped him awaken it. How dare he question the Spirit Hall's actions, not to mention him, in the entire Tiandu Imperial capital, except for the royal family and the people from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Who else dares to offend the Spirit Hall? Take away. Cao Yuan retracted his gaze and waved his hand. Yes. 2 Spirit Hall members in black robes were about to put the chains on Tang Yuehua's hands. A special energy spread out. This caused the 2 Spirit Hall members to pause for a moment. Captain Dun, we are operating legally. Yuexuan's existence is permitted by the Tiandu Empire. You can't just stand by and watch. I need you to testify for Yuexuan. Tang Yuehua quickly walked through the Spirit Hall members, came to Captain Dun, and spoke anxiously. She thought that the matter would end with the arrival of Captain Dun. Did not expect the development of the disorder will be so serious. Captain Dun did not speak from his own perspective at all, but was so afraid of the people from the Spirit Hall. She is from Haoshan sect. If you follow the Spirit Hall and leave, even if she is innocent, they will accuse her of a crime. Therefore, she could only hope that Captain Dun could testify for her and prove the legitimacy of Yuexuan. Hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Captain Dun frowned. He really couldn't tell fortunes. If he had known in advance that the ones causing trouble were from the Spirit Hall, he would not have shown up at all. It's good now. My presence at the scene is like stepping half a foot into the quagmire. I couldn't pick it out even if I wanted to. Deacon Cao, what happened? Thank you brothers from the Spirit Hall for making such a big fuss. Captain Dun looked at Cao Yuan and asked. In all fairness, he really doesn't want to get involved in Yuexuan's affairs, nor does he have the ability to do so. But Yuexuan's existence was indeed permitted by the high-ranking officials of the Tiandu Empire, and he couldn't just turn a blind eye to it. It's like this. The masters of the Spirit Hall have some misunderstandings about Yuexuan. They said that Yuexuan prevented others from selling flesh and engaging in human trafficking. Captain Dun, we at Yuexuan teach royal etiquette, and our students will be sent to the royal family after graduation. There is no forced prostitution or human trafficking at all. You are the one who is responsible for this matter, and I hope you can testify for Yuexuan. Tang Yuehua explained anxiously. That's it. Deacon Cao, Master Tang Xian is right. I may not know other things, but it is true that all the students who graduate from Yuexuan are sent to the royal family. I can guarantee that. Captain Dun's frown relaxed, and he looked at Cao Yuan and the others, patting his chest and saying. After all, most of the tasks of sending students to the royal family were handled by their city guards. He may not know about other things, but he definitely has a say in this matter. Call. Captain Dun had just finished speaking. He felt a strong force hitting his chest. As strong as the Soul Lord Dun, he was also kicked into the corner by this kick, and his whole body was numb. Can you promise? Cao Yuan walked up to Captain Dun, stretched his right leg, and asked in a deep voice, Are you sure? Are you sure that all the students who graduated from Yuexuan were sent to the royal family? Are you sure that Yuexuan did not commit any illegal acts in secret? I am not sure. Dun shook his head in confusion. He is still confused now, but based on decades of life experience, he has also understood some things. Yuexuan is being set up. This kind of thing is definitely not something a little karami like him can participate in. Not sure yet, but still want to go away. Cao Yuan scolded, Yes. Let's get out now. Captain Dunn hurriedly stood up and left Yuexuan with the other city guards. What kind of decent place? I think Yuexuan is just a chicken coop. Someone, take down Yuexuan for me and seal it up. Cao Yuan looked around and added, by the way, take this Master Tang Xian away. Yes. Hearing Cao Yuan's words, those members of the spirit hall who came with him, without hesitation, they began to smash and destroy the first floor of Yuexuan. When he saw valuable items, he put them into the soul guide he carried with him on the grounds that they were physical evidence. For this scene, Shen Lin, who was watching the show on the third floor, did not stop it. The first floor was the least valuable place in Yuexuan. Tang Yuehua can still afford this loss. When you ask someone to do something for you, you can't come empty-handed and go back empty-handed, right? Only when they have received enough benefits will they be willing to obey your orders. This is the way of the world. My lord, please don't smash it. I beg you. Is there anyone who can testify for Yuexuan? Sect Master Ning of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect can testify. Seeing Yuexuan, which she operated, being destroyed, Tang Yuehua's eyes turned red and her voice trembled. Sect Master Ning. Hearing these three words, the Spirit Hall members who were in the process of taking action subconsciously stopped what they were doing. Even Shen Lin, who was watching the show on the third floor. I was also stunned for a moment. Isn't Tang Yuehua the mistress of Emperor Shui yet? How come Ning Fengzi has another affair? Good, as expected of the socialite of Tiandu capital, the old A8 still retains her charm. To die under the peonies, even to be a ghost is romantic. Even Ning Fengzi is no exception. Things are becoming more and more interesting. Deacon Cao, is there any misunderstanding here? Master Tang Xian doesn't look like a bad guy. Shen Lin said. I can't wait any longer. If Ning Fengzi really shows up, it will be hard to control my behavior. Master Shen. Hearing Shen Lin's words, Cao Yuan looked at Shen Lin excitedly. After noticing Shen Lin's rapid blinking, he quickly changed his words, Mr. Shen, I didn't expect you to be here. Please forgive me for disturbing your leisure time. Mr. Shen. It's him. Tang Yuehua also noticed Shen Lin sitting at the stairs on the third floor. Just now, because the matter was urgent and the spirit hall was coming at her aggressively, she did not take the East Palace steward into consideration at all. She also didn't believe that Manager Shen could solve her problems. Now it seems, this Manager Shen possessed an energy that was difficult for her to understand. These Spirit Hall members were very respectful to Manager Shen, which was totally incomparable to Captain Dunn. Manager Shen, I was wrongly accused and disturbed your pleasure. I hope you can testify for Yuexuan. Yuexuan is really operating legally. Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Lin pleadingly. This. Shen Lin was a little embarrassed. I don't know whether Yuexuan was wronged or not, but I believe that Deacon Cao is definitely not an unreasonable person and will never wrongly accuse a good person. Mr. Shen is right. Take away. Hearing Shen Lin's affirmation, Cao Yuan's tone became tougher. Ugh. Tang Yuehua sighed softly. The hope that had just ignited in his eyes was once again shrouded by despair. How could a servant, even one from the East Palace, dare to offend the Spirit Hall? I shouldn't have expected that. Shen Lin. Listening to Cao Yuan's words, Shen Lin was also confused. What did I say? You took the person away? You take away what am I playing? Deacon Cao, why don't you investigate further? Shen Lin reminded. We should investigate further. Cao Yuan agreed and ordered the Spirit Hall members behind him, go up and investigate further. It would be best if you could find evidence. Notre ally check. Deacon Cao, are you checking the scene? Shen Lin gritted his teeth and asked. Crazy, you can't tell the height of his eyebrows and eyes, right? People like this won't survive more than 2 chapters in a novel. Cao Yuan. After listening to Shen Lin's words, Cao Yuan was also confused. Didn't you ask me to check it? Do you want to check or not? Mr. Shen, do you think we should investigate this? Cao Yuan asked. Go check wherever you want, but don't delay me from drinking tea. Shen Lin couldn't hold it in any longer and said in a cold voice, yes. You are right, let's go out and check. Cao Yuan nodded obediently, and left Yuexuan with the other members of the spirit hall. Tang Yuehua. She was totally stunned. It was as if I saw something incredible. People from the spirit hall, are you actually seeking the opinion of Manager Shen? Manager Shen said to go out and investigate, so he went out to investigate? Is this still the spirit hall she knows? Please read, collect, comment, and support. Be sure to read new books and new chapters as soon as possible after they are released. New chapter. I don't know how long I can live. End of this chapter. Chapter 33034, If you don, and number 039, T make Ning Fengzi embarrassed, you will make me embarrassed? Chapter 33034, If you don't make Ning Fengzi embarrassed, you will make me embarrassed? Please read. As the people from the spirit hall left, Tang Yuehua asked someone to clean up the first floor. Put up a sign saying temporarily closed. After returning to the room, I washed up and changed into an elegant blue dress. Only then did he come to Shenlin and re-examine the East Palace chief steward. Thanks to Manager Shen's help today, otherwise, Yuexuan would be in great danger today. I offer you tea and wine to thank you for your kindness, Steward Shen. Tang Yuehua sat across from the tea table. Pour yourself a cup of hot tea, hold the cup with both hands and salute. Drinking tea is a bit boring, it's better to taste wine. I heard that the older the wine, the more charming it tastes. Shen Lin pressed the teacup in Tang Yuehua's hand and said. What Manager Shen said is true. Tang Yuehua put down the teacup in her hand. The maid who was looking down from the balcony at the first floor cleaning up said, go get a jar of the best daughter's red wine, one from the Jiaza year. Quickly. The maid brought a jar of wine. Tang Yuehua took the wine jar and filled it up for Shen Lin herself. She poured herself another glass, held the glass with both hands and bowed, I thank Steward Shen for his generous help today. Shen Lin picked up the wine glass. He clinked glasses with Tang Yuehua, and the mellow wine flowed down his throat. It tastes slightly bitter, but has a sweet and girlish fragrance. Good wine. Shen Lin put down his wine glass and looked at Tang Yuehua. Master Tang Xian, you are too polite. I didn't do anything just now. From what Deacon Cao said, it seems that the Spirit Hall is still investigating the fact that Yuexuan committed a crime. A trace of sadness appeared on Tang Yuehua's dark brows again. She also heard what Deacon Cao said when he left. This was also what bothered her. If it was someone from the Heaven Do Empire, she would have a 10,000 word method to solve it, but if it was someone from the Spirit Hall, she really had no idea what to do. Butler Shen. What do you think of Yuexuan? Tang Yuehua took a deep breath and asked. Very good. Shen Lin was a little unsure of what Tang Yuehua meant. There are some things I haven't told anyone. I am from the Haoshan sect. Because my martial soul mutated and I couldn't practice, I left the Haoshan sect when I was young and came to the Tiandu Imperial capital alone. Yuexuan is someone I worked hard to build up. I care about Yuexuan's future more than anyone else. How could I possibly do something illegal? Yuexuan has encountered many troubles over the years, and I have always solved them carefully, but I really have no way to deal with this trouble. At this point, Tang Yuehua's eyes turned red. I don't know if it was the effect of the alcohol, but a trace of fatigue appeared on Tang Yuehua's face, which made people feel pity for her. Is it because of the Haoshan sect? I have heard about some things about the Haoshan sect and the Spirit Hall. Shen Lin pondered, however, I just heard you mention Sect Master Ning. With Sect Master Ning's status, it shouldn't be difficult to resolve this matter. Tang Yuehua poured herself another glass of wine. Drink it all up, I have some friendship with Sect Master Ning, but he won't stand up for me at all. Especially regarding the spirit hall, I don't want to embarrass him. Shen Lin. What do you mean, you don't want to embarrass Ning Fengzi, so you embarrass me? I feel like I'm a big jerk. What about Emperor Shui Yat? Shen Lin continued to ask. Hearing this, Tang Yuehua looked at him with her gentle eyes full of charm. Even you think that I have a special relationship with Emperor Shui Yat? Everyone says that. Shen Lin waved his hand. Yat. Everyone says so, but who has ever considered my feelings? I'm alone in the Imperial capital. Such comments are like an invisible knife. Those noble ladies are not as pretty as me, nor as elegant as me, and their comments hurt me with every word they say. It seems that we are talking about the grievances. Tang Yuehua's tears rolled down her cheeks and she drank another glass of wine. With her white jade fingers on her forehead, she said with great charm. Shui Yat and my father were from the same family. How could we possibly have that kind of relationship? It's because of my identity as Haoshan sect, that Emperor Shui Yat has taken care of me. It's not like what the rumors say at all. If it weren't for Emperor Shui Yi's care, how could I have lived in the imperial capital and founded Yuexuan? Those nobles and dukes respect me, but they are all thinking about how to get me. Those noble ladies in the imperial capital are all waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Tang Yuehua became more and more sad as she spoke. She leaned over the table and whispered, I have no family, no friends, only Yuexuan is left. If I can't even protect Yuexuan, I really don't know what to do. What else can I do? Tang Yuehua lay on the table and cried. I don't know whether it was intentional or not. From Shen Lin's perspective, he could just clearly see the slightly trembling waves. Like the raging waves in the sea, one wave higher than the other. Gyulong. Shen Lin swallowed subconsciously. This old wine really gets more intoxicating the more you drink it. Aunt Tang Yuehua, don't worry too much. I can help you solve the problem of the spirit hall. What? Manager Shen, are you going to help me solve Yuexuan's problem? Tang Yuehua raised her head and looked at Shen Lin in surprise. I went to the Spirit Hall branch today to awaken my spirit. Bishop Weiss is very optimistic about my spirit. If I go to see Bishop Weiss, there shouldn't be any problem. Shen Lin explained. Bishop Weiss. Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Lin in surprise. Really, so that's it. She had wondered before why the people in the Spirit Hall were so respectful to Shen Lin. If Bishop Weiss takes it seriously. That makes sense. Thinking that the problem was so easy to solve, Tang Yuehua lay directly on the table, grabbed Shen Lin's hand and said excitedly, Mr. Shen, thank you. I really don't know how to thank you. Tang Yuehua's forward-leaning posture made Shen Lin feel even hotter. Shen Lin whispered, it's okay. Actually, I have a problem too. I hope Aunt Tang Yuehua can help me. What is it? Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Lin in surprise. You can tell me about it. I will definitely help you if I can. Aunt Tang Yuehua, I want your body. Shen Lin said somewhat embarrassedly. Although he has made sufficient preparations and even mobilized the power of the Spirit Hall. But really tell me your purpose. He still felt it was a bit forced. I really don't know how the protagonists in those novels can naturally get women to devote themselves to them. Got to study, what? Although I had a feeling that Shen Lin's request would not be simple, but after hearing Shen Lin's conditions, the drunkenness on Tang Yuehua's face sobered up immediately. I stood there awkwardly. Tang Yuehua felt her face getting hot. It was inappropriate to stay, and it was even more inappropriate to leave. She sat up again. He lowered his head, and said angrily, Mr. Shen, how could you make such a joke? Aunt Tang Yuehua, I'm serious. I'm not joking. Shen Lin emphasized. Really? Men approach me because of my body. Even the young Shen is like this. I shouldn't have any fantasies. Tang Yuehua was upset and was about to get up and leave. Shen Lin continued. I have a hidden agenda when I say this. Please read, collect, comment, and recommend. End of this chapter. Chapter 34035, Persuade the young lady to be a good woman and let her have an affair. Chapter 34035, Persuade the young lady to be a good woman and let her have an affair. Please read on. What kind of hidden truth would make you make such a joke? Tang Yuehua smiled awkwardly. Hidden secrets? There must be something fishy in your mind. She has met too many men like Shen Lin who seek fame and reputation. Shen Lin is the youngest among them. He is still a child. Aunt Tang Yuehua, you have a misunderstanding about me. Can we find a quiet place to have a good chat? Shen Lin whispered Tang Yuehua's compartment. The room is very clean, with many pieces of music, paintings, and books placed in the corners. It can be seen that Tang Yuehua is a woman who pays great attention to her inner qualities. Now, Shen Lin sat on a chair in the room. Some are restless. Too anxious. Tang Yuehua is not a little girl like Shueke or Qian Rongxiu. She is not the kind of woman who can be fooled by making up a random excuse. What should I do? Shen Lin paced the room anxiously. It would be great if the medicine was always there. He has lived long enough, so maybe he has some good ideas. Do we need to stop time again? Shen Lin whispered. To be frank, Shen Lin is generally reluctant to use the ability to stop time. A man's greatest hobby is to persuade a young lady to become a good woman and let her have an affair. Exactly. Tang Yuehua fits both of these identities. On the surface, Yuexuan is a school that teaches etiquette to the nobility, but secretly it is the official kill of the Tiandu royal family. This is a foregone conclusion. Tang Yuehua must have acquiesced to what Manager Xia did. In this way, Tang Yuehua has the identity of Ji's mother, that is, Mama-san. Judging from what Tang Yuehua said just now, how painful it was to cry. She herself certainly didn't participate in it. From Tang Yuehua's perspective, she is a good girl. In addition to the age difference between the two parties, she has 3 identities: good wife, Mama-san, and auntie. If you stop when you are using it, it will be a waste. This would take away a lot of the fun. It's like playing with a beautiful silicone doll. You will lose a lot of the benefits of your status and the user experience will be greatly reduced. Butler Shen. A gentle voice sounded from behind Shen Lin. Ear. Tang Yuehua changed into a purple body-shaping garment and came behind Shen Lin. Aunt Tang Yuehua, you should just call me Shen Lin. When Shen Lin saw the purple tights on Tang Yuehua, he was stunned. I stumble over words. Su Songcheng never lied to me. Not only is Purple Sister charming, but Purple Aunt is even more amazing. He was stunned. Especially Tang Yuehua's mature woman's body. They are simply not comparable to Qian Rongxiu and Shueke. One is a small puddle, the other is a vast ocean. How can this be compared? Shen Lin, Auntie believes you are not a bad kid. Tang Yuehua stroked the hair at the end of her eyebrows in a charming manner, lowered her head and bit her teeth lightly, saying, if it was any other noble or prince in the imperial capital who said such words to her, Tang Yuehua would have directly kicked him out of Yuexuan. Just like her impression of Shen Lin. Although he held a high position, he was the chief steward of the Eastern Palace at a young age. But Shen Lin is just a child in her eyes. She believes Shen Lin's words were definitely not his original intention. Shen Lin just took the initiative to help me, proving that Shen Lin has kindness in his heart. Tang Yuehua couldn't bear to watch Shen Lin go astray. She wants to teach Shen Lin how to be an upright person. I'm actually not as good as Auntie thinks. Shen Lin said calmly. What? What do you mean? Do you really want to? Shen Lin's words made Tang Yuehua, who was full of hope just now, stand there awkwardly, looking at Shen Lin with her blue pupils full of vigilance. Call. Shen Lin took a long breath. Give it a try. Tang Yuehua needs my help. I have the upper hand. Even if it doesn't work, she won't dare to turn hostile. If old A8 is hard to deceive, then I'll force him. I have made up my mind. Shen Lin's anxiety and guilt disappeared, and he explained. Aunt Tang Yuehua, I'm really in trouble. What kind of trouble can you have? If wanting to have my body is your trouble, then you don't have to say it. Tang Yuehua said indifferently. My trouble is. Speaking of which. Shen Lin raised his right foot and stomped it down again. All of a sudden, the crimson and gilded light radiated from Shen Lin's body. 2 golden soul rings. It is as dazzling and dreamy as a rainbow in the sky. This is. How is it possible to have a spirit ring of this color? Tang Yuehua parted her red lips slightly and looked at the scene in surprise. Born in Haoshan sect, even though Tang Yuehua's martial soul mutated and could not be cultivated, she still had some understanding of spirit rings. The color of the soul ring determines the age. Soul rings under 100 years old are white, soul rings of 100 years old are yellow, soul rings of 1,000 years old are purple, and soul rings of 10,000 years old are black. A 2-ring soul master, most of them are 1 white and 1 yellow. Some soul masters with amazing talents have 2 rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, or 2 yellow rings. This is common sense in Duki continent. She had never seen, or even heard of, someone's soul ring being golden in color. Even 100,000-year spirit ring is red. What does the golden soul ring represent? Is it potential? It's incredible. Tang Yuehua murmured in a low voice. It's incredible. Bishop Weiss said the same thing to you, and that's my trouble. I have good qualifications. I was born with full soul power. As soon as I awakened my martial soul, I got these 2 golden soul rings. In fact, Bishop Weiss's expression was much more exaggerated than yours at the time. Do you want to know why? Shen Lin whispered, because I don't have a martial soul. What? No martial spirit? Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Lin in surprise. Want to find traces of martial spirit in Shen Lin? Just as Shen Lin said, after the soul ring was revealed, she did not find any trace of martial soul on Shen Lin. Whether it is a weapon spirit or a beast spirit. There was no change in Shen Lin's body. How is it possible that there is no martial spirit? Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Lin worriedly. Without a martial soul, it means you can't practice. According to Bishop Weiss, it may be because my innate soul power is too strong that my martial soul has mutated. As long as I can solve the problem of my martial soul mutation and find my martial soul, I can become a true soul master. Shen Lin whispered, right. That's right. Although martial soul mutations are rare, they do exist. Did Bishop Weiss tell you how to find martial souls? Tang Yuehua asked with concern. She saw her own shadow in Shen Lin. It was because of her martial soul mutation that she could never break through the 9th level of soul power and could not become a soul master. To find the hidden martial spirit, special physiological stimulation is required. That's right. I need to sleep with a woman. Maybe I can find my martial spirit. Shen Lin didn't dare to look at Tang Yuehua. This excuse, it was really too bad. He could even imagine the contempt Tang Yuehua gave him. What could he do? You have to hit the poll to know whether there is a date or not. What? Tang Yuehua stood there in panic. She didn't expect. The secret that Shen Lin said turned out to be like this. She seemed to have really misunderstood this boy. Please read, recommend, collect, and support. Some content is missing. You can join the group to read the original text. 2857899363. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Aunt Tang, I Want to Be a Soul Master. Chapter 35, Aunt Tang, I Want to Be a Soul Master. Must read. This secret is too hard to accept. If you don't help him, Shen Lin would not be able to find the mutated martial soul and would not be able to become a soul master. But when I think about going with Shen Lin, Tang Yuehua felt her whole body getting hot and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. What can we do about it? He had helped Yuexuan before. Helped me solve the problem. You can't just stand by and watch Shen Lin get into trouble, right? Aunt Tang Yuehua, will you help me? Seeing that Tang Yuehua did not refuse, Shen Lin asked tentatively, "Of course I will." Etc. Tang Yuehua realized what was happening belatedly and stood there in a daze. "Are you crazy? What the hell am I talking about? If he doesn't help Shen Lin and can't let him become a soul master, Yu Xian's troubles seem difficult to solve. Shen Lin came to Yuexuan before just to solve the troubles you encounter. I can let Yuexuan's other know." As soon as this idea came to mind, it was rejected by Tang Yuehua. She had just said that Yuexuan was a formal place dedicated to teaching etiquette to the nobility and royal family. If other students were allowed to help Shen Lin, wouldn't it prove that the previous investigation of the spirit hall was correct? If that's the case, she didn't know how to face Shen Lin. She took advantage of a child's sympathy and deceived him. "Aunt Tang, this is very important to me. I want to become a soul master." Seeing that Tang Yuehua did not refuse but hesitating, Shen Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and he continued to persuade, "Soul master." Whispering Shen Lin's words, Tang Yuehua thought about herself and the miserable life she had experienced due to the mutation of her martial soul. This incident was too cruel to Shen Lin. She didn't want Shen Lin to repeat her mistakes. Is there no other way? Does it have to be that way? Tang Yuehua asked anxiously. Tang Yuehua's words made Shen Lin ponder and hesitate. It is clear Tang Yuehua agreed physically, but she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. To be honest, Tang Yuehua's level of acceptance has already exceeded expectations to the point where it has come to this. It's a very good result. Other methods. As Shen Lin repeated Tang Yuehua's words, other thoughts emerged in his mind. "Maybe you can help me with your mouth. I'm not sure if this method will work," Shen Lin said in a tough tone. If before it was a discussion, now it is a request. Now this situation. The style should be changed so as not to give Tang Yuehua any room to refuse. "How is this possible?" "Use your mouth." Tang Yuehua stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning. "This way? It's beyond imagination." She had never thought that the mouth could be used for that kind of thing. Okay. Tang Yuehua nodded hesitantly. "I always feel weird." This was different from the other methods she had thought of. However, there is no better way at the moment. At least this way it shouldn't count as anything happening between them. "I'll go get ready," I said nervously. Tang Yuehua left the room as if running away. "I'm waiting for you." Watching Tang Yuehua leave, Shen Lin shouted, "Things are getting more and more interesting. With the first time there will be a second time. If you use your mouth the first time, you should use a bear push the second time, right? This is much more interesting than time stopping." Soon the door was opened again. Tang Yuehua walked in trembling. Her mouth was moist and she had a light scent of lavender. "We also made preparations in advance." Tang Yuehua went out just now and cleaned her mouth with special spices. "Not? Are you still shy? Who of us is the veteran driver? What are you waiting for? Let's get started." Shen Lin stood up. "After taking off some cumbersome clothes, I chose a comfortable reclining chair." Looking at Tang Yuehua, who was standing at the door in a daze, he urged, "Call." Tang Yuehua took a deep breath. When he came to Shen Lin, he covered his mouth in surprise. "This is too exaggerated. He is still a child, how can he develop so well? So scary. Are you admiring it?" Shen Lin asked. "No." Tang Yuehua subconsciously looked confused. "Is that what I want?" Tang Yuehua asked. "Yes." "Let me try it, I've never done this before." Tang Yuehua tried to get closer to Shen Lin. Well. Next moment Tang Yuehua felt like she was being pushed. "That's it, you did great," Shen Lin commented with his eyes closed. "I'm really crazy. What did I do today?" Evening. Yuexuan 3-story compartment. Tang Yuehua was lying on the bed with a blushing face. Thinking back to what happened before, she felt even more ashamed to face others. Although I had no choice but to help Shen Lin, but how to help? "You can't eat those things, right?" How can I face Shen Lin in the future? But it was her first time to taste that flavor. It's like thick rice porridge, and I don't feel hungry at all even if I don't eat dinner at night. Now think of it. My body is still shaking uncontrollably. I really want someone to hold me. I've never done anything like that, so why do I feel a little eager now? I really want to satisfy you once. I was thinking. Tang Yuehua reached into the blanket covering her body. Hua hua hua. The sound echoed in the elegant and quiet room. Tang Yuehua's body was also tensed up. So useless. Isn't that a bit too fast? Walking on the street, Shen Lin whispered listlessly. Shen Lin was tense throughout the whole process, but he was defeated quickly. That's it. You leave first, I won't see you off. Recalling Tang Yuehua's indifference after the end, Shen Lin could only leave in disgrace. Really? No matter which world a woman is from, she changes her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Let's go back to the Wuhan Imperial Capital branch first. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect should have some news. As for Tang Yuehua, you can come back tomorrow. She said she wanted to help me find the hidden martial spirit. How could such a thing be successful in one go? Tiandu Palace, East Palace. What is Shen Lin doing now? In the study, Qian Rongxiu held her chin up in boredom and whispered. Normally at this time, Shen Lin would pull her into the bedroom to make love. Now that Shen Lin is gone instead, she felt that there was nothing to do. I don't know, does he miss me? Your Highness, are you all right? Amy came in and whispered, I'm fine. Qian Rongxiu sat up straight and looked at Amy. By the way, do you know what Shen Lin is going to do after leaving the royal family? Do not know. Amy shook her head helplessly. Butler Shen is such a fool. His Highness is so good to him, why should he leave the East Palace? Isn't it better for him to stay with His Highness? When talking about Shen Lin, Amy also felt empty. Maybe he has his own ideas. Qian Rongxiu shook her head tiredly. By the way, are you okay? Is such that? Your Highness, this is the Tiandu Imperial Capital Astronomical Officer, handing you the data on the recent observation of the movement of celestial phenomena, waiting for your approval. Amy took out the envelope and handed it to Xue Qinghe. Imperial Astronomical Officer. Please read, collect, support, data and comment. It is being recommended, please support. End of this chapter. Chapter 36037, The Youngest Cardinal in the Spirit Hall. Chapter 36037, The Youngest Cardinal in the Spirit Hall. Hearing this title, Qian Rongxiu's expression became unusually solemn. The Imperial Capital Astronomical Officer was the way that Bishop Weiss of the Spirit Hall's Tiandu branch contacted Shen Lin before his arrival. Since Shen Lin arrived, this form of contact has been abolished. Bishop Weiss is not a reckless person who would rashly use this abandoned communication method. Something must have happened at the Spirit Hall's Imperial Capital branch. Go wait outside. Yes. Qian Rongxiu took the envelope and sent Amy away. He walked quickly towards the compartment inside the study. Open the envelope. The envelope depicts a densely packed star map. Qian Rongxiu was not unfamiliar with this, as it was an encryption code used before. Qian Rongxiu found the corresponding star icon mark on the bookshelf. Comparing the star map above, I began to interpret the message that Bishop Weiss wanted to convey. As the message was deciphered, the expression on Qian Rongxiu's face became more and more stunned and surprised. Shen Lin he actually killed a soul saint in a second. After being surprised, Qian Rongxiu thought that this was how things should be. Shen Lin is a god. Qian Rongxiu had personally experienced how powerful Shen Lin was. If he couldn't kill a soul saint instantly, what kind of god was he? As for the situation mentioned in the envelope where the underground members of the Spirit Hall's Imperial Capital branch were leaderless, Qian Rongxiu was not worried at all. She was worried that she couldn't find any trace of Shen Lin's movements. Right now, no one is more suitable for this position than Shen Lin. The position of cardinal is a bit low. Qian Rongxiu whispered. She is in a special situation now. Not in the spirit hall, the power I control is limited, so I can only let Shen Lin down for now. I know what you reported. I asked Shen Lin to do this. Since the position of the underground leader is temporarily vacant, let Shen Zongguan take over. In the name of His Majesty the Spirit Hall, I officially confer the title of Cardinal of the Spirit Hall to Shen Lin. Use the star map password to make a reply. Qian Rongxiu personally took the envelope and came to the outside of the study. I saw the astronomical officer who delivered the letter. Your Highness. Seeing Xueqing he come out in person, able astronomical officer was surprised and said. When I contacted His Highness before, he never wanted to see Xueqing. Unexpectedly, His Highness would show up in person this time. Your Majesty has not yet appointed a crown prince, so the title of Your Highness is not quite accurate. Qian Rongxiu reminded. Yes. Astronomical officer Abel nodded in agreement. Able astronomical officer, the celestial changes you reported this time were very timely. I am very interested in the newly discovered red stars. I need you to continue to observe the changes in the red star and report to me in a timely manner. Qian Rongxiu said with a smile. Red star Abel the astronomical officer was stunned. Did he report to Xing Chen? Isn't the report a secret letter from the Spirit Hall? Is there a problem? Qian Rongxiu asked. No, I will closely monitor Red Star's movements and report to the Crown Prince. Astronomical Officer Abel nodded in response. Amy, take Officer Abel to collect some rewards. Qian Rongxiu instructed Amy beside her. Yes. Please follow me. Amy led Abel, the astronomer, towards the East Palace Treasure Pavilion. Along the way, Abel astronomical officer still felt that it was a little unreal. Red Star. We need to go find Bishop Weiss. Bishop Weiss should know what the Red Star represents. Red Star. The Imperial Capital branch of the Spirit Hall in the Bishop's office, listening to the words of astronomical officer Abel, Bishop Weiss curiously opened the envelope. When Bishop Weiss saw Qian Rongxiu's reply, a rare smile appeared on his face. Your Highness is wrong about Steward Shen. It should be Bishop Shen who really has good intentions. Bishop Shen. Astronomical officer Abel looked at Bishop Weiss curiously. He did not remember that there was a Bishop Shen in the Imperial Capital Branch Temple. Come on, I'll take you to see Bishop Shen. Weiss didn't explain much. Taking Abel the astronomer, they came to the bookshelf and turned the secret compartment. A deep passage connecting to the underground appeared in front of them. The Imperial Capital Branch of the Spirit Hall, Underground Square. The sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect seems to have broken through to the level of peak Douluo at level 96. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect has the momentum to replace the Clear Sky sect and become the leader among the top 3 sections. Not long ago, an elder from the Seven Treasures glazed sect went to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family with unclear intentions. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect has promoted 2 more soul Douluos. Currently, the number of soul Douluos in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect has exceeded double digits. Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, has rarely appeared outside recently, and we haven't been able to find out any information about him. We found out that the eldest lady of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Fengzi's daughter Ning Rongrong, angered another instructor of Yuexuan today. It is said that this is the 4th instructor she has angered. At the top of the underground square. Listening to the news that the Spirit Hall members had gathered, Shen Lin rubbed his brows helplessly. These messages make absolutely no sense. However, this is not their fault. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect has 2 titled Douluo in charge, so no one would dare to inquire about the news too carefully. It is worth noting that Ning Rongrong angered the 4th mentor and left. It seems that her life in the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is not going well. We should be leaving the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect soon, right? Follow up. Shen Lin asked some more questions about Sunset Forest and investigated Douluo's situation. About Sunset Forest. The intelligence obtained by the Spirit Hall was much richer than that of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. The good news is that they really found the secluded place where Douluo was suspected to live. Is it specifically the area where Douluo is located? Still to be determined. There was a piece of news that surprised Shen Linier, that is Douluo's granddaughter Douluyan, who joined Tiandu Royal Academy not long ago. Lone Goose. What a pleasant surprise. Bishop Weiss. Weiss. Just as Shen Lin was sorting out the information he had discovered, each respectful address woke Shen Lin up from his thoughts. Bishop Weiss, why are you here? Seeing Bishop Weiss approaching, Shen Lin asked, Friend Shen, is everything going smoothly as His Highness instructed? Bishop Weiss smiled kindly and said, Not very ideal. The information we got is not very meaningful. Shen Lin shook his head. Don't be too anxious. Although the Spirit Hall is spread all over the continent, this is the capital of the Heaven Do Empire after all. The Spirit Hall will always have some concerns when doing things. Time will prove everything. Especially with your current status, you should be more patient. Bishop Weiss consoled him. Thanks. Shen Lin nodded, noticed the short-haired, round-faced middle-aged man standing behind Weiss, and asked, Who is this? Bishop Shen, I am Abel, a member of the Spirit Hall, and also the astronomical officer of the Tiandu Empire. Abel respectfully introduced himself. Before you, astronomical officer Abel was in charge of contacting His Highness and was considered a member of the underground organization. Bishop Weiss explained. Shen Lin looked at Bishop Weiss thoughtfully. So, you have already contacted His Highness. It's like this, His Highness thinks highly of you. Bishop Weiss patted Shen Lin's shoulder with satisfaction. Subsequently, Bishop Weiss looked at the underground organization in the square. Everyone, please be quiet. I'm sorry to interrupt your party. I just received a message from His Highness. Just now, His Highness personally appointed Shen Zongguan as the Cardinal of the Spirit Hall, officially taking over all the work of Bishop K's auntie. It's incredible that Bishop Shen's appointment broke the record of the youngest cardinal in the Spirit Hall. Let us celebrate for Bishop Shen together. Bishop Weiss said excitedly. End of this chapter. Chapter 37038, Sect Master Ning, please rest assured, I will definitely take good care of Sect Mast. Chapter 37038, Sect Master Ning, please rest assured that I will take good care of Sect Master Tang Xian. Congratulations to Bishop Shen Lin. We are willing to follow Bishop Shen Lin through fire and water. Congratulations to Bishop Shen Lin for becoming our boss. Cardinal. He is considered a high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall. It can be said that I have fulfilled my wish in my previous life and got a stable job. Listening to the noisy sounds around him, Shen Lin smiled in surprise. The goal that others had been striving for all their lives was achieved without any warning. Perhaps this is a reflection of how easy it is to get things done when you have someone in the court. Shen Lin whispered in his heart. He had no intention of entering politics. However, the identity of a cardinal will indeed bring him some help. Cardinal. How is this possible? He's so young. Listen to Weiss. Abel, the astronomical officer, looked at Shen Lin in astonishment. He has worked diligently for the Spirit Hall for half his life, and now he is only a purple-robed cardinal. The other person looked as old as his son. The cardinal. Isn't it incredible? You have read His Highness's reply. In fact, you shouldn't find it strange. Bishop Weiss smiled and looked at astronomical officer Abel. Your Highness replied. You mean the red star? Astronomical officer Abel stood there in astonishment. Bishop Shen Lin, it is the red star that ignites in the Spirit Hall. Bishop Weiss said with emotion. These underground members of the Spirit Hall were dismissed. Shen Lin followed Bishop Weiss. Came to the bishop's office of the Spirit Hall's Imperial Capital Branch. Received the red robe that represents the status of cardinal. Bishop Weiss introduced to Shen Lin some of the benefits provided by the cardinal. The monthly salary of the Spirit Hall cardinal is 70 gold soul coins. In addition to the salary, there are also some performance and subsidies. The church will also pay for your 5 insurances and 1 fund. The church will be fully responsible for all the children's education and medical care. According to normal procedures, you need to report to the Spirit Hall headquarters before taking up your post as a cardinal. The church's logistics department will pay you your salary regularly. But because of the special situation of the Tiandu Empire, your salary will be temporarily paid by the Tiandu Empire Wuhan Hall branch. Speaking of which, Bishop Weiss took out a purple gold card from the drawer and handed it to Shen Lin. This is the VIP card of Wuhan Bank. The position of cardinal has an overdraft limit of 500 gold soul coins. Your subsequent salary will also be directly transferred to this purple gold card. Thank you. Shen Lin took the purple gold card and stroked the texture on it. Like quartz material. It feels cool to the touch and has a very textured feel. It is a nice work of art. 70 gold soul coins per month. The price of a single-family house in the center of Tiandu Imperial capital is around 800 gold soul coins. That is, in just 1 year, his salary would be enough to buy a single-family house in Tiandu capital and achieve financial freedom. The Spirit Hall is worthy of being the #1 church on the continent. The welfare benefits alone are incomparable to those of other sects or empires. No wonder all the soul masters in the world want to join the Spirit Hall. After exchanging a few words with Bishop Weiss, Shen Lin left the bishop's office. The next day, the compartment on the 3rd floor of Yuexuan. Ning Fengzi sat in the cubicle, sipping tea absent-mindedly. Suddenly, the door opened. Tang Yuehua walked in wearing a purple hollow dress. I just had some things to deal with. I hope Sect Master Ning won't blame me. Seeing Tang Yuehua appear, especially when he saw Tang Yuehua wearing a bold purple hollow long dress, Ning Fengzi was a little dazed for a moment. Master Ning. It doesn't matter. Ning Fengzi came back to his senses and motioned for Tang Yuehua to take a seat. I just heard about what happened with Yu Xian yesterday. The Spirit Hall is really getting more and more arrogant. They exceeded their authority and enforced the law in the capital of the Heaven Do Empire. They simply don't take the Heaven Do Empire seriously. Ning Fengzi's tone was excited. He looked at Tang Yuehua and comforted her, "Don't worry. I will send someone to negotiate with the Spirit Hall later. Yuexuan will not be in trouble. No need. Sect Master Ning, the Spirit Hall is also for social stability. This matter has been resolved, so there is no need for you to intervene." Tang Yuehua said with a smile. "How did you solve it?" Ning Fengzi was surprised. "Yes." Thinking about what happened yesterday, Tang Yuehua felt her whole body getting hot. It was Shen, the chief steward of the East Palace, who came forward and reached a consensus with the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall should not cause trouble again. Eastern Palace. You mean King He? I see. Ning Fengzi nodded with satisfaction. Shui King He has always been like this, careful in his work and always able to think ahead. He was also very satisfied with this disciple. However, Ning Fengzi was still a little worried. Although King He has come forward, the Spirit Hall has always acted in a domineering manner. I am worried that the Spirit Hall will not let it go if the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect comes forward. No need. Before Ning Fengzi could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tang Yuehua. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Call. Ning Fengzi took a deep breath, put down the teacup in his hand, and looked at Tang Yuehua. Yuehua, don't always hide from me. I know what you're thinking, but Rong is still young, and I really don't know how to start the conversation. Master Ning, you are a person of status. I have thought about it carefully. We are not suitable for each other. Even if you are not a woman, other people in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect will not agree that the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is with someone who cannot practice. Tang Yuehua said calmly. Moonlight. Ning Fengzi was about to speak. He was interrupted again by Tang Yuehua. Sect Master Ning, I still have to teach. Okay, I'll come see you in a few days. Ning Fengzi stood up helplessly. As soon as the two walked out of the cubicle, they saw Shen Lin walking up the stairs. Butler Shen. Tang Yuehua froze in place, lowering her head in panic. Do not know why the moment she saw Shen Lin, she felt inexplicably nervous and her body couldn't help but start to tremble. It was as if he had done something wrong and was caught red-handed by Shen Lin. Manager Shen? Hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Ning Fengzi looked at Shen Lin at the stairs with some surprise. He didn't expect that. The chief steward of the East Palace is surprisingly so young. This was somewhat different from what he had imagined. The other side, seeing Ning Fengzi standing next to Tang Yuehua, Shen Lin was also stunned. Especially Tang Yuehua's expression. Shen Lin frowned unconsciously. It seems that his guess yesterday was correct. The relationship between Ning Fengzi of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and Tang Yuehua is not simple. Sect Master Ning, I am Shen Lin, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace. Before leaving the palace, His Highness had instructed me to go visit you, but I have not found the time yet. I hope you will not blame me. Shen Lin placed his right hand on his chest as a gesture of respect. It doesn't matter. Ning Fengzi nodded with satisfaction and asked, why are you here today? Consult Master Tang Xian to discuss the follow-up matters. Shen Lin said truthfully. I heard about what happened yesterday. You did a great job. Ning Fengzi patted Shen Lin on the shoulder and said, I'll leave Master Tang Xian's affairs to you. If you encounter any trouble, you can come to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to find me. Master Ning, please rest assured. I will take good care of Master Tang Xian. Shen Lin raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said respectfully. 2024 is coming to an end, welcome 2025. Thank you so many readers for spending this unforgettable day with me. In the new year, the author will definitely work hard and update as much as possible. Please give us your support. Please collect, recommend, and read. The climax of the plot is coming soon. I hope everyone can support us and make happy beans together. End of this chapter. Chapter 38039, Fengtian and number 039, Hejiang seems to need to release flood water. Chapter 38039, Fengtian cliques Hejiang seems to need to release flood water, must read. As Ning Fengzi left, silence, depression, and a low atmosphere filled the entire third floor of Yuexuan. Shen Lin stood at the stairs, just looking at Tang Yuehua with his eyes, without saying anything and without making any movements. Feeling Shen Lin's lingqi-like gaze, Tang Yuehua was very worried. My body can't stop shaking. The gurgling water flows out from the body. He actually continued under Shen Lin's gaze. Am I crazy? Tang Yuehua buried her face low, too embarrassed to look at Shen Lin. Since Shen Lin left yesterday, Shen Lin's figure appeared in her mind from time to time. I also fantasized about Shen Lin and acted wild in the room. She couldn't even control her own body. It's really embarrassing. Master Tang Xian is really the one who has the best of both worlds. Even Sect Master Ning is deeply concerned about you. Shen Lin said. His tone was as calm as water, making Tang Yuehua feel very strange and distant. No. Sect Master Ning and I are just friends. He is the leader of a sect, and I am a humble person. I have never thought that there would be anything between us. Tang Yuehua bit her teeth lightly and explained anxiously. She didn't know why she had to explain, but Shen Lin's words cut into her heart like a knife. It seemed as if breathing had become difficult. You like him? Shen Lin continued to ask. No, I didn't. Tang Yuehua rejected it. Maybe she had thought about this before. But more importantly, he wanted to use Ning Fengzi's identity to survive better. Gaining the approval of Haoshan's sect. Like ever since she left Haoshan sect and lived alone in Tiandu Imperial capital, she didn't even dare to ask for the word like. Does that mean he likes you? Right. He used to come to Yuexuan often. I could see what he was thinking, but I didn't agree. Tang Yuehua explained. Why don't you agree? Shen Lin looked at Tang Yuehua curiously. He is the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. If he agrees, you will be the noble lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. This is something that many people would love to have. I do not know. Tang Yuehua bit her teeth lightly and said in a trembling voice, I think it's good to be alone. Do you have time now? What? She was originally going to teach some outstanding students of Yuexuan. My body nodded involuntarily. Hurry up. After all. Shen Lin walked still into the room behind Tang Yuehua. Call. Yes, that's right, you are more skilled than yesterday. Sitting on the bed enjoying Tang Yuehua's service, Shen Lin felt his whole body smooth and couldn't help but comment. Tang Yuehua. Although this is not the first time I have met you, but... She still felt that Shen Lin's chisel looked a little scary. It's hard to breathe. Didn't I help you yesterday? Why do you want to continue today? Tang Yuehua's cheeks were burning, and she spoke in a broken voice, because I haven't found the hidden martial spirit yet, and I promised Master Ning that I would take good care of you. So I can only continue to ask my aunt for help. Shen Lin smiled and said. Judging from Tang Yuehua's words and attitude just now, nothing really happened between her and Ning Fengzi. Neither Tang Yuehua nor Ning Fengzi are good at lying. And Shen Lin also heard clearly the conversation between Tang Yuehua and Ning Fengzi in the compartment just now. He did not come to the third floor after the two of them left the room. But it arrived long ago. It's just that because Ning Fengzi was present at the time, Shen Lin did not show up at the first time. Shen Lin looked at Tang Yuehua. Aunt Tang, I have to work harder today than I did yesterday. Only by finding the hidden martial spirit can I help Yuexuan and help you. Okay, I understand. I will try my best to thank you. Tang Yuehua responded earnestly. Shen Lin. After hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Shen Lin felt full of strength. As expected, she is the one who teaches etiquette to the nobility. Just be polite. Also no thank me. Speaking of, Shen Lin also noticed Tang Yuehua's outfit today. A hollow purple dress. It seems that she is still wearing nothing, and she is more charming and seductive than yesterday. Aunt Tang, are you wearing this dress today just for me? Shen Lin licked his lips and said. While talking, Shen Lin's hands were not idle either, and they stroked Tang Yuehua's buttocks. Detained in the Hejiang Fengtian clique. Aunt Tang, the Hejiang River in Fengxian is flooding. Tang Yuehua's body became weak. He freed one hand and grabbed Shen Lin's dishonest wrist. Don't worry, I won't cross the line without your consent. Looking at Tang Yuehua's actions, Shen Lin smiled and thought, however, should we try to experience as many ways as possible to find hidden martial spirits within a reasonable range? While talking, Shen Lin's blood surged. Hold Tang Yuehua in your arms. What? Close contact. This caused Tang Yuehua to exclaim in surprise. The Fengtian clique was only separated from the cannon by a river. Shen Lin, the chief steward. No, please let me go first. Feeling the cannon ready to fire, she said in a trembling voice. Can't. I'm helping you. If we can't find the hidden spirit, both of us will be in danger. You should take responsibility and take on something on your own initiative, right? Shen Lin whispered in her ear, then what should I do? Tang Yuehua said excitedly. Auntie Tang just needs to be obedient. This should be easy to do, right? Shen Lin sniffed the subtle fragrance of Tang Yuehua. Rowing the boat, they began to paddle on the Fengtian Hejiang River. Call. Well. Tang Yuehua was so nervous that she was speechless. As Shen Lin paddled his boat on the Hejiang River in the Fengtian area, the Fengtian clique's Hejiang River was already not peaceful. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged. Layer upon layer of waves pressed towards Shen Lin. A huge wave. It seemed that it would be easy to push the oar in Shen Lin's hand to the shore. Aunt Tang, look, the water in the Fengtian Hejiang River is about to overflow. Shen Lin brought the oar to Tang Yuehua and said softly. Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Lin with embarrassment. However, the water in the Fengtian Black River is a bit sour, not quite what I imagined. The Hejiang River seems to have been calm for too long. It's time to release the floodwaters. Shen Lin looked at Tang Yuehua jokingly and said, it's better not to say such things anymore. Tang Yuehua blamed herself and didn't dare to look at Shen Lin. Please, don't say it. Listening to Tang Yuehua's pleading tone. Looking at her embarrassed expression, Shen Lin whispered. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Please take off all the unimportant attire. What? Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Lin in surprise. You want me to take off all my disguises? Doesn't that mean I'm being honest? Are you surprised? Didn't we agree to work together to find a way to hide the martial spirit? Shen Lin frowned and said impatiently, I can't keep coming to Yuexuan and keep making these weird requests of you, right? Don't forget, I'm Yuexuan, and I'm your benefactor. Tang Yuehua. She looked at Shen Lin in embarrassment and did not refute. Seems to have made up his mind. He took off the only remaining clothing on his body. End of this chapter. Chapter 39-040, Open the floodgates and release the flood. Chapter 39-040, Open the floodgates and release the flood. Is this okay? In the room, Tang Yuehua was lying on the bed with a charming manner. No clothes on. The plump figure and shy expression are the embodiment of desire and the god of life. At this time, there was a sound of muffled footsteps outside the room. Dong dong dong. There was a crisp knock on the door. Who is it? Tang Yuehua looked outside the door in panic and shouted. Master Xian, what happened? Doorway. Manager Xia heard the loud voice in the room and asked nervously. I heard no response from inside. Manager Xia tried to open the door and found that the room was locked. Manager Xia also became more and more nervous. Master Xian, what's going on in there? Do you need me to go in and check? Master Xian. Manager Xia. I'm fine. I was embroidering and accidentally pricked my finger with the needle. Tang Yuehua explained nervously. That's right. Hearing this, Manager Xia breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to shout towards the room, Master Xian, are the students for today's class waiting for you at the study table in the attic? When are you coming? Teaching. Manager Xia, please tell the students that today's class is cancelled. Tang Yuehua said intermittently. Cancel. Manager Xia listened to Tang Yuehua's weak voice and asked again with concern, Master Xian, are you really okay? Do you need help? I'm fine. I won't bother you anymore. Go and inform those students that the class is cancelled. Okay. Listening to Tang Yuehua's affirmative tone, Manager Xia finally felt relieved and turned to walk towards the teaching area on the third floor not far away. Aunt Tang, I didn't expect you to lie so naturally. I thought you didn't know how to lie, hey. Hearing Manager Xia leave, Shen Lin looked at Tang Yuehua and said with a smile. Shen Linier. You promised me, how could you? Tang Yuehua looked at Shen Lin with resentment and anger. It was an accident. Just now, I was startled by the knock on the door outside and fell in accidentally. A sinister smile appeared on Shen Lin's lips. Besides, Aunt Tang seems to be enjoying it. You have been looking forward to it, right? What are you talking about? I didn't. Stop it, we can't do this. Tang Yuehua said with some shame and anger. Stop. A wicked smile appeared on Shen Lin's lips. Aunt Tang, can't you tell the difference now? I have been looking forward to this moment, how can I stop? What? Panic, confusion, regret. Appearing alternately in Tang Yuehua's blue eyes. Shen Lin, how could you do this? I thought you were a good person. Good guy. I'm not as good as you think, but I'm not bad either. It's half and half. Shen Lin pondered snapped. Subsequently, Shen Lin slapped Tang Yuehua on the buttocks. Go ahead and rake. Tang Yuehua. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the strategy for Tang Yuehua has reached 68%, please keep up the good work. Because Tang Yuehua complained, Tang Yuehua's favorability towards the host dropped to %10. Evening. Shen Lin walked out of the cubicle on the third floor. Looking at the prompt sound in front of him, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. Really? The after effects of not using time stop still appeared. Or it is the side effect of not showing absolute strength. If he showed the ability to stop time at the very beginning, he would show an oppressive feeling comparable to that of a god. Tang Yuehua probably wouldn't dare to complain about herself. But, this would also reduce a lot of fun. Just the favorability. It should be easy to brush it on. Shen Lin whispered when I was going down the stairs, I happened to meet Manager Xia who was about to go upstairs. Manager Xia, good evening. Shen Lin, in a good mood, also spoke semi-automatically to Manager Xia in English. Honestly, I had to thank Manager Xia for his help with the afternoon's work. Butler Shen. I didn't notice when you came. Seeing Shen Lin coming down from upstairs, Manager Xia exclaimed in surprise. He was upstairs just now. He was very sure that Shen Lin was not on the third floor, but where did Manager Shen come from? It does not matter. Shen Lin took out some gold soul coins from the jade pendant soul guide he carried with him and threw them to Manager Xia. This soul guide, it is the soul calling jade distributed by the Spirit Hall to Shen Lin after he became a cardinal. Your master is not feeling well. Go buy some nourishing food and herbs for him to take good care of his body. Shen Lin smiled and said. Master Xian is not feeling well. Is Master Xian injured? Manager Xia asked nervously. No, I'm just mentally exhausted. At this point, Shen Lin took out 2 more gold soul coins and threw them to Manager Xia. These are rewards for you. Okay. Don't worry, Manager Shen. I'll go to the market to buy some nourishing ingredients and herbs. Take the reward. Manager Xia's doubts disappeared and he quickly left Yuexuan. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Are you really putting a hat on Ning Fengzi? Chapter 40, Are you really putting a hat on Ning Fengzi? Evening. The shadows stretched out very long under the dim light of the candle. Dong dong dong. Manager Xia brought several maids with him. Carrying the prepared nourishing medicine, he went to the third floor and knocked on Tang Yuehua's door. Master Xian, it's time to come out for dinner. Manager Xia said, okay. A tired voice came from the room. Crunch. Soon Tang Yuehua opened the door with a tired look. The long blue hair falls to her shoulders. A breeze blew by, and Tang Yuehua's hollow purple silk long dress pajamas swayed slightly. A hint of snowy spring appears from time to time. Even Manager Xia, who had been with Tang Yuehua for many years, couldn't help but be slightly dazed. Suanzu today what a bold outfit, noticing Yuexuan's dull gaze. Tang Yuehua looked down and a blush instantly appeared on her face. She then realized. Because she was extremely tired, she just picked up a piece of clothing and put it on and went out. Now. She then noticed how thin and revealing the dress was. The exaggerated high slit almost shows Tang Yuehua's entire side. Silk curtain material make this dress seem like nothing. If it is in daylight, this dress will not provide any concealing effect. Except for this pajamas. Tang Yuehua stood at the door almost empty-handed. The empty feeling made the floodgates that had just been released wet again. Fortunately, it was evening now, and the dim candle light made everything seem less obvious. Plus she hasn't left the room yet. Manager Xia shouldn't find out anything. Tang Yuehua thought so, and took 2 steps back without leaving any trace, and said in a gentle voice, "I don't have much appetite. You guys can eat by yourselves. Don't disturb me. I want to have a good rest." Tang Yuehua was about to close the door. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Manager Xia, who was about to speak, and asked, "By the way, did the spirit hall come to cause trouble again today?" "No." Manager Xia said with a smile. "Before Manager Shen left, I asked Manager Shen, and Manager Shen told us to run our business without worry, and that the spirit hall would not cause us any trouble again." Shen Linear. When I heard Manager Xia mention Shen Lin, Tang Yuehua's calm expression suddenly became strange. Did he just meet Manager Xia? When Shen Lin left, he didn't say anything strange to Manager Xia, right? Why did her body tremble uncontrollably when she heard the name Shen Lin? The sluice gate that was originally dry showed signs of releasing flood water again. I mean, when Manager Shen left, he didn't say anything else, right? Tang Yuehua hesitated and asked. "Try to make what you say sound as natural as possible." "That's not true." Manager Xia thought for a moment and said, "However, before Manager Shen left, he specifically told his subordinates that the master was not feeling well, and asked them to buy some nourishing ingredients and herbs to make some nourishing soup for the master." "Master Shen, this is what Chief Steward Shen specifically instructed. I personally had someone boil the medicine for 2 hours. Would you like to drink some?" Manager Xia took the bowl of soup from the maid and was about to bring it into the room. Tang Yuehua said nervously, "Leave it to me, go down." "Yes." Manager Xia handed the medicine to Tang Yuehua. Leading the maid, she went down to the 3rd floor again. In the room, after placing the medicine on the tea table, Tang Yuehua walked straight towards the bed. "What on earth did I do today? So disappointed. I'm really disappointed in myself. Why would I do something like that?" Lying back on the bed thinking back to what happened before, Tang Yuehua felt ashamed and blamed herself. But when I think of Shen Lin, or hear those 2 words, Tang Yuehua's body couldn't stop heating up. Wuhan Hall, Tiandu Imperial Capital Branch. In the elegant room, Shen Lin lay comfortably on the bed. As the cardinal of the Spirit Hall, Shen Lin has his own exclusive office and dormitory. The quality of life did not decrease after leaving the royal family. In contrast, here, Shen Lin feels freer. It's just that Shueke and Amy are not around. Shen Lin whispered, as a young person, you always have endless energy and endless desires to vent. You can only gain if you give up something. If he had not left the royal family, there would have been no Tang Yuehua incident. Talk about it. He still found it absolutely unbelievable that he actually became Tang San's uncle. Tang Yuehua was given an injection. Cuckolded Ning Fengzi. Wrong. This statement is not accurate. Ning Fengzi and Tang Yuehua are not related at all. Even so, Shen Lin felt unprecedented satisfaction. Especially when giving an injection, Tang Yuehua was so scared that she was about to cry. Anyone who saw it would be unable to control themselves, right? Thinking of Tang Yuehua, Shen Lin felt refreshed. Correct. Shen Lin thought about it. He sat up directly from the bed, opened the attribute panel, and looked at one of the skills. Soul communication. Target, Tang Yuehua, take me to Tang Yuehua. Shen Lin directly activated the soul communication skill after previous understanding. The ability of soul communication can be roughly divided into 3 types. First, communication similar to telepathy. Second, you can bring the designated target to yourself in a virtual way. Third, Shen Lin appears next to the designated target as a soul body. These 3 abilities, the first type of soul power consumption is almost negligible. Compared to the second type, the third type consumes less soul power and can last longer. It's easy to understand. One is to control oneself, and the other is to remotely control the target projection. The farther the distance, the more soul power is consumed. Ding skill release failed. Conditions for releasing soul communication. First, the host and the maid can initiate soul communication at any time. Second, soul communication with other targets can only be initiated if the target has a capture rate of 70% or above and is thinking of the host. Shen Lin was looking forward to seeing Tang Yuehua's attractive body. The sudden prompt sound made Shen Lin stunned. %70 strategy degree, it can only be activated when Tang Yuehua is missing me. This condition is so harsh. Shen Lin was somewhat helpless. He also wanted to relieve the feeling of being intimate with Tang Yuehua again. There is no hope tonight. Who should I look for then? Just when Shen Lin was hesitating to choose between the three existing maids, suddenly tags belonging to Tang Yuehua. It also appears in the selection box, indicating that soul communication is possible. Tang Yuehua's strategy level is 70%. Shen Lin. Seeing the label suddenly appear, Shen Lin was also stunned for a moment. He didn't do anything, but Tang Yuehua's strategy increased directly from %65 to %70. Can communicate with souls. In other words, Aunt Tang is thinking about him now. What are you waiting for? Soul connection, Tang Yuehua. Shen Lin directly pressed the label belonging to Tang Yuehua. End of this chapter. Chapter 41042, New Reward, Dopamine Controller. Chapter 41042, New Reward, Dopamine Controller. Shen Linear Manager Shen. As the soul communication ability is activated, Shen Lin felt that everything around him became blurry. When the vision becomes clear again, Shen Lin appeared illusory in a brand new room. Although this is not the first time soul communication has been used, but every time you use it, Shen Lin still felt a little uneasy. This situation is like the out-of-body experience in mythological novels. The more powerful a person is, the more he or she will be wary of this ability. The soul leaving the body means that the physical body is in an undefended state, which is like having an enemy secretly watching you. This situation would be dangerous. But between rationality and sensibility, Shen Lin chose the latter. And many more. What sound? Subconsciously, Shen Lin heard someone calling his name. Following the sound, Shen Lin was stunned, then his eyes narrowed slightly and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He saw on the bed in the room. Tang Yuehua struck an extremely bold pose. The floodgates were opened without a trace. Why did it become like this? I really hate myself right now. Ever since I met Shen Lin, I can no longer suppress my feelings. I am a bad woman. Tang Yuehua pressed the gate while he was speaking self-blaming words in shame. His face was full of entanglement and contradiction. Not meeting me. You have always longed for it in your heart, right? Shen Lin said in a gentle voice. Who? A sudden sound this caused Tang Yuehua's body to arch up from the bed. She looked around the room nervously. I realized that there was no one else in the room except myself. But that sound just now. Are you hallucinating? Tang Yuehua whispered to herself. It's not an illusion, I am your true desire deep in your heart. When you hesitate, there will always be a voice telling you what to do. You should follow your truest thoughts deep in your heart. Shen Lin smiled and said. The most genuine thoughts. Tang Yuehua sat up from the bed. Looking at my naked body and the soaked sheets, a hint of shyness appeared on her face again. Suddenly, she felt someone holding her from behind. Looking back, there is nothing behind me. Is this really what I thought? Tang Yuehua herself couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. That's right. Look at your body, you've suppressed it into what it is now. You should relax, let your body relax and vent. If you continue to suppress yourself, you will never be satisfied. Do you really want this? Shen Lin's voice seems to be an irresistible virus. Whispering in Tang Yuehua's ear. This opened the Pandora's box in Tang Yuehua's heart. I do not want. I want to relax and let myself go. Tang Yuehua made her choice obediently. The solid gate was cracked. Very good. You should just surrender yourself, relax, and enjoy the pleasure of the moment. Tang Yue Hua, Strategy +1. Tang Yue Hua, Strategy +1. Tang Yue Hua, Strategy +1. Congratulations to the host, Tang Yue Hua has become a maid. Congratulations to the host for completing the strategy mission, the reward has been issued. The next day. Early in the morning, Shen Lin sat up from the bed tiredly. A strong feeling of fatigue and weakness due to the depletion of soul power almost made Shen Lin fall down. The young woman's waist is so shaking that it can kill you. Shen Lin smiled bitterly. Start doing daily tasks on the bed. After completing 30 push UPS, 30 sit UPS, and 30 squats, the feeling of fatigue was swept away, and Shen Lin suddenly felt refreshed, full of energy and strength. Open the familiar panel. Shen Lin said. He remembered that he seemed to have received some reward last night. I haven't had time to check it out. Host, Shen Lin. Martial Soul, Color Wheel I. Realm, Great Soul Master, Level 26. Martial Soul Characteristics, Time Standstill. The target object still has perception and reaction during the standstill process. Soul Ring, Scarlet Gilded, Years Unknown. First Soul Skill, Peeping Eyes. Second Soul Skill, Soul Communication. Maids, Qian Rongxiu, Shueke, Amy, Tang Yue Hua. Favorability, Qian Rongxiu %98, Shueke %99, Amy %100, Tang Yue Hua %100, Melissa %100. Special Skill, Dopamine Controller. Dimensional Space. Unfinished Tasks, 1. Strategy Mission. Please train Ling Qingzi to be the host's maid and slave. Mission completion rate 0%. Task Reward, after completing the task, you will receive a special reward. Time limit, 3 months. Note, if the task is not completed within the time limit, the host will be punished. See the system panel. Shen Lin was stunned for a moment. Isn't the power made related to realm improvement? Shen Lin whispered before, when he was fighting Qian Rongxiu and Shueke, Shen Lin's strength had made breakthroughs. It gave Shen Lin the illusion that he could break through with just a strategy. And now he has captured Tang Yue Hua. The soul power is indeed only level 26. It also gave Shen Lin a clearer understanding of his improved strength. A maid is just a maid. It is related to improving one's realm, but the relationship is not as great as one might imagine. But Shen Lin was not discouraged by this. After all, his strength had little to do with the improvement of his realm. Even if it is a titled Douluo with all the skills he has, he is probably the weakest titled Douluo. Quickly, Shen Lin discovered the reward he had received last night. Special Skill, Dopamine Controller. You can control the dopamine in the target's body and freely adjust the amount and concentration of dopamine released in the target's body, so that the target's pleasure, emotions, and spirit can be greatly satisfied. Fuck. See this skill introduction. Shen Lin was stunned. You may not be into metaphysics when it comes to skills, but this is the first time he has encountered skills that are related to neurology. What is dopamine? It is the stimulant secreted by the brain when men and women play poker. It is the source of happiness. In other words, whether the relationship between husband and wife is good or not, and whether they are satisfied or not, are closely related to dopamine. The more dopamine is secreted, the easier it is to open the floodgates and release the flood. If dopamine secretion is low, that would be very dry, not to mention adjusting the relationship between the two sides. If things go wrong, the two of them might even start fighting while Hong is leaking. Mastering dopamine. Whoever you want to open the gate must open it. How can this be called a skill? This is simply a miracle. Having mastered dopamine, Shen Lin is equivalent to the creator on the spiritual level, especially when facing the opposite sex. You are invincible. In addition to the ability of dopamine controller, Shenlin also discovered other differences, such as the favorability of Jianrongxiu and Shueke has decreased to varying degrees. The difference is that Amy's favorability is still 100%. This difference in identity is related to it was obvious that Amy agreed with Shenlin's approach and even supported it. Her identity as a maid made her trust Shenlin unconditionally. In comparison, Jianrongxiu and Shueke both had complaints to varying degrees. One of them is the Highness of the Spirit Hall, and the other is the Princess of the Heaven Do Empire. They are in high positions, even if they are Shenlin's maids, they will also be filled with resentment because of some decisions made by Shenlin. Being a maid doesn't help maintain your favorability. Shenlin whispered, it seems that the subsequent favorable impression needs to be maintained. Generally speaking, as long as the favorability is above 80%, there won't be any major problems. What surprised Shenlin was that Melissa's favorability also appeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Tiandu Royal Academy, Duguyan. Chapter 42, Tiandu Royal Academy, Duguyan. Melissa is Yuexuan's maid who falls in love with him at first sight. She's a lovely maid. She has a chubby face, a deep, high, upturned nose, and long crimson hair that's like a curtain. Somebody come! Shenlin shouted to the outside of the door. Your Excellency the Bishop. A nun in a black robe walked in. This is the maid of the Spirit Hall. They are not considered regular members, most of them are not soul masters. They are girls from poor families who were recruited by the Spirit Hall to serve as servants of the Spirit Hall, doing some work such as receiving spirit masters and cleaning. Although there are many descriptions of soul masters in the original novel, it gives people the feeling that everyone is a soul master. But in the real Douluo world, only a few can become soul masters. The vast majority of people, ordinary people who are unable to practice or awaken ordinary martial spirits and have no soul power. This situation is not uncommon in Douluo continent. Let Captain Cao Yuan come over here. Shenlin ordered. Yes. The nun left the room. Quickly. Cao Yuan came to the bishop's lounge where Shenlin was and said respectfully, Your Excellency the Bishop, are you looking for me? You did a great job yesterday. Shenlin came to Cao Yuan and praised him. It's all thanks to the bishop's good leadership. I'm just doing my job. Cao Yuan said respectfully, Take this money and go shopping with your men. I'll pay for it. Shenlin took out a few gold soul coins and threw them on the tea table. Thank you, Bishop. Cao Yuan excitedly picked up the gold soul coin. Getting ready to leave the room. Shenlin spoke again, Wait, send a few people to Yuexuan, don't reveal your identity, this time we are not going to cause trouble, we are going to protect the normal operation of Yuexuan. Yes. Cao Yuan responded, and just as he was about to leave, Shenlin spoke again. By the way, send someone to keep an eye on the movements of Ning Fengzi from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Also, find a few people to follow me in secret. Yes. After confirming that Shenlin had no other instructions, Cao Yuan left the room. Had breakfast. Shenlin left the Spirit Hall branch as usual. Just walked out of the branch, that familiar feeling of surveillance crept up on me again. It's really annoying. Shenlin whispered when passing by a pub. Shenlin walked in. I stayed in there for about half an hour. Leave the pub. The feeling of being monitored disappeared. Shenlin identified the direction and walked towards Tiandu Royal Academy. It's too slow to rely on the people of the Spirit Hall to find the whereabouts of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Dugubo has been running the herb garden for so long, it would be a miracle if he could be easily discovered. Only Tang San, the son of destiny, would break into Dugubo's herb garden for no reason. If you want to find the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, you still have to go through Duguyan. Deep in the street not far from Shenlin, there stood 4 figures wearing black robes and with the Spirit Hall badges on their chests. On the floor before them there were 2 young men lying unconscious. It's a soul master, from the Judgment Department of the Heaven Do Empire. A member of the Spirit Hall searched the two people for a moment, touched a special gold badge, and looked at Cao Yuan in a questioning tone. Does it need to be addressed directly? No, it would be too much of an eyesore if we dealt with them. Let's let the people from the Tiandu Empire's Judgment Department deal with them. Cao Yuan sneered. Tiandu Empire Judgment Department in the General's office. Prince Swexing looked at the documents handed over and said angrily, assholes. I asked them to investigate the people in the Eastern Palace, but they used the Empire's public funds to visit brothels during working hours and even tortured a lady to death. What a jerk! This is how you give back to the Empire. The family of that young lady has submitted the complaint to my palace. Your Excellency, I failed to discipline you properly. Please punish me. General Vimas said solemnly, let's solve this according to the criminal law of the Empire. I don't want to see this happen again. Prince Swexing thought he is now temporarily taking over the Judgment Department under the order of Emperor Shuiyat. But the investigation of the concubine still depends on Vimas. Therefore, when handling this matter, we still have to take Vimas's face into consideration. What can he, a prince, do? Eating, drinking and having fun is fine, but investigating this kind of thing gives me a headache. If he was young, he might have done it himself, but time is merciless. Sometimes he really envied those powerful soul masters. Always have endless energy. Yes. General Vimas responded, please rest assured, this kind of thing will never happen again. Your Excellency, do you need to track down Shen Lin, the chief steward of the Eastern Palace? No need for that. How bold can a mere steward be? The focus of the investigation into that matter must be placed in the palace. Prince Swexing thought about it and gave his conclusion. Your Excellency, I will arrange it right away. Vimas nodded and said, Manager Shen, I didn't know you were here in person. Please forgive me for my negligence. Tiandu Royal Academy. In front of the magnificent teacher's building, Qin Ming walked out of the classroom, put his right hand on his chest and apologized. I just made up my mind at the last minute, I don't represent the Tiandu royal family. Shen Lin explained with a smile, you are being polite. The senior officials of the Education Committee have specially ordered me to receive Steward Shen Well. Steward, please come in. It is good. Shen Lin followed Qin Ming into the teaching building. Master Steward, this is where the teachers work. The second floor is the meeting room, and the third floor is some public rest areas. Listening to Qin Ming's introduction, Shen Lin also had a clear understanding of the teaching quality of Tiandu royal teaching. Not to mention the students' environment, the quality of life in the classroom alone is extremely luxurious and convenient. The entire teaching building is the size of a basketball court. There are 4 floors in total. There are office areas, rest areas, activity areas, and even time for free afternoon tea and desserts. This is also related to the fact that the Tiandu Empire attaches great importance to the education of soul masters. After all, the Tiandu Empire is different from the Spirit Hall. It has independent branches in every area to recruit and train spirit masters. Appointment of officials and reserve of soul masters in the Tiandu Empire. They are all based on Tiandu Royal Academy. Although the quality of their soul masters is relatively outstanding, they cannot compare with the Spirit Hall in terms of quantity. In Qin Ming's classroom office, Shen Lin sat on a separate black leather sofa in the reception area. Tasting the premium black tea that can only be tasted in the Tiandu Royal classroom. Qin Ming sat carefully in the classroom opposite, looking at the black tea in front of him with a heavy heart, somewhat absent-minded. Teacher Qin Ming, I heard that Tiandu Royal Academy has recruited many students with outstanding qualifications this term. Yes. Among the students in this batch, there are disciples from the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, as well as many new students with precious martial spirits and great potential. Qin Ming said in a relaxed tone because he is the one who teaches and manages this elite academy. If the eldest prince wants to know information in this regard, he will make him satisfied. Do you have their information? Shen Lin continued to ask. Please wait a moment. Qin Ming stood up and left the office. When he returned, he handed a stack of information to Shen Lin and said, "Manager Shen, the information of this batch of elite students is all here." Shen Lin took the information. Soon, I found a familiar name among the pile of information, Duguyan. End of this chapter. Chapter 43044, System Task, Ling Ru, and Du Guyan. Chapter 43044, System Task, Ling Ru, and Du Guyan, Duguyan. Age, 16. Gender, female. Martial soul, green phosphorus snake. Soul power, level 21 control type battle soul master. Qualification, A+. Martial soul features, rare beast martial soul, with a highly toxic effect, which can give the soul master a powerful poison ability. Note, the granddaughter of Dugubo, the honorary enshriner of the Tiandu Empire, needs to be trained and paid attention to. 16 years old. Level 21, it's such a wonderful age. Manager Shen, what did you say? Qin Ming asked in a low voice. He seemed to have heard something that Shen Zongguan said, but he didn't hear clearly. Is Duguyan in the academy? Shen Lin put down the information and asked. Exist. Do you need me to ask Duguyan to come over? Qin Ming asked. No need, just take me to find her. Shen Lin thought for a moment and said, what's the point of being in the office, and it's someone else's office, Tiandu Royal Academy. Tiandu Red Tea House. The open-style architecture is divided into independent but non-private spaces by elegant long tables and screens. It echoes the dense green shade and vegetation around it. This makes it a great place for students to take a break between classes. Shen Lin sat quietly at the tea table under the shade of trees, sipping his black tea. Quickly, Qin Ming came over with a 1.65-meter tall girl. The girl has dark purple sassoon short hair. Looks very heroic. Although her appearance is not absolutely beautiful, there is a charm between her eyebrows that does not belong to her age. It has an almost enchanting charm that is hard to resist. Of course, this feeling is related to her dark green eyes and fair skin. Her skin color of faint paleness appears. Her skin color doesn't look sick at the moment. But as the practice continues to deepen, this disease will become more and more serious. This was an inevitable after effect of her cultivating the poison ability of the green-scaled snake martial spirit. In addition to skin color, the most eye-catching thing about the girl is her graceful, tall, and well-proportioned body. The long legs in black stockings are about 1.3 meters long. This is the woman with the longest legs Shen Lin has ever seen. Wrong. Before the time travel, no one's legs were longer than Duguyan's. Although Duguyan's appearance is not the best, but the purple short hair, fair skin, flat black leather shoes, white high socks, black stockings, and a body-conforming blue short skirt school uniform. It presents a very special charm. For example, when I was in school, there was a little girl who looked very pretty but always hung out with the gang. It gives people a desire to train and conquer. Manager Shen, this is this year's new student, Duguyan. Qin Ming introduced the identities of both parties. This is Shen Lin, the chief steward of Tiandu East Palace. Oh. Hearing Shen Lin's identity, Duguyan responded perfunctorily, a hint of contempt flashed across her eyes, and she no longer paid attention to Shen Lin. She thought he was some great figure, and teacher Qin Ming had to drag her over. I didn't expect it was just a servant. Although they are servants of the Eastern Palace, in her eyes, there is no difference between the servants of the Eastern Palace and the servants outside. Duguyan's attitude. Qin Ming was so embarrassed that he stood there in a daze. Just as he was about to explain, Shen Lin said, Teacher Qin Ming, I have something to discuss with Miss Duguyan in private. It is good. I'm right next to you, call me anytime if you need anything. Qin Ming responded and walked out of the not-so-private compartment. Sitting at the tea table next to me, savoring the black tea in front of me. You look like something's wrong. Shen Lin looked at Duguyan, who was absent-minded and kept looking at a seat inside, and asked. What on earth do you want? It's okay, I'm leaving. Doguyan said impatiently, I came to see you about your grandfather Dogubo. Shenlin said. My grandpa? Then why are you looking for me? Why don't you go talk to my grandfather? Doguyan was stunned for a moment and was about to leave when Shenlin said in a low voice. I will naturally look for your grandfather, but I hope you will cooperate with me first. It won't take much time. All right. Hearing Shenlin's low voice, Doguyan reluctantly sat on the chair opposite. You ask. Shenlin did not respond. Instead, he looked in the direction where Doguyan had just been looking. On a tea table inside, there were several freshmen sitting there, also wearing light blue school uniforms, chatting and relaxing with each other, as if it was a party. The young man in the middle seemed to be the focus of this gathering, with the badge of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan on his chest, although I couldn't hear what they were saying. But from the tone of his voice and the arrangement of his sitting positions, the boy was very respected among this class of freshmen. Yu Tianheng, the eldest grandson of Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Possessing the top-level beast spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The information he had just seen emerged in Shenlin's mind, and he identified the other party's identity. In the original novel, Yu Tianheng and Doguyan seem to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Judging from the situation, it seems that this is Yu Tianheng that Doguyan is pursuing. Shenlin was not surprised by this. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is one of the top 3 sects. As the heir of the Blue Overlord clan, Yu Tianheng is incomparable to Doguyan in terms of martial spirit or status. Things seem to be getting interesting. Shenlin murmured in a low voice, Hey, are you okay? If not, don't waste my time. Seeing that Shenlin was still hesitant to ask, Doguyan said impatiently, Ding, it is detected that Doguyan is hostile to the host. Ling Ru's mission is released. Task content, ask the host Ling Ru Doguyan. When the value of Ling Ru reaches 100, the task is considered completed and Doguyan will become the host's maid. Task time limit, 1 week. Task rewards, after completing the task, you will receive a small amount of soul power reward, as well as some special rewards. Please note, if the mission fails, the host's 2 existing soul rings will be deducted, and the soul power will be reduced to level 0, and the soul power will not be able to be cultivated. Shenlin. Seeing the prompt sound in front of him, Shenlin was completely stunned. Deduct the soul ring and reduce the soul power back to level 0. Lying trough. Do you want to be so cruel? You can't deny my previous success just because I failed once, right? It is clear Shenlin's protest is meaningless. But soon, he also discovered the difference of this mission. Before, it was about strategy and favorability. As long as the favorability and strategy were maxed out, you could complete the mission and become a maid. This time the mission, the strategy, and goodwill are gone, or it could be said that it was replaced by Ling Ru's value. Ling Ru, it really fits the occasion. A haughty little sister like Doguyan really deserves a good beating. Your grandfather, Dogubo, has a medicinal garden in Sunset Forest. Do you know about this? Hearing Shenlin's words, Doguyan was about to get up and leave when she suddenly paused. Turning to look at Shenlin, he said in a cold tone. I don't know, it's just a herb garden. My grandfather is an honorary worshipper of the Tiandu royal family. Doesn't he have the right to have a herb garden? As an honorary tribute to the Tiandu royal family, it is natural for Senior Dogubo to have several medicinal gardens. In fact, the royal family is willing to fund the creation of this garden for Senior Dogubo. However, if the herbs in the garden have existed before and are rare magical herbs or medicines in the world, then things will not be that simple. Shenlin pointed to the seat opposite and looked at Doguyan jokingly. End of this chapter. Chapter 44-045, The powerful are never afraid of the strong, the ability to stop time is improved. Chapter 44-045, The powerful are never afraid of the strong, the ability to stop time is improved, you. Duguyan was stunned and stood there, then sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just a herb garden, and you actually associate it with magical medicine? You should be in the mental hospital, not here. What are you doing? Doesn't Duguyan know about Dugubo's medicinal garden? Shen Lin stood there awkwardly. Duguyan's words made him doubt himself. Wrong, Dugubo only has Duguyan as his relative. Duguyan couldn't possibly not know, she's pretending to be calm. You've been yelling that you want to leave, and now you're still standing here, with hostility in your contemptuous eyes. Shen Lin saw through Duguyan's thoughts. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is it? If you don't mind, you can leave now. Do you think I want to stay here? Duguyan said sarcastically. There is one thing you must know, the Sunset Forest belongs to the territory of the Tiandu Empire. Even if you are an honorary priest of the Tiandu royal family, you have no right to do that without the permission of the Tiandu Empire. If the Tiandu royal family intervenes in the unauthorized occupation of Sunset Forest's property, especially the immortal medicine and divine medicine, it won't be as simple as sitting down and talking. Shen Lin said calmly. However, even with such a calm tone, Duguyan revealed an unnatural expression. Duguyan turned around. He placed his hands on the tea table and whispered through gritted teeth. What on earth do you want to do? I think we can sit down and talk now. Shen Lin pointed to the chair opposite and said. Call. Duguyan took a deep breath, and his distorted expression suddenly became natural as he said. I don't know where you got this information from. But you'd better shut up. That medicinal garden was allowed by the upper echelons of the Tiandu royal family. You will only hurt yourself if you act smart like this. You should know my grandfather's methods. There is only one poison Douluo in this continent. Hee. Are you threatening me? Shen Lin half-jokingly said. Boom! Shen Lin's expression made Duguyan stand up in anger. He slammed his hand on the table. You can continue to investigate this matter and see who dies first. Wow! Sudden movement. The originally bustling tea house suddenly became dead silent. Everyone's eyes were looking in the direction where Duguyan was. Manager Shen, classmate Duguyan, has something happened? Qin Ming, who was standing next to him, also walked over quickly and asked in confusion. It's nothing. Teacher Qin Ming and I have different opinions on some issues and are discussing appropriate solutions. Shen Lin explained with a smile. There are differences in the issue. On what issue could Shen Zongguan and Duguyan disagree? Did they know each other before? Qin Ming looked at Duguyan suspiciously. Teacher Qin Ming, I will be careful about my words and actions. Duguyan explained in a low voice. All right. Butler Shen is deeply trusted by the Crown Prince. Student Duguyan should pay attention to the way of communication. After giving some instructions, Teacher Qin Ming returned to his seat. As Qin Ming left, Duguyan also noticed that the classmates around him were looking at him with curiosity. Also includes Yuti and Heng Dam. Didn't that old man say that no one else would know about that? I was found at school. And it happened in front of Yu Tianheng. It was so embarrassing. Duguyan Lingru +1. Duguyan Lingru +1. Duguyan Lingru +1. What happened? Hearing the prompt sound, Shen Lin just froze in place. Now, he noticed that there was a prompt box 3 inches above Duguyan. The value of Duguyan's Ling Ru shown above is exactly 9 at the moment. I didn't do anything, but Duguyan was raped by Ling Ru. Shen Lin whispered in his heart. Subsequently, he noticed the prying eyes of other Tiandu royal family students beside him, as well as Yu Tianheng. Shen Lin's mouth corners slightly raised. Ling Ru and Duguyan were not as difficult as he thought. Anyway, I've said everything I need to say. If you're not afraid of death, you can continue investigating. Duguyan said in a cold tone. Just as he was about to leave, Shen Lin spoke again. Wait a moment. No powerful person can be above the law, and the Empire will not allow the powerful to plunder the Empire's property. What? Duguyan paused for a moment, and looked at Shenlin with gritted teeth. How dare he, how dare you interfere in the affairs between titled Douluo? Is he really not afraid of death? To plunder the Empire's property without permission is robbery and a serious crime. As a family member of a criminal and an insider, you have the right to cooperate with the investigation. Failure to report the crime is considered a crime of harboring a criminal. Tiandu Royal Academy can expel you. I will also have the Tiandu Imperial Guards temporarily detain you. Shenlin ignored Duguyan's angry expression and continued, Major criminal conduct. What did Sister Duguyan do? Why was she imprisoned? He looks so cool on weekdays, but I didn't expect he's a criminal. Tiandu Royal Academy actually recruited criminals, how unlucky. Shenlin did not deliberately lower his voice. So that what he just said made all the students in Tiandu Red Tea House, and teacher Qinming could hear it clearly. For a moment, everyone was talking about Duguyan, even Yu Tianheng withdrew his gaze and no longer cared about Duguyan's affairs. This bastard! Listening to Shenlin's words, Duguyan could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Looking at Shenlin, he gnashed his teeth and roared. My grandfather is a titled Douluo and an honorary guest of the Tiandu royal family. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you slander my grandfather? What happened to titled Douluo? What happened to the honorary guest? If any lowly titled Douluo dares to shit and piss on the head of the Heaven Do Empire, the Heaven Do Empire will be dissolved directly. Is there any need for it to exist? Shenlin laughed and said he stood up from his seat and walked towards Duguyan. The strong must also be under the powerful, and the powerful are never afraid of the strong. After all. Shenlin snapped his fingers. The time stop ability is activated. At the same time, a time stop countdown also appeared above Duguyan's body. Damn it! What happened? Why am I out of control of my body? Feeling Shenlin approaching, Duguyan felt that her body was out of control. Wrong, not her body. The air, time, breeze, and leaves hung by the wind are still frozen in the air, as if everything around has stopped. The only sounds were her heartbeat and Shenlin's footsteps slowly approaching. How does it feel to be at the mercy of others? Coming in front of Duguyan, Shenlin whispered. What? You seem to have something to say. Seeing Duguyan's slightly trembling teeth, Shenlin flicked his fingers and said, release Duguyan's speaking ability. As strength increases, Shenlin's mastery of time stop is becoming more and more profound. Although the time of time stop has not increased, some permissions can be enabled freely. E.G. Allow the designated target to speak, move their mouth, upper body, or lower body. This helps some experiences to transform from manual to semi-automatic or fully automatic. It's a great ability improvement. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Special Reward, the Sound Transmitting Conch Shell. Chapter 45, Special Reward, Conch Shell that transmits sound over 1,000 miles. You bastard, what have you done to me? Duguyan gritted her teeth and said, although she didn't know what happened just now. However, in this special environment, Duguyan still couldn't help feeling scared. Duguyan suppressed her fear and said, you'd better take back what you just said, otherwise I can't help you. What I just said? Let me think about that sentence. Shenlin looked at Duguyan jokingly, is he a robber? I think what I said is correct. If not what the robber said, what did he say? Thief? Robber? That's right. Your grandfather is a criminal, you are a petty criminal, and your whole family are criminals. You. Shenlin's words made Duguyan tremble with anger. Duguyan Lingru +1. Duguyan Lingru +1. Duguyan Lingru +1. Duguyan Lingru +1. At the same time, Duguyan's value above 3 inches is still increasing. Looking at Duguyan, who was shaking with anger, Shenlin showed a hint of pride. Reaching out his hand to Duguyan's collar as Shenlin unbuttoned her clothes, Duguyan's clothes were taken off piece by piece. You bastard, what are you doing? Duguyan bit her teeth lightly and cried out in surprise. I want to confirm whether you, a thief, have any stolen goods hidden on you. While talking, the clothes on Duguyan lost their binding ability. Lolita's skirt slipped down the legs to the ankles. Her fair and smooth skin revealed the black underwear she was wearing. Is this stolen property? Shenlin rushed towards Duguyan's fierce face and pinched her. Sorry, I think I touched something I shouldn't have. You bastard! Can you change your name? I'm already tired of this name. Shenlin waved his hand impatiently. You seem to care about your grandfather. Shenlin looked at Duguyan and thought, then you will be punished in place of your grandfather. Tear. As Shenlin's voice fell, the black cloth was torn. Duguyan appeared in front of Shenlin naked. Duguyan Lingru +1. Duguyan Lingru +1. Duguyan Lingru +1. You. Grandpa, save me. Duguyan's green pupils suddenly became moist. Her tearful eyes were filled with confusion and fear. Well maintained. It can be seen that you exercise regularly. You have a body without any excess fat, which makes you a qualified combat spirit master. Shenlin joked, Are you crazy? How can you do this in public? Duguyan said with a humiliated expression and a trembling voice. Can you tell me exactly what I did? Shenlin said innocently, I really don't know whether you are stupid or conceited. If you do something like this, Grandpa will never forgive you, even if you are the chief steward of the East Palace. Have you lived enough? Duguyan said angrily. Because of the extreme anger, his chest muscles also fluctuated. Shenlin pinched Duguyan's chin, which was trembling with anger, and whispered, What a stupid woman! Didn't you notice that no one came out to stop it? Look around you. What? Duguyan subconsciously looked around with his peripheral vision. She found those students who were just watching and pointing fingers at me. Now they are like lifeless puppets. He stood there dumbly and sluggishly. No matter what we do now, they won't know. Not only the entire Red Tea House, but also the entire Tiandu Royal Academy is still like this, or the whole world has stopped functioning at this moment. So, you don't have to pray, someone will come to save you. Shenlin leaned close to Duguyan's ear and whispered, How can this be? How can there be such power to influence the whole world? Even the title Douluo can't do it. Duguyan said in a trembling voice. She doesn't understand. I can't understand why such an outrageous thing would happen. Moreover, this outrageous thing happened to me. Because I am God. Because I paused time. Shenlin said with a smile. Then, he grabbed Duguyan's wrist and lifted her arms above her head. Frozen in the air. Duguyan is like a kite, like a conscious puppet. And the line that controls her life. It was held in Shenlin's hand. What are you up to? Duguyan looked at Shenlin in horror. What to do, can't you see? Correct. Shenlin seemed to have thought of something. Turned Duguyan's body a little, let her face Yu Tianheng calmly. You devil! Seeing Yu Tianheng's gaze. Although Yu Tianheng's eyes were filled with dullness and confusion, but Duguyan was still so nervous that she was trembling all over. Devil! I love this compliment. Shenlin raised his right hand and stroked Duguyan's heart. Full release of dopamine. Shenlin directly activated the ability of dopamine controller. Completely release the dopamine in Duguyan's body. Extreme joy and nervous pleasure enveloped Duguyan's whole body. Her tense spirit. The dam broke in an instant and got out of control. You thief, who allowed you to release the water without permission? Shenlin's eyes were indifferent. Dragged Duguyan directly to the tea table in front of Yu Tianheng. Snapped, he raised his right hand and hit Duguyan's perky buttocks. Hwa hwa hwa. Shenlin heard the sound of flowing stream. You devil! Duguyan said in a trembling voice. Who told you to threaten me? Shenlin said innocently, in this world, there are many stronger people than titled Douluo. And I'm one of them. After all. Shen Lin came behind Duguyan and aimed at the destined Fengzi. Can't. Duguyan begged for mercy. Who cares if you can do it? Shen Lin ignored Duguyan's suggestion. Duguyan was forced to line up to greet him. What should I do? How can this be possible? My first time is in front of so many classmates and teachers, in front of Yu Tianheng. Why would anyone have this ability? Duguyan cried. Do you need me to pause? Shen Lin asked. What? Duguyan thought she had heard wrongly. This demon actually asked for his opinion. I said pause. To ensure that Duguyan could understand, Shen Lin explained, if this is the case, I would just remove my ability and leave. You will become a crazy girl who likes to show off, become a Tai, or have special fetishes in front of your classmates. Is that okay? No, you can't pause like this. Duguyan gritted her teeth and pleaded. She was really scared. She was afraid that she would become what Shen Lin described, and she was even more afraid that Yu Tianheng would see her in such an embarrassing state. I know, this is what you asked for. As everyone knows, Shen Lin is a person who is not used to rejection. Duguyan Lingru +1. Duguyan +1. +1. Duguyan's Lingru value has reached %100. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, the reward has been issued. Soul power increased. Get a special reward, 4,000 miles sound transmitting conch shells. End of this chapter. Chapter 46-047, no matter how strong you are only half a step into the blood-moving realm. Chapter 46-047, no matter how strong you are only half a step into the blood-moving realm and you still need to improve. We agreed to go and ask for clues about yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. How did things develop to this point? The distribution of Wuhan Hall in Tiandu Imperial capital in the bishop's office. Shen Lin sat on the leather office chair behind his desk, a little absent-minded. Oh, right, the reward. Shen Lin thought of the previous prompt's sound. Time stops and ends. The system will take Shen Lin away from the crime scene as soon as possible. So, Shen Lin recalled that he seemed to have completed the task and received the reward. Host, Shen Lin. Martial Soul, Color Wheel I. Realm, Great Soul Master, Level 29. Martial Soul characteristics, Time Standstill. The target object still has perception and reaction during the standstill process. Soul Ring, Scarlet Gilded, Years Unknown. First Soul Skill, Peeping Eyes. Second Soul Skill, Soul Communication. Maids, Qian Rongxiu, Shueke, Amy, Tang Yuehua. Favor Ability, Qian Rongxiu %98, Shueke %99, Amy %100. Tang Yuehua %100, Melissa %100. Special Skill, Dopamine Controller. No. If you raise one more level, it will be against the law to reach level 1, right? Looking at his level 29 soul power, Shen Lin complained helplessly. The soul power is increasing slower than expected. But compared with other practitioners in Duqi continent, it is much faster. Even if it is Tang San, the Son of Destiny in Duqi continent practice to level 29, it will take a year or two, right? How long did it take him to reach level 29 from awakening his martial soul? Less than 2 weeks. Even if the speed of cultivation is not ideal, it will only take a year or two to cultivate to the titled Douluo. A year and a half a peerless Douluo who is over 7 years old? A 7-year-old god. Shen Lin could imagine that veteran titled Douluo masters like Qian Daoliu, Tang Hao, and Jian Chen from the Duqi continent. I saw the look and surprise of the 7-year-old god. Must be wonderful. But the peerless Douluo and god who is over 7 years old is the number 1 in the Douluo continent since the beginning of the world. But compared with other fantasy worlds, it is still too weak. Not to mention the weak. Even Emperor Huangtian possessed a strength of 100,000 pounds when he was breastfeeding, reaching the peak of the blood-moving realm. The gods of Duki continent, no matter how you put it, you are just half a step into the blood-moving realm, still too weak. Next time, I'll ask Duguyan for clues about the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Shen Lin muttered. Anyway, Duguyan is now his maid. The two of them will inevitably meet frequently in the future. Speaking of meeting, Shen Lin recalled the scene that happened at Tiandu Royal Academy. After giving Duguyan the injection, that woman, he almost convulsed as he lay on the tea table in front of Yu Tianheng. If Shen Lin hadn't reminded Duguyan, there would have been only 1 minute left before time stopped. Duguyan was still immersed in the pleasure of being unconscious and unable to extricate herself. But what's interesting is that when Duguyan heard that there was only 1 minute left, she looked surprised, stunned, bewildered and panicked. Shen Lin believed that he would never forget it. It seems like it's a bit too much. If you're obedient, I'll make it up to you later. Don't think about Duguyan anymore. Shen Lin's attention was focused on the spiral conch in front of him. The snail body is about the size of an adult's palm, and the shell is hard and smooth, with a faint lustrous luster under the sunlight. The surface of the shell has circles of fine and regular lines. These lines start from the screw mouth. It spirals up to the tip of the spiral, like a carefully drawn mysterious totem. It seems to contain some kind of magical power. 1,000 miles voice transmitting conch, it comes from the mysterious sea and contains special abilities that can communicate over long distances across space and time. Isn't this just a cell phone? Looking at the introduction of the reward, Shen Lin whispered, apart from not requiring the dialing step, the capabilities of the 1,000 miles voice transmission conch seem to be no different from those of a mobile phone. There is still a difference. Mobile phones can be used to listen to music, record videos, make calls, send text messages, surf the internet, etc. The 1,000-mile sound transmitting conch shell seems to have only two abilities, talking and surfing. It looks like an old Nokia, to be exact. Somebody come! Shen Lin shouted to the outside of the door. Your Majesty Bishop. A nun from the Wuhan branch hall of the Tiandu Imperial capital pushed the door open and spoke with a respectful tone. Go ask Abel, the astronomical officer of the Tiandu Imperial capital. I have some discoveries about celestial bodies that I need to discuss with him. Shen Lin thought for a moment and said, yes. The nun left the room again. Quickly. Abel Tianxiangwen appeared in Shen Lin's office. My Lord Bishop, how can I help you? As the nun left, Abel astronomical officer said in a respectful tone. Please send these 2 conch shells to the Tiandu Imperial family and give them to His Highness and Princess Shueke of the Tiandu Imperial family. Shen Lin handed 2 of the conch shells to Abel the astronomical officer and said. He remembered Bishop Weiss saying after he left the Tiandu royal family, the spirit hall once again reactivated the line of Abel astronomical officer. Yes. Astronomical officer Abel took the conch and said goodbye to Shen Lin. Fighting continent. In the backyard of the Xiao family, in the room where Xiao Suner is. Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner sat on both sides of the tea table in the room, almost as if negotiating. His eyes were filled with gambling and speculation. How did you find out my identity? Xiao Suner was the first to speak and break the silence. I admit that your identity is impeccable. No one would believe that the daughter of the Emperor of the Duki continent would appear in the remote northwest continent. Although the Xiao family is in decline, as an imperial family, they still have some means. You don't really think that no one knows the purpose of your visit to the Xiao family, do you? Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Although I have made sufficient mental preparations, however, facing the princess of the imperial family, Xiao Yan couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Relax, what happened to the princess of the ancient clan? I am also from an imperial family, and I have the lord who is helping me. That's right. It's the lord. In terms of identity and background, I am afraid that 10 ancient clans cannot compare to the lord. Xiao Yan felt comforted in his heart, and his originally flustered expression was replaced by indifference and calmness. Even Gu Suner couldn't find any clues. Has it been discovered yet? listening to Xiao Yan's words. A look of surprise flashed across Gu Suner's eyes. Soon, it was replaced by the nobility and coldness of the superiors. She admitted, I have underestimated the Xiao clan. Although the Xiao clan was in decline, it was the strongest imperial clan in ancient times. There is nothing wrong with keeping some means and backup plans. But no matter, loneliness is loneliness, and the changing times bring about the forces of all kinds like a flood. The Xiao clan, the most powerful clan in ancient times, no longer had the prestige and strength of their ancestors and could only hide their identities and live in seclusion. It can't be compared with the ancient tribes of today at all. Since you've guessed it, why don't you just get straight to the point? I came to the Xiao family this time to look for something. As a reward, the ancient clan can protect the Xiao family and allow this line of the Xiao family to continue living without being disturbed. Xiao Suner said frankly. Is this what you are talking about? Xiao Yan took out a jade key pendant and asked. Tathagata Ancient Emperor Jade. End of this chapter. Chapter 47048, Lord, I am waiting online anxiously. Chapter 47048, Lord, I am waiting online anxiously. The moment Xiao Yan took out the jade necklace, Gu Suner whispered in astonishment the fragments of Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade. Gu Suner had seen the fragments held by the Gu clan before she left the Gu clan. The jade necklace that Xiao Yan took out. There is no difference in aura or texture from the fragment of the ancient clan. Except for the pattern above. The Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade possessed by each of the 8 ancient tribes is unique. The pattern above corresponds to a certain area of Tushigudi Jade. It's impossible to fake it. Although it is certain that what Xiao Yan took out is the Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade owned by the Xiao family. But Xiao Suner still had doubts in her heart. Such an important thing, how could it be in Xiao Yan's hand and be taken out so openly? Let me see. Subconsciously Gu Suner was about to take the necklace and examine it carefully. And many more. I haven't told you my conditions yet. Shen Lin took back the Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade and said with a smile. I have already stated the conditions. As long as this Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade is real, I promise that no one will come to disturb the Xiao family again. Gu Suner said with a smile. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Xiao Yan shook his finger and said, I'm talking about the conditions that match this jade pendant. What do you think? Gu Suner asked. I want 1/3 of your ancient clan's cultivation resources, fighting skills, and techniques, as well as 2 favors from the ancient clan. Xiao Yan considered, this is impossible. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, Gu Suner directly refused. She admitted Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade is very important to the ancient tribe. However, it is a bit unrealistic to want to take advantage of the situation in exchange for 1/3 of the ancient clan's resources. Compared to Emperor Cheng's secret, even if your ancient clan gives up more resources, you will be willing, right? Xiao Yan picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip and said. If I hadn't known the secret of this jade pendant from the Lord in advance. In addition, during this period of time, Xiao Yan had learned about the realm divisions in the Duqi continent. He might really have been fooled by Gu Suner. Do Di, the strongest person in Duqi continent, the Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade contains the secret of becoming an emperor. The value of this secret cannot be measured by resources, skills, or fighting techniques. You actually know all this. After hearing Xiao Yan reveal the secret of Tuashi Ancient Emperor, Gu Suner looked surprised and examined Xiao Yan again. I said that although the Xiao clan is in decline, they still have some means left. Xiao Yan said calmly, sensing Gu Suner's scrutinizing gaze. He added, don't try to snatch the Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade. I guarantee that this will be your stupidest decision. If you dare to do this, the Lord will avenge me. For sure, Xiao Yan added in his mind. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Gu Suner was at a loss for a moment. She just now he really wanted to take away Tuashi Ancient Emperor Jade by force. It's not her fault. The main reason is that Xiao Yan is too greedy. A third-rate family in the northwest continent is like an ant in the eyes of the ancient clan. He actually wanted to take away 30% of the ancient clan's cultivation resources, skills, and fighting techniques. This is simply too much. However, Xiao Yan's words made Gu sooner give up the idea of snatching it. She could see that Xiao Yan didn't seem to be bluffing. Considering that Xiao Yan knew the secret of Tuaxi ancient emperor jade, the Xiao family may very well have a living fossil. If it weren't for the ancestor who survived from ancient times, there would be no way to explain why Xiao Yan knew clearly that she was the daughter of the Imperial family. How dare you be so tough? This is unscientifical. After thinking for a moment, Gu sooner took a deep breath and said, not to mention that the Xiao family only holds a fragment, not the secret to becoming an emperor. Do you know how much 1/3 of the ancient clan's cultivation resources are? Those resources are much deeper than the thousands of years of heritage of those super sects and holy places in Zhongzhou. They are simply beyond the reach of your Xiao family. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. I don't know if you understand this principle, but the person behind your Xiao family will definitely understand it. Xiao Yan. I don't understand, who are you looking down on? However, Gu sooner's words did remind Xiao Yan. Then I'll trouble you, the ancient clan, to send strong men to protect my Xiao family until the Xiao family rises. Xiao Yan added, you. This is impossible, you are dreaming. Gu sooner said angrily. She had seen shameless people, but she had never seen anyone as shameless as Xiao Yan. Not only do they want resources, but they also want people from the ancient clan to protect the Xiao family. What does he think of the ancient tribe? A servant of his Xiao family, it's outrageous. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire room. The dark fog seemed to peek into the abyss. Little guy, no one in Zhongzhou dares to speak to the young lady like this, you are courting death. A hoarse and desolate voice sounded. Xiao Yan saw. In the rolling mist, a tall figure in a black robe quietly emerged. Standing there quietly, it looks like a towering mountain. Xiao Yan unconsciously felt that he was unattainable and unshakable. As the other party appeared, the entire space was distorted and deformed according to his will. An invisible yet extremely heavy aura permeated the room. Feeling the heavy aura, Xiao Yan felt an irresistible sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart, as if he would be crushed by this aura if he made the slightest movement. Under the black robe were a pair of pupils without whites, as black as a ghost. The indifference is bone-chilling and makes people despair. Feeling those terrifying eyes, Xiao Yan swallowed subconsciously. I thought to myself. As expected of the Imperial clan. It's so terrifying that there is such a strong person guarding it. Mr. Ling. Gu sooner opened her red lips slightly, don't be rude. Yes. Ling Ying stepped aside respectfully. You guys want to snatch the Tuaxi ancient emperor jade? Can you bear the consequences? Xiao Yan said fiercely but weakly, haha, consequences? Is there any consequence in this world that the ancient race cannot bear? Ling Ying smiled contemptuously and said. Just as he was about to suggest taking action, he was frightened by Gu sooner's cold gaze and dared not say a word. The ancient clan is not the sole clan and cannot do such bullying. You can't make the decision, so let the person behind your Xiao family come and talk to me. Gu sooner's words contained absolute confidence. As the princess of an ancient clan, she is not afraid of any strong person or power. She is power itself. Instead of arguing meaninglessly with Xiao Yan, it would be better to talk directly to the person in power. She believes the person in power behind the Xiao family would definitely not be as ignorant as Xiao Yan can. Xiao Yan nodded. Under the gazes of Gu sooner and Ling Ying, he took out the token given to him by the Lord of the Misty World. Your Majesty, Divine, Great Lord, the negotiations with the ancient clan have failed, and I need your help. Xiao Yan's voice transmission was extremely respectful. This situation was beyond his control. The people on the other side are the Imperial family, he couldn't possibly ask his father Xiao Zhan to come out and negotiate with the ancient clan, right? The Xiao family has 2 ancestors, but those 2 ancestors can hardly protect themselves now, let alone protect the Xiao family. Only the Lord. Help waiting online, very anxious. End of this chapter. Chapter 48049, Against the Tian Gang, Xiao Yan dared to blackmail the ancient clan? Chapter 48049, Against the Tian Gang, Xiao Yan dared to blackmail the ancient clan, Tiandu Imperial capital. In the office of the Bishop of the Wuhan Hall branch, Shen Lin was just about to go to the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Suddenly, a sea of stars shrouded in endless fog appeared in Shen Lin's mind. This is... Shen Lin looked at the attribute panel again. Shen Lin saw the dimensional space flickering with a dark red light. What happened? Shen Lin whispered. He had never encountered such a situation. Is there something wrong with the dimensional space? Open the dimensional space. All of a sudden, the surging fog suddenly appeared, engulfing the entire room like a raging wave. Above the mist of the sea of stars. In a starry sky meeting full of divinity, mystery, and immortal power. Shen Lin was wrapped in a mysterious mist, sitting at the top. Your Majesty, Divine, Great Lord, the negotiations with the ancient clan have failed, and I need your help. A faint voice seemed to cross the long river of time and echoed in Shen Lin's ears. It's Xiao Yan. Turning around. In the star maps reflected behind. The star map belonging to Xiao Yan's world glowed with a dark red light. Xiao Yan is using the token given to him before to contact me. Shen Lin whispered. He lightly tapped the star map where Xiao Yan was. Strands of silk threads extended from Shen Lin's fingers and gathered into a huge curtain of light. The light curtain flickers. A room that was not luxurious but rather ordinary and quiet appeared on the screen. There were 3 people standing in the room. In addition to Xiao Yan, there was also a girl of about 11 or 12 years old. The girl has a delicate and beautiful face, with a high and straight nose and eyebrows that are long and thin and curved. Just like the willow leaves stretching in the wind in spring, it is lively and gentle. She was wearing a simple yet elegant moon-white dress, the hem of which danced lightly in the wind. A lavender ribbon was gently tied around her waist, perfectly outlining her slender waist that could be held in one hand. Her manners are elegant and calm, exuding an otherworldly temperament. Not far behind the girl stood an old man wrapped in a black robe. The old man has a deep and restrained aura. Standing in the shadows, like a shadow that is hard to detect. Gu Suner, Ling Ying. Is this the scene of the Xiao family in Duqi continent? Noticing the scene on the screen, Shen Lin roughly guessed Xiao Yan's intention. He probably wanted to negotiate with Gu Suner. In this case, the discussion should have collapsed. Can? Shen Lin whispered. Fighting continent. Xiao family, in Gu Suner's room. Why don't you reply? Could it be that the Lord is asleep and didn't see the message I sent? In the immersed room, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Xiao Yan's forehead. Do you have anything else to do? Gu Suner suddenly said. What? Xiao Yan looked at Gu Suner in surprise. I said, take me to see the real person in charge of your Xiao family, and I will show the sincerity of the ancient family. Gu Suner impatiently repeated what she meant. She doesn't understand. Why would the Xiao family allow a teenager to negotiate with them? The Xiao family wouldn't really think that. Will the ancient clan take Xiao Yan, a fighter in his teens with mediocre qualifications, seriously? It is good. Xiao Yan nodded and said, let's go then. Seeing Xiao Yan still sitting there with no intention of getting up, Gu Suner couldn't help but urge him. What are you urging for? Am I not already looking for the Lord? Death Hui. Yes. In a trance, Xiao Yan heard a mysterious voice. The voice seemed to have crossed the long river of time and came from the ancient times, full of mystery, taboos, and supreme pressure. Are you leaving yet? Gu Suner urged again. Why are you rushing me? If you want to see the person in charge of my Xiao family, I have to ask the Lord whether he is willing to see you. Not everyone has the opportunity to see the Lord. Xiao Yan said coldly. The expression on his face became cold and sharp again. You. Gu Suner was so angry that she was stunned. Good, what a great Xiao family. What a powerful family. Do you really think that the Xiao family is still the top imperial family in ancient times? Even if the Xiao family had not fallen into decline, they would not dare to neglect themselves like this, let alone the Xiao family today. You ask, I'll wait. I want to see how difficult it is to meet your Xiao family's ancestor. Gu Suner frowned slightly and said. Xiao Yan ignored Gu Suner. Continue to use the token to tell the Lord your demands. My lord, I hope. On the starry sky table. Shen Lin was completely stunned when he heard Xiao Yan's request. Good guy. A fragment of Tushigudi. You actually want 1/3 of the ancient clan's resources, skills, and fighting techniques. Are you crazy, or are the ancients crazy? He thought that Gu Suner was relying on Ling Ying, the Do Huang, to bully Xiao Yan. Shen Lin was still wondering even if Xiao Yan hadn't helped Gu Suner warm up her meridians, things wouldn't have come to this. The result is good. So it was you, Xiao Yan, who was blackmailing and extorting the ancient clan. Do you really dare to ask for 1/3 of the ancient tribe's resources? Xiao Yan actually did something that Shen Lin didn't even dare to think about. It's simply the opposite of Tian Gang. I can talk to Gu Suner on behalf of the Xiao clan, but the result will not be what you want. It doesn't matter. Everything is up to the Lord. Hearing Shen Lin's reason for helping him, Xiao Yan said excitedly. Okay. You let Gu Suner get ready, and I'll take her to the starry sky table. Shen Lin reminded, not okay yet. Seeing Xiao Yan standing there all the time, with no intention of asking the Xiao family's ancestor for instructions, Gu Suner's tone became increasingly cold. She felt Xiao Yan was just fooling him. The Xiao family probably didn't have any so-called ancestor. It's just bluffing. Why are you rushing? The ancestor has already agreed to see you. Listening to Gu Suner's urging, Xiao Yan couldn't help but rebuke, then let's go, take me to see your ancestor. Gu Suner said, no need, just get ready, you will meet the ancestor of my Xiao family soon. Xiao Yan said with a smile. The Xiao family is really going to rise this time. Do you really think that I, Xiao Yan, have no backers? With the Lord coming forward, the ancient clan is nothing. You, the princess of the ancient clan, are not even worthy of carrying the Lord's shoes, Gu Suner. Ready hearing Xiao Yan's words, Gu Suner was stunned. He didn't understand what Xiao Yan meant. Do I have to bathe and burn incense before I can see your Xiao family's ancestor? Is it harder to meet the Xiao family ancestor than the ancient clan leader? What to prepare? Gu Suner asked in a cold tone. Be prepared. Xiao Yan kindly reminded what is the mental preparation. Just when Gu Suner was stunned and confused. Suddenly, fog appeared out of nowhere. The mist contains a mysterious, supreme, immortal aura. Ling Ying, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but tremble all over. Not good. Ling Ying was about to warn him. The fog had enveloped Gu Suner and disappeared in the room. Dead. Deathly silence filled the room. The room was normal, as if the fog had never appeared. The only difference from before was that Gu Suner disappeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 49-050, Give Gu Suner and number 039, a little shock. Chapter 49-050, Give Gu Suner a little shock. Boy, what have you done? Where is my lady? The aura of Do Huang emanated. Ling Ying teleported in front of Xiao Yan, grabbed Xiao Yan's neck, and spoke in an old and low voice. Xiao Yan felt that the air around him was being sucked out, becoming sticky and oppressive. Feeling the strange black fighting spirit around the black-robed strong man, his eyes as cold as the abyss. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and said, my Xiao family's ancestor is summoning Gu Suner. If you don't want your young lady to get into trouble, just wait here obediently. If anything happens to my young lady, I want your entire Xiao family to be buried with her. Ling Ying said in a hoarse voice. Starry sky table. Fog suddenly appeared and enveloped the high-backed chair second from the left. As the fog cleared, Gu Suner, wearing a simple and elegant moon-white dress, sat blankly on a high-backed chair. In the end, what happened? How come I'm here? Am I not waiting to meet the Xiao family's ancestor? Where is this place? Suddenly, Gu Suner noticed the long bronze table in front of her. And the elegant vermilion high-backed chairs were neatly arranged around the long table. Her expression instantly became tense. This kind of scene made her, the princess of an ancient clan, feel uneasy and uneasy. Gu Suner looked around in panic. The red sun, the bright moon, and the endless sea of stars are shining below me. This was different from what she understood as the means of a strong person. Any strong person, even her father, couldn't create an independent space above the starry sea. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, Gu Suner absolutely couldn't believe it. Above the endless sea of stars, there is such a mysterious, supreme, and incomprehensible place. This is the starry sky long table meeting. A clear voice echoed from above. At this time, Gu Suner then noticed that there was a mysterious figure sitting at the head of the long bronze table. The figure is shrouded in endless fog and star maps. Full of mystery and powerful pressure. Are you the ancestor of the Xiao family? Gu Suner asked in a low voice. Even she herself didn't notice. When facing the other person, I unconsciously used honorifics. This is the Xiao family's heritage. The most powerful imperial clan in ancient times was so terrifying. I am not from the Xiao family. Shen Lin thought about it and corrected. To be precise, I am an existence outside the world of Duqi continent, the controller of fog and starry sky, and the supreme immortal. Existence outside of Duqi continent. Xian. The master of the mist and the starry sky. He murmured Shen Lin's words in a low voice, these unfamiliar words, bringing a great shock to Gu Suner. But why am I here? Gu Suner asked respectfully. I need to understand the development trajectory of Duqi continent. Xiao Yan is the agent I chose, or you can also say the sect disciple. Shen Lin explained. Agent, a sect disciple. Gu Suner showed a look of realization on her face. She finally figured out why Xiao Yan was acting so strangely during this period. She initially thought that the Gu clan's investigation of the Xiao clan was inaccurate. There are still immortals in the Xiao clan. Now it seems that the person in front of him is Xiao Yan's real reliance. How should I address you, senior? Gu Suner asked. Dominate. Shen Lin responded. Master, do you know anything about the Duqi continent? Or do you know what the strength of the Xiao family is in Duqi continent? Gu Suner continued to ask. Hearing this, Shen Lin was stunned for a moment. Gu Suner was trying to gauge her own strength and ability through her questions. In other words, he had not established the impression in Gu Suner's mind that he was as powerful as a god. It's not that Shen Lin didn't do well enough, but it was Gu Suner's identity. As the daughter of the ancient clan, Gu Suner has been at the pinnacle of the Duqi continent since she was born. She wouldn't feel weird or surprised. Because of the strength of the Gu clan, Gu Suner developed a skeptical attitude towards everything. She even doubted the truthfulness of what I just said. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Let me give Gu Suner a little shock, Shen Lin whispered in his heart, looked at Gu Suner and said. On the Duqi continent, many strong people disappear inexplicably shortly after breaking through to the Daudi level. As the daughter of the ancient clan, you should be familiar with this matter. Shen Lin did not choose to respond, but instead raised a question that existed in the Duqi continent and was incomprehensible. Without waiting for Gu Suner's answer, Shen Lin said to himself, after breaking through the Dodi, the energy of the original world could no longer support them to go further. They went to a world outside the Doqi continent, called Deqian. Deqian. Gu Suner couldn't hide her shock. Some ancient books of the ancient clan also record the inexplicable disappearance of the Do Emperor. It is said that those Do went to other worlds. What this elder said is consistent with the records of the ancient tribe. Senior, what is Dakian? Gu Suner asked. Shenlin waved his hand. Summon a star map from behind. The star map was displayed on the long conference table, with stars, black holes, and countless planets. Shenlin looked at the star map and said, "The world we live in is like this star map. Duki continent is not the only one among the countless planets." Shenlin picked out an inconspicuous planet and continued, "If this planet is the Duki continent, then the Great Thousand World is the entire star map in front of you. The universe contains countless worlds. When the strong men in these worlds cultivate to the peak and become doughty, they will leave their original world and come to this star map. Go pursue a wider world, go find a farther road. Call." Listening to Shenlin's description, even Gu Suner couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Shenlin's words overturned her three views and made it hard for her to believe. This is unbelievable. Could it be that the senior is from the Great Thousand World? Gu Suner looked at Shenlin in awe. "No." Shenlin shook his head and said, "I am from outside the universe." Gu Suner. She was totally stunned. "I just accepted that the Duki continent is a mediocre world in the universe. Result. Outside of the universe, there is a more powerful world." Just as Gu Suner could not imagine how powerful the strong people in the world were, she couldn't imagine how magnificent and grand the world outside the universe is. "Master, how did you choose Xiao Yan as your agent, or disciple?" Gu Suner said nervously. She feels the ancient clan is a force that existed in ancient times on the Duki continent. As the daughter of the ancient clan, he is obviously more suitable to be an agent than Xiao Yan. Although the Xiao clan is in decline, Xiao Yan still has the blood of the Xiao clan flowing in his body. I don't need to elaborate on the potential of the Imperial clan's blood, right? Xiao Yan whispered, "Of course." Gu Suner smiled awkwardly and continued to ask carefully. "Senior, regarding Xiao Yan, your disciple, proposing to use the fragments of the Tuaxi ancient emperor jade in exchange for 1/3 of the ancient clan's resources, is that also what you meant?" "That's not what I meant." Shenlin responded. "Call. Okay. If it weren't for what the senior meant, there's still room for maneuver." Gu Suner just relaxed. Shenlin's next words made Gu Suner stunned again. "However, the conditions proposed by Xiao Yan are reasonable." Shenlin whispered, "End of this chapter." Chapter 50-51, The Most Powerful Foundation of the Ancient Clan, The Golden Emperor and Number 039, S. Burning. Chapter 50-51, The Most Powerful Foundation of the Ancient Clan, The Golden Emperor's Burning Sky Flame, Reasonable. Are you kidding? He is from a lower-ranking family in the Northwest continent, and the strongest person is only a great fighting master. Just because of a fragment of Tushigudi jade. You want 1/3 of the ancient clan's cultivation resources, it's also reasonable. Gu Suner really couldn't understand how this matter could be so reasonable. But she didn't dare to refute Shenlin like she refuted Xiao Yan. Gu Suner smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, do you really think so?" Shenlin thought for a moment and said, "Yes, it seems that the Gu clan is helping the Xiao clan, but in fact, they are helping the Gu clan themselves." Help the ancients? Gu Suner was stuck in a clam. How could she not see that she was helping the ancient tribe? Shenlin continued. As an imperial clan inherited from ancient times, the ancient clan is not the strongest in the Duki continent. The Soul clan is your ancient clan's biggest trouble. The Soul clan will not attack the ancient clan just because the ancient clan lost 1/3 of their cultivation resources. So taking out 1/3 of the resources will not affect the current status of the ancient clan. But if this 1/3 of the resources can cultivate an ally as powerful as the Xiao clan in the past, and jointly deal with the Soul clan, isn't it helping the ancient clan itself? This. Gu Suner was unable to refute Shenlin's words for the time being. Senior, are you overestimating the Soul clan? Gu Suner was puzzled and said. It's true that the Soul clan is troublesome. But it's far from the point where the ancient clan needs to find allies to deal with them, right? It is still not realistic to ask the ancient tribe to give up 1/3 of its resources just for this. The Soul clan has 2 9-star do shengs. Shen Lin said calmly, no extra nonsense. Even if there are 2 people? 9-star do sheng, Gu Suner, who reacted suddenly, stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning. How is this possible? The Soul clan has only had 1 9-star Douluo, Emperor Hun Tian. There can't possibly be 2. Gu Suner couldn't believe it. As the princess of the ancient clan, Gu Suner understands the importance of the 9-star Douluo better than anyone else. The reason why the Soul clan and the ancient clan can maintain a balance. It is precisely because these 2 tribes have 9-star Douluo that neither can do anything to the other. All those below the 9-star fighting saint are ants. This is also the reason why the 2 ethnic groups have a transcendent status. If the Soul clan had 2 9-star Douluo, this balance would be broken. It is only a matter of time before the ancient race is destroyed. The Soul clan has several 9-star Douluo. Ask your father to investigate and you will find out. Shen Lin didn't want to elaborate on this issue. This will lower your status. But he still emphasized, investigate the void-devouring flame. Using the Soul clan's methods. If he wanted to conceal it deliberately, Gu Yuan might not be able to find out. After all, the ancient clan had never discovered that void-devouring flame had broken through to the 9-star Douluo. Okay. Gu Suner responded tremblingly. Shen Lin continued. You want the fragments of Tushi ancient emperor jade in order to break through and find the way to become Doudi. You help Xiao Yan, and when the time is right, I can tell you in advance how to break through to the Doudi level, so that you can gain an advantage in the upcoming world situation. The way to break through Doudi. Gu Suner's voice was trembling. The impact Shen Lin brought to her was really too great. Whether it is the 2 9-star Douluo of the Soul clan, or the way to break through to the Douluo Emperor. All of these. None of them can be compared with 1/3 of the ancient clan's resources. However, all this remains to be verified. Master, I cannot make the decision on this matter. I need to return to the ancient clan and tell my father about this matter. Gu Suner said in awe. Can? Shen Lin was not surprised by Gu Suner's answer. Master, how can I contact you next time? Gu Suner continued to ask. After you agree to cooperate, you go find Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yan will tell me your decision. Shen Lin said. I will obey your decision, my lord. Gu Suner bowed solemnly and said. As Gu Suner finished speaking. At the originally peaceful Starry Sky meeting. A mist quietly emerged, covering Gu Suner as she fell towards the depths of the starry sky. 1/3 of the ancient tribe's resources. With these resources, my strength can be rapidly improved in a short period of time. Shen Lin sighed. The reason why he supported the conditions proposed by Xiao Yan was a large part of it is for self-consideration. Subsequently, Shen Lin looked at the star cluster belonging to Ling Qingzu. After finding that there was no information on it, Shen Lin leaned back, his body was swallowed by endless fog, and he left the dimensional space. Wutan City, Xiao family. In the room where Gu Suner was, a surging fog suddenly appeared, and as the fog disappeared, Gu Suner stood there as if struck by lightning. The scene at the Starry Sky conference was still echoing in my mind. Miss, are you okay? Seeing Gu Suner reappear in the room, Ling Ying hurried forward and asked with concern, have you seen my Xiao family's ancestor? Seeing Gu Suner's stunned expression, Xiao Yan knew what had just happened, and said with some pride, I believe you have made your choice. When will those resources be delivered to the Xiao family? Gu Suner glanced at Ling Ying. He looked at Xiao Yan standing beside him again and said in a trembling voice. Please wait a few more days. This matter is too serious. I need to inform the clan about it. There should be a response soon. Okay, I'll come over when you've made your decision. Xiao Yan said with some disappointment. Subsequently, He took the Tushiguti jade and left the room directly. "Miss, do you need an old slave?" Looking at Xiao Yan's proud back as he left, Ling Ying was about to speak. Gu Suner stopped him and said, "Don't be rude." Hearing this, Ling Ying also just stood there in a daze. Recalling the scene where Gu Suner mysteriously disappeared and then mysteriously reappeared, he also had some doubts. Could it be that in this remote northwestern continent, the Xiao family really has a powerful person who has lived from ancient times to the present? "Old Ling, I will return to the clan in the next few days. During my absence, you must take good care of the Xiao family, especially keep an eye on Xiao Yan. Don't let anyone disturb the Xiao family." Gu Suner looked at Ling Ying and instructed, "Yes." Listening to Gu Suner's solemn tone, Ling Ying also became more certain of his guess and responded in a deep voice, "Hum." In an instant an extremely violent force surged out from Gu Suner's body. The temperature of the room rose instantly. Golden flames enveloped Gu Suner's body. Feeling the pressure of that power, Ling Ying couldn't help but shrink his pupils. "That's the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame, which ranks 4th on the Strange Fire list. The young lady is using the power of the Strange Fire to contact the ancient tribe." Ling Ying said in a horrified tone, "This is the purest power between heaven and earth, and the most powerful foundation of the ancient clan, even he." The moment he felt that power, he couldn't stop trembling all over, as if he would be burned to nothingness by the golden flames at any time. Hum. Soon after, the power of the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame was released. The air suddenly solidified. Ling Ying saw a powerful force of space appear in the room as if it had crossed thousands of miles. Strands of spatial force formed a spatial portal. Swallow Gu Suner in it. End of this chapter.